my inspiration, where I can go and be the healthy, strong person that I want to be. And I encourage other people to find a form that allows that physical challenge that is not just the return to virtual or to a handheld device to see how you did, but the true biological feelings of the actual doing. And that comes from childhood motivations. We've got to get them going early. Let them feel it and know it and then thrive on it and not live without it. That's me. I'm in that forest 4 or 5 times a week. I'm doing something. And that inspiration is what everybody is looking for in an employee or business partner or somebody of success. That initial drive. I think it's got to still remain with physical activity, implement AI as we can, but hold on to that traditional form as well.
I fully agree. And I think it is very interesting because also in my case, I can relate because one of the first problems I had is that online, I cannot monitor people. I cannot tell them to go outside, not just doing the routines and giving them online. So I saw some women doing just the exercise inside of their houses. So it was a game changer for me to go live and tell people, okay, just go outside, just have a walk, just play with your dogs or
Mhm.
hang out with friends because the pandemic affected our mental health also. And that's why gamification should be also implemented outside. So in my case, I think that a game changer could be to combine the action, as you told Marian, and I think that is very interesting. What about Kyle?
So my background is I'm a board certified physician, so treating patients, and then I also run a healthcare VC fund. So I use gamification a few different ways. So on the patient-centered front, we're using AI as well as virtual reality, augmented reality in settings like physical therapy, occupational therapy, folks who have had a stroke and they're working to get their strength back. Gamification with technology has proven to be quite beneficial on that front. Also, I also agree that my kids and me as well, we have too much screen time. So getting out and
Mhm.
finding ways to gamify time away from the screen is also important. So a personal, it's not really with my work, but with my pleasure, I'll say. I do jujitsu with my two daughters, and at our jujitsu school, we gamify how consistent we are with our training. So every time we go to training, we check in, and then there's a leaderboard for people who have been most consistent. And then we're always trying to be the top of that leaderboard. So it's a way of getting away from technology, actually doing physical activity, but still gamifying that process. So there's a lot of different ways you can do that.
That's very interesting. And going further, when we start a project, of course, there are challenges. So there are some kind of difficulties. I already told that in my case, one first difficulties was the always evolving market. So we need to adapt our gamification also to the taste of different customer. So always reinventing what we do. That's why I cannot define my company as a static one. Every month we just create new challenges, we create new recipes, we create new masterclass. I'm the first one going live like 5, 6 times per week just to make it fun, make it interesting. But the first difficulties was to then see properly the people, as I told you before. So that's why I decided to implement live session in which Zoom or online I just answer to the question because of course when we go online we in some way we miss the physical contact that is so important, especially when we are starting a new lifestyle. So the first challenge, I think that when we are online we cannot see people. But what about you in your specific cases? You want to add something about the challenges that gamification is leading? You can go.
I would love to speak to that. In the development of Zanese, we're driven by a mission to revolutionize the way we approach orthopedic health. But it's a whole brand new way. So my challenge is to introduce it to the world. We're doing well, gaining traction, but it is a whole new way of using lean tools to support the body in the ultimate correct positions. It's never been done before. For the feet and ankles, for the whole body, I've got a complement of 4 products. But here we go. A wonderful way as a solution for sports medicine, for clinical medicine, for performance, injury prevention, injury recovery, and the challenge is now to get it out to the world. It's an ominous task, but we'll make it work.
I think one of the challenges we face around gamification is that inherently we see gamification, one of the motivations or one of the values around gamification is making wellness more personalized and therefore more motivating for an individual. Um, just as Alice said, everyone has kind of different wants and needs and different things resonate. And so it becomes responsibility of us to figure out how do we understand what motivates a person the best and then personalize the gamification in that regard. I think the adoption and advent of wearable technologies, biometrics, monitoring certain things is a great start there. We can get into a space where gamification becomes a biofeedback mechanism. For example, if you're in a digital experience and you're exercising, if you're right on the verge of a heart rate zone in the future, that game could increase the beats per minute, increase the intensity to get you there. If you're just exhausted, it could wind you down and transition you to a cool down setting. Well, uh, with opportunity comes challenges. We as an industry, broader, still need to figure out what matters most to what people, how do we get those signals, and then how do we, as an output, personalize and customize gamified experiences to best motivate that individual.
Julian, with your expertise in this, what are the subgroups that you are seeing that have the most evolution in this field?
Um, uh, from a consumer perspective or from like
All of it from a world view. What is humanity doing? Where are we focused in our games and our activities?
mm,
Sometimes you walk around this resort and you think that there's no activities going on at all. So you think, where are we on a long-term basis regarding wellness and the development? But where are the priorities where the money is going?
Well, so I'm gonna, at risk of derailing a bit, take a step back and talk about what problem gamifying wellness solves and the importance of it. Um, I think it's important for us to all remember how difficult it is to get somebody to change their behavior. We have all experienced that before. Um, People, whether we like to admit it, are creatures of habit. Ultimately, around 70% of Americans see exercise and wellness as a chore. And because of that, almost 2/3 of people who go to the gym stop going to the gym consistently after 5 to 8 months. And so Dallas's point, it's getting somebody to start exercising or caring about their wellness is one thing. It's a very different thing to make that a lasting, sustainable behavior. Um, and the reasons are clear. There's decades of research to show that there are shared barriers to wellness. These include lack of energy, of motivation, of skill, of willpower, concerns around injury and safety. I think one of the things that that gamification does is addresses that issue around motivation and of kind of enjoyment. It makes it fun. There are experiences, new ones every day that force people to no longer focus on the effort of exercising or of self-care, but instead the gameplay and the enjoyment. And so at kind of a step back at a trajectory level, I think we are moving to a place where these new technologies and new innovation allow us to provide much more compelling and enjoyable experiences for people. And for the first time, we can change this dynamic of engagement and retention in the long term.
Good. Kyle, do you have something to add on your specific case?
Sure, from my perspective as a physician, I'm always thinking, how can I get my patients? And it seems like sometimes I tell them one thing recommended, it just kind of goes out the other ear. So gamification is a way I found has been a way to get my patients to have a fun way, as mentioning, to do the recommended exercise, the recommended activity levels that have been shown to improve or reduce, heart attacks, strokes, diabetes, your cholesterol, and just improve quality of life. So from a clinical standpoint, that has been a challenge on my end, trying to figure out what motivates people, as that is different for every single patient. So what are some things that you guys have seen that have worked for your customers and or patients?
I think that is crucial also the community just to find like-minded people that are doing the same you are doing. So in my case also a Facebook community group worked very well because people need to see people around them supporting, and it's not easy because in our life we can find out that we have a family or a friend circle that is not supporting at all, and sometimes in our life dieting is a shame. People look at you like, why? You look good in your shape, but dieting is not about shape. Dieting is about health. It's about caring who you are. So we need to have a surrounding of people that basically can help us and leading us to a new lifestyle. Or we can hang out online, but we can also hang out outside. So what I saw in my specific case that was very, very nice to see people from the same region in Italy or around the world hanging out with my fitness app on a garden, in a beautiful garden. That was very nice. And by chatting online, they can follow up on the results. So I think that can be a thing that helps.
It's community building as well as physical.
Sure.
Yes.
What I like about the community building as well is a lot of the lack of physical activity also comes from a mental or social place as well.
Mhm.
So you're addressing both of those things, and building up the whole person, not just one aspect or another. And then you mentioned dieting. Dieting does, in my opinion, has its place, but the term, in my opinion, represents something that's temporary. Like a diet, you don't diet forever, right? That's just a new lifestyle. So dieting is temporary. So I think what we're trying to get to is that new lifestyle that includes the improved physical activity, improved diet, improved social interactions as well.
Sure, it must be sustainable, I think.
Exactly.
The first thing I tell to a client when she wants to start a different lifestyle is that when you want to start a new activity, you need to ask yourself, is it sustainable? Can I do this thing for 1 year long? If the answer is no, stop immediately
Mhm.
because it's not something that is leading you to the results. Can be a crash diet, can be a crash workout, but then you risk to be in burnout forever. So it must be also applied to something that is really sustainable and enjoyable and something easy to adapt to our lifestyle. In my approach, I think that is not people that need to adapt to fitness, but it's fitness that needs to adapt to the lifestyles. And I think that another important role is mindset, how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive ourselves on a different dieting basis or on a different healthy plan. So yeah, I think that is a point. Of course, everything you are saying that is very interesting is related to technology. So I can relate about very nice things that are coming up in the internet world or online world. In my specific case, I added an AI system inside Bright and Fit that can help people to personalize their dieting partner, because the first difficulties I saw is that even if I offer different kind of recipes, people maybe they don't like the taste, they don't like the specific ingredients, or they need substitution. So a life-changing thing was just to add a chatbot that is implemented with my own knowledge, that is suggesting the proper recipes based on what they have on the fridge. So this is an example of implementing. Or other things is algorithm inside our program that offer the best suitable exercise. So if our program sees that when girls likes to train 15 minutes a day, good, they offer different kind of exercise with this approach. So in your case, how you see the future of the technology of gamification in your field, how is evolving?
So, from our perspective on augmented and virtual reality worlds, I hit on it a bit earlier, but I see kind of two or three trends that are going to continue, we suspect, over time to make this a more fun, more engaging, more compelling experience. Um, the first is exactly what we were talking about, community. The ability to have social influence and social accountability cannot be undercounted. Um, it's very interesting how people find a sense of shared identity. It could be, new fathers. It could be Italian expats. It could be X and Y. But if you find some common link with somebody else, and then together you motivate each other towards a shared goal, exercising more, meditating, whatever it is, research shows that the outcome is significantly better. And so I think one piece on us is to figure out how do we best facilitate community groups. Um, in part to motivate you to meet your goal, in part to Dr. Powell's point, as a goal in itself, as social integration having significant impact on outcomes. So one is the community aspect. I think the second, which is the one that I hit on, is around taking in new data points to better personalize experiences, whether that is your biometrics or your mood for that day. It could be some behavioral and contextual understanding. Some folks are better motivated by a drill sergeant than a cheerleader. Some are vice versa. So us understanding more about a person and then using that to provide a more personalized, compelling experience. The third thing I would say is we need to get to a point where we don't think about gamified fitness and gamified meditation, but we think about more holistically gamified health. And so tying together various different components of health, stress reduction, dietary, healthy behaviors, exercise, meditation, so on and so forth, into kind of more seamless and connected experiences and get away from these point solutions is another place where we, and I think the broader health tech industry, are aiming.
Hey, Marian, what do you think about it?
Well, I've certainly experienced the need for the virtual medicine as companies such as Adidas and Nike have questioned, can you put some feedback loops onto this equipment and give us that immediate information? I said, absolutely, we can. We can do anything. So that, but the fact that it became a fast conversation a good 2.5 years ago, you realize how this is becoming more like Star Trek, and the feedback is certainly going to be valuable. We embrace it. But it's interesting that the mechanics of an invention quickly becomes, can you make this virtual medicine? It's
It's very interesting. And I loved your point, Julian, about the holistic health, because I think personally that we cannot obtain great results in a specific field. So we can think about the best gamification thing in nutrition, we can think about the best gamification things in fitness, but if they are not related on a unique lifestyles, it gives problems to people because sometimes how we perceive ourselves or how we manage our food while training is a complicated thing. So I see a future in connecting all these activities in a unique offer for clients or patients. And I think that can be something very good also for you, Kyle, for your patients and people coming to you to offer different kind of opportunities in this field.
Exactly. The importance of what has historically been siloed is now being integrated in multiple different fronts. So even just an example of an electronic medical record in and of itself is siloed from a person's physical therapist or maybe their neurologist, their behavioral health specialist, their gym. You can bring all this data together, their wearables, right? Into an overarching understanding and assessment of a patient. So on the gamification front as well, there's that ability to unite all those different areas for an overall health improvement on every single front. Very holistic.
Wow, that's a bright future ahead. Do you want to add something that it can be significant to our audience today before jumping to conclusion, guys?
you're up.
Hmm. The only thing I'll say is this. If we look at consumers' expectations and motivation around health, it's growing, right? I think in the last 20 or 30 years, we've seen people take more accountability for their own health and demand that of the products they buy, that it can help them and make it easier. Um, and increasingly, we've seen the companies that have the most success meet that challenge. They make changing behavior, they make daily tasks of caring for yourself just easier. And so I think it behooves all of us to think about when we're looking in the commercial space and we're looking for opportunities to not just create a great business, but to provide real value for people. We should always come back to how do we make it easier for people to do the thing they inherently know they should do? They know they should eat better. They know they should exercise. They know they should meditate, so on and so forth. And again, if you can hack that, if you can make it simpler for someone to do the task they know they need to do deep down, you'll have a great business and a lot to be proud of.
My take home to you is to hang on to the implementation of the physicality of health. Get your body moving in the first step, make it your routine. I'm a firm believer in that we're born with as the baby complement you 100 billion cells and then 100 trillion neural biological connections. We can do anything if we tap into what is waiting for us to tap into. So start early. If you're not, get your children early. I love that you said your two daughters are in jujitsu. I have four children, a daughter and three sons. The younger two, at both at 18 months old, were skiing with me, downhill skiing, hard skiing between my legs with skis like this, with the construct being if they can get used to this, zooming down a mountain, they'll take on life easily. And that's basically what it was. They loved it. Speed demons. And they do attest to that proof. They'll say, thank you for putting us on that mountain and doing what we can do because the capacity is there. Push them, push yourself. And the rewards are incredible. But I think integrating that young connection of the desire to want to do it for life, to need to do it, is so critical for us.
Good, Kyle.
And on my end, my kids are so smart with technology, and every time I try to take it away, they find their way to get back on their hands back on it. So and I've kind of transitioned my mindset to technology is a part of life, whether you like it or not. So we need to employ it and utilize it to best improve and augment healthcare outcomes. So not fight it, work with it so that we can redirect into the appropriate and improved healthcare outcomes that we're looking for on the healthcare front.
I think that what we discussed so far is very interesting. Now we are open to any kind of question. I just give a conclusion of everything. Okay, I see hands there. I don't know if someone from the organization can give a microphone there. No, you can come here. Okay. Okay.
I can take a start. So ultimately, the goal is to get people, as I said, to forget the effort and focus on the gameplay. You know, have it be a fun, inviting thing. So what are the things that make experiences fun? We talked about the social component. If you know that if we can speak to your competitive nature, or on the flip side, know that you're going to feel guilty when your friend says, "How was your workout?" and you didn't do it. So social, I think, is a big piece. Um, the second is a variety of content is a really, really important piece. Um, I'll just talk about my own platform as an example. Quest, which is our virtual reality platform, we've got about 200 different health and wellness related games, everything from pickleball to ping pong to rock climbing to dancing to boxing, hit classing, so on and so forth. If we didn't have that variety, it wouldn't work. People need to have something that they feel is right for them, and also people get bored. So I'd say competition. Another one is just variety of content and keep it interesting. The third piece is really just back to this personalization concept. If you can, as much as possible, make a person feel that this experience was made for me, like this experience is meeting me where I am. It's not asking me to do 10,000 lunges when one or two is a struggle. If you can build a kind of a ramp for people in a safe and attainable way, that's where we found the most success.
Yeah, I can definitely relate in my own field. People need to change. Even if we offer the best plan, the best program, if they repeatedly do the same things, they get bored. They always look for something else, and they risk to end up in something lower quality or something that doesn't help much. So in my specific case, yes, variety, that is very important. So doing different kind of things in terms of nutrition, mindset approach, or fitness. Another thing is live session. I think the personalization one-to-one needs to keep going because people needs to see a face. So there are so many fitness app in this world that are perfect, but they are just aesthetic. You don't see a person behind them, and people feel scared. They feel alone. So they need to see a face, and that can help them, a face that they can trust and lead them into a personalization program.
The last thing I'll say there, just because it can't be skipped, is that it needs to be efficacious. It needs to work.
Mm.
You know, there's a great variety here. Pokemon Go, which blew up in COVID, was had people running around chasing Pikachu's. A very, very simple game, but it worked. It got people up, it got people moving. But when we start getting into digital versions of hit classes or strength training, there's a real risk of injury. And so I think it's the onus is on the manufacturers of these experiences to make sure that they have a clinical advisory team, to make sure they're following established guidelines, that they're not pushing people into a place that's going to injure them or make them feel unsafe. Then you've lost your shot. They're not going to come back.
Okay, I see another question here.
Focused a lot on the individual, but what role should the payer and the
Mm-hmm.
employer play in this equation of gamification? Two-part question. And then in the excitement of all these fancy apps that everybody's developing, virtual reality, what are we doing to protect data? Because we're bringing a lot of data together, and it's a lot of personalized information. There's been a lot of press lately about testimony in Congress about all these social media companies getting into this space. What are we doing to protect the data?
I hate to hog the conversation, but I'll address this one specifically.
Mm.
So on the data piece, hit the nail on the head. I think regulation hasn't yet caught up to biometrics and the advent of it. It's not considered HIPAA data in most contexts, so it's not regulated in the same way as we think of certain medical outcomes or records. But the foundation and kind of benchmark that tech companies have set, I think, is the responsible one, which is to treat it as a regulated, protected piece of information. And so I'll speak again just about how we handle this. Anytime we have biometric data, the data is stored on the device. It doesn't go up to our cloud. Anytime it needs to be shared out, if you want to share it to Strava or you want to share it to Google Fitness or what have you, there's an encrypted and consented way of doing that. But by default, we should treat this data as sensitive as we know it to be, regardless of whether or not regulations have caught up to it. I forgive me, the first question? The payer piece. Okay, yeah, this is a great one.
They have a lot to lose.
So they have a lot to lose or gain. The question was, what role do payers, whether they be health plans or employers, play in this space? And to be frank, this is a challenge. It, again, has not caught up. They don't think about prevention in the same way they think about saving medical costs from a treatment perspective. And so most health plans and employers themselves don't largely subsidize or reimburse for preventative actions. Of course, they try to encourage you to get a checkup. They try to encourage you to get your flu shot, so on and so forth. But what we're seeing in the employer space is at best they have things like lifestyle spending accounts where they'll give employees a couple $100 and they can spend it on anything from a gym class to a wearable to a new mattress. But I think over time there's going to be two phenomenons. One is the unit economics or the economics of prevention will start proving out and be undeniable to payers and providers, and hopefully we'll move from a sick care to a healthcare system. I'm not holding my breath for that to happen anytime soon. But the second piece is I think that we're going to move to a world where increasingly people are self-paying out of pocket for things they believe to be important, which is why this kind of consumerization of digital health and this focus on building really killer experiences for a consumer versus the health system is going to pay off in the long term. More and more people will be paying out of pocket as opposed to waiting for their health plan to reimburse and subsidize.
Okay. We have time for one last question. I see there. I think that we need to play with quality. So what I'm offering to people, and I'm working a lot with healthcare practitioners that are saying, Alice, I'm helping people to stay fit, but I'm not fit at all. So the question is about quality. So give them a routine of 10, 15 minutes that can definitely help them. So something easy, make it easy and make it affordable is a thing. So inside my fitness app, for example, what we are offering is different choices of challenges that are differentiated by the time the customer can have for fitness. So 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and are differentiated also on difficulty level. So to approach also what other panelists are saying, we customize based on the necessity of people. So I think that the quality is an important thing. I don't know if other panelists have something.
And then being in the healthcare field myself, I'll give an example of, we had a challenge for our medical team to see which team could get the most number of steps in. We all had smartwatches on, so it made it pretty easy. And so we found that when we gamified that, um, when nurses or doctors, the MSAs in front, the assistants, I got 5 minutes. You want to go walk around with me? We'll go walk a quarter mile on our break. So instead of just sitting there, on their phone, they actually got out and talked to each other and walked around, got 500, 600 steps in, and then went back to work. You do that a few times a day, it makes a really big difference.
Okay, so I think that we can jump to conclusion. I would love to thank Health 2.0 for this amazing opportunity. Of course, I would love to thank all these amazing panelists that are sharing with you so important knowledge. I would love to thank you for sharing this important content and showing that gamification is not just about playing, it's about to offer people terms of success and succeed in their life. Thank you so much.
You, Alice. I think I did my thing full.
What a fascinating topic. Thank you so much, guys, for your time and perspective on that. I am just loving the gap that we're bridging a little more every day between technology and health, and it is just going to keep on getting better and better. We're living in the twilight zone, right? As so many like to say. Moving on now to our next session. This is a keynote on unveiling secrets from inside the exam room, how to address and navigate any subject with ease and confidence. In this session, PA Ann Summer, CEO of Daytime Diamonds Coaching, will take us inside the exam room and share invaluable insights on how to address and navigate any subject with ease and confidence. From creating a comforting environment to handling sensitive situations, our speaker will guide us through the art of maintaining trust, asking the right questions, and delivering accurate diagnosis. So let's give a warm welcome to Anne as she guides us through the secrets of patient care and communication. Please step on up, Anne.
Hi, I'm Ann Summer. Hi, everybody. So we're having a little technical difficulty, and once you get to know me, you'll understand that I am technical difficulty. Technical difficulty. Who loves technology here? Yes and no. Well, it's nice to meet everybody. So, all right, we got that up here. I got a clicker. Hi. Okay, so I'm PA Ann Summer, physician assistant Ann Summer. I go by PA Ann Summer because I'm a medical provider. Who here understands what a PA is? That I'm not a nurse, right? Right. I'm a medical provider. We have doctors, we have NDs and DOs, we have PAs and NPs. They're all medical providers. APP, advanced practice provider, PA, physician assistant, physician associate. Could we have one more name for me? Correct. Yes. Today I am going to talk about secrets from the exam room because I've been practicing medicine for 25 years and women's health for 14 of them. I say thank you for everybody for coming. And I just want to give you a little bit about me. Is that okay if I share a little bit about me for about 2 minutes? Okay. So this is my circle of life. If on the top and the outside is where I've been and lived, on the inside is the reason why. What I want you to know is I grew up in Wisconsin and grew up dairy farming. There's a clicker here, ooh, right there. Um, I'm going to tell you a little bit. I'm going to take a backwards spin to this. I went to Europe at 19. I lived with my sister to raise her daughter. So she called, she said, "Do you want to be my nanny?" And I said, "Yes." And then I thought, what am I doing? What am I doing? So I moved to Spain at 19, raised a 2 month old. She was in the military. And that was a great experience because that's where I met a PA. I then came back and went to Wisconsin, where I knew I wanted to go to PA school. I told my mom when I was in Europe, "Mom, I want to be a PA. Can you send me some information?" So at that time, we had phones and we had the mail. She sent me a packet, and on it was a Post-it note, and it said, "Looks hard. Consider something else." So then I went to Pennsylvania for PA school. I knew I wanted to do surgery, so I went to Connecticut for surgical residency. I then flew transcontinental to California, where I did general vascular, um, and New Mexico for orthopedics. Got married, had a kid, came back to Wisconsin, where I've been doing medicine and opened my company, Daytime Diamonds Coaching. I call it Daytime Diamonds Coaching because everybody here has something inside themselves that they hide. Jewels get put in the jewelry box, then put their things in their safe, and we wait for tomorrow. We wait for tomorrow. So I help people live their tomorrow today, meaning I want to write a book tomorrow. I want to do something tomorrow, and I help people get over that. High achievers like myself and you guys. In the past year, I wrote a book. Woo woo! Good for you, Anne. Right? Woo! Yay! I know all of you have a book in you if you don't have one already. I was on the Lisa Nichols show. There's my book. You can buy it at pansummer.com. This cover is only exclusive to me. A medical provider. I do want to go backwards. I think I can go backwards. Okay, I want you to look at my surgical hat. It says at your cervix. Now look at my necklace. It's a uterus and ovaries. If you were walking into the operating room with me, would that make you feel better? Right? I understand it. I get it. After 25 years of being a woman in a man's world, being a PA in a doctor's world, I get it. And men, I understand you're a man in a woman's world, you're a doctor in a PA world. It's not easy. We don't talk to each other about how to talk to each other. We don't talk to each other about how do we respect each other as a man, as a woman, as a CEO, an entrepreneur, all of those things. How do I pull people into my exam room and ask them the most intimate of questions? OBGYN. Everybody walks in panicked. I walk in panicked. I don't like that side of the gown either. And I say, I don't like that side of the gown. That's what makes me good at my job. What does it do? It lands me on their platform. It makes me real to them. Yeah, I'm their medical provider, but I'm also a patient at times. And so that is part of my secret. This is where I grew up. So what I want to know is if I walked up here and you don't have to tell me, and I showed you all of those accolades. I wrote a book, I was on TV, blah, blah, blah. And you probably thought maybe, well, I bet it was easy for her. Maybe she was just handed everything. I grew up farming. There were 5 of us. And I want you to look at this picture. I have my microphone, so I kind of have to follow it this way. On the, whoops, how do I go backwards? There we are. So on your right side, there's a little girl in the middle who's not smiling, holding an apple. On the left side, one of these things doesn't fit with the other. One of these things doesn't belong. I'm the only blonde, only curly haired, and look at me. I'm ready to escape. I'm ready to crawl under there and run because I was shy. All 4 siblings, they weren't shy. They were all going there, brunette. They were fine. I was scared of dogs, height, dark, lightning, air, and people. Right? Good. If you said my name as a child up through teenagers, I would turn so red. Oh my God, I would turn so red and my face would just like start to melt and I'd be like, don't talk to me, don't look at me. Who here has ever had that happen to them? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard being shy. It's hard being withdrawn because inside, we, I wanted to raise my hand. I wanted to go and do all those things. And so at about 18, 19, I thought, I'm going to change. I'm going to figure out how to change. And I started putting myself out there. But what had happened during this is I learned how to watch people. I learned how to watch. How do they interact? What do they say to each other? What are their facial expressions? What is their body language? What is the proper thing to say and not say? Now, I would put this into practice, and let me tell you, a lot of times it would go horribly wrong, horribly wrong. I would do a facial expression that I thought was like really cute, and somebody'd be like, "You look mad." And I'd be like, "Oh, go back to the drawing board." It's practice. I have a very healthy right brain, very creative. have a healthy left brain and very methodical. And somewhere in the middle is what I call my middle brain of magic. Constructive criticism, critical conversations. Who loves these? Come on, people. We hate them. We want to run and hide. Oh, unfortunately, I'm on the screen. Okay, the top one is talking. I'm going to give you 5 very simple steps of how to have any conversation, any subject with any person. Okay, and this is what I do in with my clients now, because I work with high achieving individuals. Again, we did that thing, right? We did all the check boxes. We went to college, we got married, we had a house, we had a kid, we got another house, we got a car, we had another kid, we got a car, we got a dog and a cat. And then we wake up one day thinking, is this as good as it gets? I really want to do all this stuff, but I don't know how to get there. The first thing with communication is talking, moving into conversation, constructive, critical, and the 7th sense, what I call the 7th sense. Understand the little cat, the cat that wants to die. Now, remember, communication, we all know this, it's easier said than done. Go and talk to the boss, just tell him how great you are. Okay, yeah, sure. Go and tell that group of employees that they need to work together better because they're fighting and they're not communicating, and I need your profits to go up. Oh, and by the way, work is so stressful that when I go home and I talk to my partner, we're not getting along. Not only are we not getting along, but now we're not being intimate. We're we're having struggles financially. It's all inclusive. Now, talking is a learned behavior. If you don't learn how to talk up to a certain age, you don't learn how to talk. Kids that aren't taught languages and how to talk don't talk. Now, communicating is a practice behavior. Practice behavior. Now, there's a basic need and ability that we all have. Babies want you to look at them. We want our babies to look at us. But to relay a message clearly in both instruction and emotion is advanced. Now, talking, how many people talk to somebody today? You walked in, right? Said, hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I call that, oh, whoa, this is a different slide, but talking is basic it's just a social interaction. That's it. We talked, you had a social interaction. A conversation is you are going to share something personal with each other. Hey, my name is Ann. What's your name? I'm Ann. You might go in the elevator together and you're both going to the 3rd floor, and between the 2nd and 3rd floor, it stops. Are you two going to talk now? Probably. You're probably now going to go into a constructive conversation. A constructive conversation is 2 or more people that have a problem. Now we have a problem. We're both here and we both need to figure out the problem. Why don't you pull out your cell phone and call? You pull out your cell phone and there's no service because you're in a metal box. And then you say to me, well, why don't you press that red button? And I say, there is no red button. And then I say, why don't you call the phone? There's got to be an emergency phone. And you look and there isn't any. We have a problem we're trying to solve. We are constructively trying to solve a problem. Now, constructive conversation, right? That's what constructive. What's critical conversation? This is where it gets real. This is where we all want to run away. Now, a critical conversation means we have 2 or more people, we have a problem, and we need a solution. Do we get to a solution right away usually? Not usually. If you're a medical provider, somebody comes in with a sinus infection, you give them an antibiotic, they go home, we fix the problem. Somebody comes in with multiple complaints, and we say, well, you know what? Maybe you have PCOS. I need you to lose weight, but I'm going to tell you why, because we don't tell people why. I need you to be on some hormones, but I'm going to tell you why. You have to lose weight, but I'm going to tell you why. And then I give her advice. And that person goes, or I give my clients advice, and they go and they tell their team what to do. And they come back and they say, I took your advice, and this happened. Look at the picture. What if I'm like, you know what? I want your family to get together. You're in the south of Spain, you're on beautiful beaches, you need some family time, you need to take a picnic. Go and hire a photographer, swing your babies, and make sure you're all smiling. And then this happens. This can happen in any situation. Am I wrong? No, unfortunately. Now, hopefully, nobody, this isn't anybody's family that's here. Right. Good. This is a critical conversation. Critical conversations are, you got to a step, and now what happens? People are mad. People come back and they're like, Anne, I took your advice, and now not only are we not getting along, but I think we might actually get divorced. Oh, and my baby has a head concussion because of your stupid idea, right? So true. Now, here's the secret. How do you react to that? How do you react to that? We get defensive, right? We get defensive, we get argumentative, we get insulted, and we're thinking, you're the one who dropped your baby. No, this is where it takes us to the seventh sense, and this is where I want to spend some of our time today. Now, the seven senses, six and seven senses technically are your vestibular, your proprioception. And that means that we're not dizzy. We understand we're standing. We're not falling. Reception means I know my hands here. I know my hands here, right? What I call the seventh senses are two things: your emotions and your facial expressions. And if you haven't worked on these, I'm going to challenge you to work on these. Because when a patient comes in to see me and she's having some female problems, she's having intimacy problems, and she doesn't know me, I'm her stranger. And I walk in and I sit down and I'm just like, hi, Ann, what brings you in today? I wouldn't talk to me. But when I walk in and I say, hi, how are you? I'm PA Ann, call me Ann. Nice to see you. And I sit and I face her and I put my computer over here and I talk to her or him or client on a Zoom. And then I say this: if you're under 21, I want you to know we're not doing an exam today. And they all go, oh, thank God. Because what are they afraid of? They're afraid of an uncomfortable examination. So tell people what we are not going to do. If you're a CEO or anything, just say, today we are not going to work on what's bad. Tell them the truth. Now, the next thing I want to talk to you is facial expressions. If I was in my 20s doing women's health and somebody told me something crazy, I think I would have looked at them like this, like, oh my God. In my 30s, I might have been like, oh, oh, what? In my 40s, I might have been like, okay, yeah. And now at this age, I can say, not surprised, been there, done that, don't know, but I'm going to find out. This is the next thing, is the ability to say, I do not know. We don't train our medical people or sometimes our higher ups to say, it's not a bad reflection on you to say, I don't know. It's not a bad reflection on you to say, you know what, I'm going to find out. It's not a bad reflection on you to say, oh, yeah, I was wrong. And then to not take that and put it in your facial expressions, not to bring your emotions, because we've all had this, right? When looks could kill. I mean, if you want to use your facial expression correctly, use it. I do tell people, if you come into me and I'm looking at you like this, it's serious. Because most of the time I'm smiling. But I'm not going to look at you like this. That says a whole different thing. Now, here, there's leaving emotions at the door, which I probably just went through. Who has heard that phrase, leave emotions at the door? Yeah. Do you use it? Leave emotions at the door. This is going to sound like a kindergarten lesson, but it takes a lot of courage to honestly leave your emotions at the door and to instruct your people to leave their emotions at the door. So when that couple came in and they were like, so I dropped the baby and I'm so mad at you, and they're emotional and I want to get defensive, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm sorry. You're right. That went bad, didn't it? That couldn't have been easy. How? How are you? How is the baby? Tell me about it. Because it's not my reflection. It's not my story. But if you open that up and you let them talk to you and you let them talk and you learn to listen, because a lot of times we don't listen. And when we listen, this is another secret, is I want you to watch people's body language. So when I say to somebody, so how are you today? Or what is your problem today? And they go, and if I'm looking down, I'm going to miss it. Because as soon as somebody pauses, I promise you, they want to say something, but they don't know that they can trust you. And as soon as they do, I'll say, you paused. I know there's something you want to tell me. And here's the next secret I have for you, especially in the exam room, especially in your CE, your offices. You're going to say, my office is like Vegas. It's kind of funny we're in Vegas, but I say this all the time. My office is like Vegas. What happens here stays here, and I need you to know not everything goes in your chart because it doesn't have to. You are not obligated to put their deep, dark secrets in a chart that really is public. I wouldn't tell you things that I didn't want in my chart. But if you said to me, Anne, I can see that you're struggling. I can see there's something you want to tell me. Even with my clients, HIPAA, confidentiality. Make people feel safe. That's what you're there for. Make them feel safe. This is like Vegas. I mean, if I said that to you, you know what, my office is like Vegas, you can tell me anything because I can sense there's something here, or you gave me a hint in your body language or your facial expressions, and I know we need to go down that, but it's my job to make you feel safe. And I can say that. This is Vegas. And they say, okay. And remember, my computer's over here. So I'm not lying in their mind. Because remember, what I'm showing them is truth. So if I say, hey, I'm like, what happens here stays here, I'm like Vegas, and I'm typing as they're answering, you think they're going to keep talking? No, they shouldn't. I mean, if they do, then we might need to delve into other things. But these are the secrets of my practice, my clientele. I'm excellent at what I do. I have loved practicing medicine. I've loved studying people. And remember, I have watched myself self evolve from that shy little girl that wanted to run. That was like, oh, don't look at me, don't talk to me, to who I am now. And the other important part, I don't know, how much time do we have? 5. Oh, she's like, 5 minutes. Okay. How many people are in medicine here? Do we have lots and lots and lots? Lots. Okay. And then everyone else is like around medicine or has been through college and that kind of stuff. This is what I want to talk to you about. These are my pet peeves. Because where are we going wrong? How are we failing our people? How are we failing ourselves? We know that high IQs might have struggles with common sense and social skills. We know this, but we don't teach them that. And we can't teach common sense, but we can teach common etiquette. So why aren't we? We know that high IQs might not socially know things, and it doesn't have to be an IQ. It might be somebody who was raised without social skills or ethnic changes or differences. I can use some of that education. So why aren't we training each other on that? Here's my other thing. In medicine, in technology, in nutrition, in everything, most of the conversations that happened up here were very much separated. We separate and segregate medicine. We separate and segregate our specialties. It used to be a bullseye, and the target used to be our primary care. And then around there were specialists. But right now we have rings all over the place. We take people in and we say, "Oh, you got some throat pain, you're going to go to ENT. You got some heart pain or chest pain, you're going to go see your cardiologist. And you got a knee problem, you're going to see orthopedics." But nobody is bringing it all together. And when I say nobody, I mean obviously it's not 100%. But I see this all the time, and it drives me crazy. And so do you know how much primary care I did in OBGYN? A ton. Because where's the target? Why is the right hand specialist not talking to the left hand specialist? And I have a true story for this. My father, who died 1 year ago, he's in heaven right now watching us. And 3 weeks prior to his death, he went on hospice in my parents' home. And I was off of work, and I had the privilege of going to all his appointments with him. And I started to realize he doesn't know what's going on because the conversations aren't being had. So this is my next secret. As a patient, as that person walking in to that office or that meeting that you do not want to do, that constructive, critical conversation, or where you're just mad, you're going to make a list of all your emotions and why. And you're going to make a list of what went wrong and why are you so mad. And when you walk into that doctor, you walk in to me as your mentor, you walk into that office, and that person says, well, we need to talk. And you're going to say, we do need to talk. And I'm going to tell you, I'm upset. I'm going to tell you why I'm upset because I took the advice, I gave it to our team. They did it wrong. And now we lost all this money. And I think we should replace the team. Now, as the person who's leading them, I could be like, what? Yeah, get rid of them. Or I'd be like, wow, yeah, that's really bad, huh? I can see where that upset you. What were your instructions you gave to the team? Now, that other person might be like, whoa, it wasn't my fault. And then you're right. See, all of these fuels, all these emotion fuels, as the person who needs to manage themselves, it's your job to understand. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror and have a conversation with yourself. Have that conversation like you're going to talk to that person you don't want to talk to, even family. Those are the worst, aren't they? Don't talk to family. Those ones always give you the best advice or not. They're the hardest ones to talk to. But look in the mirror and understand what is your smile? Is it a smile? Is it pleasant? Or is it, what is it? And when you get that face that could it kill? Could it really kill? Like, do you want people to talk to you with that face, this you've really done it this time face? Or can you learn to relax your face and ask a question? You're right. It was that. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel that way. That really, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, so let's just kind of backtrack here. Let's just talk about the facts. So remember, we're leaving our emotions at the door. And what that means is if things are getting way out of control and people are so emotional, you just have to say, you know what? We're fueled. I'm fueled. Take a deep breath. Everybody get a plastic bag out in your hand and dump all your emotions in there. Sounds like a kindergarten process, but I promise you it works. And we're going to take and we're going to tie the bag. We're going to go over here. We're going to hang those emotions on the door and then we're going to walk over here. We're going to have a conversation over here. Because when somebody starts to get really fueled again, all you got to say is, "Ah, remember, emotions are at the door. You can be mad, you can be happy, you can be sad, but you can't be mad. I'm so mad. You can't be like, oh my God, I'm so happy. Or, oh my God, I'm so sad. We need the emotions there. We need to manage them. We need to have the conversation here. And that just works with you. With you, you have to manage it first. Because if you can't manage it first and you can't create a safe zone for everybody around you, for the most part, then you're always going to struggle. There's always going to be struggle with that. Where's my girl? How are we doing? Kat, can I just read a poem? Okay. All right, you guys. So when I work with my clients, um, this is a poem that is from Jesse Rittenhouse, and I want you to listen to the words. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening when I counted my scanty score. For life is just an employer and gives you what you ask. But once you've set the wages, why you must bear the task. I worked for a menial hire, only to learn dismayed that any wage I had asked of life, life would have surely paid. This poem encourages us to move our boundaries, to be something we're not, to find people that can help us get there. Now, this is my last, and I'll be done. I promise I'm not going to look at her. It's a poem I wrote to you. Walk beside me, my friend, and let our journey never end. Together, we'll face life's twists and turns and cherish the lessons that we learn. We'll walk through sunshine and through rain, and through the joy and through the pain. We'll share our hopes and share our fears and wipe away each other's tears. So walk beside me, my friend, and let our journey never end. For a friend that walks side by side, confidently raises our pace and opens our stride. Thank you so very much, everybody. Again, I'm Ann Summer. Please email me your information and we can connect that way or find me later. I would love to meet everybody that I haven't.
What a special session. Thank you so much, Anne, for sharing all of your insight on that. Guys, if I seem extra smiley today, it's because I'm working on my facials, not killing you with my face. So I'm taking what she said. Next, our session coming up. This is going to be good. Food systems, agriculture, and health, the nexus in the context of climate change, in which the experts will take us on a journey exploring the intricate connections between food production, agricultural practices, and public health amidst a changing climate. Now let's give a warm welcome to our moderator. Please welcome Daniel Wagner, Chief Commercial Officer of Otolith Labs Inc., and our esteemed panelists. Come on up, guys. Happy to have you.
Right behind you. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
Excellent. Good morning. It's so great to be with you today. And we're going to get a photo real quick.
Yes.
Excuse me. Let me invite our esteemed panelists. We've got Dr. Barry Leckman joining us here. Quick photo. Let's get.
We have an uneven.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Oh, excellent. Please grab a seat. Yep. Samyata, why don't you sit next to me? Excellent. Well, good morning and welcome. Today we're going to talk about food systems, agriculture, health, the nexus in the context of climate change. Very, very important topic as we have here. We've got a great panel for you all. So let me introduce, first and foremost, Samyata Saxena, who's joining us. She is founder and CEO of Garden Recipe and the Garden Pooch. So welcome. And as I introduce you, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing within your communities and the tasks that you've taken on?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. I'm really excited. I would say a little bit about my personal journey, just to give you insight of how I launched the garden recipe. I used to work in cancer research in the top institute, Methodist Research Institute in oncology, and I was part of clinical trials and data analysts and whatnot. So I had some publications in NIH and PubMed with clinical trials. Then we moved to UD oncology, same thing. But I didn't like the side of cancer where we have chemo and radiation because I would observe these cancer patients coming in looking very healthy when they would come before the chemo and after getting the drugs and clinical trials and being on the chemo and radiation, it would just completely make them look like, skeletons, losing their, healthy bodies. And what happened? We're supposed to treat these patients, make them feel alive and make them have life, and yet they're not feeling that way or looking that way, and their loved ones are, going in debt just paying for this system. So then I did quit my job because I could not take it anymore. And universe would have it or God would have it. I got cancer, So I got ovarian cancer, which is pretty bad. But I made a decision because I am from India, so I was lucky in a way. My grandparents, my beloved grandma, she raised me with completely pure vegetarian, homemade, fresh food, good old values and whatnot. So I remember that, and I was very healthy, and coming to America and then getting cancer. So then I already knew the conventional side of cancer, the chemo, radiation, drugs, clinical trials, the corruption of the pharmaceutical industry. I was aware of it. So I was clear when I got cancer, no matter how it was, I knew my body was just trying to heal itself. It's not trying to die. And I was going to follow my body's wisdom instead of letting someone define to me what needs to be done or that I need to go and have chemo or something. So I let it grow. And then I knew it would let me know when the time has come, I need to go to the hospital. And that's exactly what happened. It grew. I had swelling in my leg, and then I just said, okay, this is time to go for a surgery. So I was going to surgery. I had a surgery. Within 6 days, we were out. We left on seventh day, and the doctors wanted me to do chemo and radiation. The doctor even said, this is better. The doctor even said, you're not going to make it after 5 years. You may not live if you don't do chemotherapy and radiation. We need to quit, some drugs. And I said, we will see. So that was it. That was the end of it. I never went back to any checkups, like nothing, nothing. After the surgery, I just came home, started cooking what my grandparents had taught me, my grandma had taught me, going back to the Indian roots, Ayurvedic roots, and cooking with a lot of spices and seeds and herbs, and also incorporating a lot of what I've learned in America about nutrition, because there's one side of America which is really unhealthy, and then there's the other side which is really healthy, and the plant-based movement is really rapidly growing. And I have learned so much from this country when it comes to nutrition. It is not true that America is only, obese and sick. It's not true. America is full of resilience and people living to 120 and making and fighting against the odds and making it possible. So I combined both the knowledge, and then just started cooking, and my body came into balance. The doctors had told me, because I'm a female and I had ovarian cancer, they had told me, you will not have, after the surgery, you won't have your periods for 8 months. And I said, we will see about it. I got my periods back in 2 months. And I wanted to address this because there are a lot of women watching this and they don't have hope and don't have to listen to the doctor. The answer is just in your kitchen. And by God's grace, this May, I'm going to be 10 years cancer free. So that's how I launched my business. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that's how I launched my business, because my passion was, why do Americans have to sell their mortgages and sell their soul and, compromise their loved ones too for treatment for cancer? Like, they need to learn the truth. And this is the corruption has taken over so much in America, thanks to Rockefellers. We all know the history of this country. There was a time when this country was phenomenally herb, sorry, based on herbalism and things like that, until it all changed. So why we are not going back to the truth? And then I launched my website, designed it myself because I didn't have much money. So I designed it, and I said, I need to teach people how to cook these recipes if it's working for me, because you can have all the surgery in the world. Until you fix the machinery that has gone wrong, nothing matters. You're going to go back to the surgery room again and again and again. It's going to come back. So that needs to be fixed. And the answer is in nutrition and your lifestyle habits, daily habits. So I launched the garden recipe, and my organization started providing people with YouTube recipes so people can cook, and website. And this is how it came to be. I'll talk more about it.
Oh, that's tremendous. And what a compelling story to kick us off here. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. I think that's very, very important. Next on our panel, we also have Carrie Ike, who joins us. Carrie is an educator and founder of Be Well Gardens. Welcome, Carrie.
Thanks for having me. I am, I'm not in healthcare. I'm in wellness care, I guess, as a teacher. I've been a high school teacher in Los Angeles for over 20 years at a public school in West Los Angeles. Um, my journey around shifting students' health really came from watching them come in with bags of chips. Hot Cheeto revolution came around, and that was their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it's still, my kids still come in with chips often into the classroom, and we encourage them to put it away. But it is something that has really motivated me around what else can I do? And I really believe, I consider myself a whole health educator. And I knew that I was not going to help kids change the way they saw food through a classroom. It really needed to be a hands-on experience. Um, our school is on a fault line, and so they had just taken down a bunch of buildings on our campus. And so we were walking through with a contractor, and he wanted a contract to maintain some trees and some shrubbery that had nothing to do with education. And so I walked through with my principal and I said, I think I kind of want this hillside over here for the food forest, and this is going to be the garden. He was going to give us a garden about the size of one panel up here, and think that was going to be great for 2,400 students. And I kind of shook my head going, that's not going to work for us. I didn't have a background. I'm from Iowa, but I didn't have a background in growing food. Um, I'm a flexitarian. I'm not like full on veg or vegan. And so, but I wanted to learn. And so most of the actions that I've taken over the last 20 years have been learning by doing, learning by breaking things and trying to fix them. I would hang out in the aisles at Home Depot because I didn't want to talk to anybody at 10 o'clock at night, trying to figure out how to fix irrigation that was broken. Because another thing that happens in schools is that you have all these contracts and you can't really work with anybody unless they're under contract. So everything that we've done at our school and over the acre of land that we put together for our students has been done by the students and myself and maybe some college kids or some parents. So I'm here to sort of talk about, what you can do with next to nothing, but a lot of willpower. So
Oh, that's
thanks.
that's tremendous, Carrie, and welcome.
Thanks.
Next on our panel, we have Kinjal Patel. Kinjal is owner and CEO and influencer who founded Swasti. So, Kinjal, welcome.
Thank you. I want to start out with saying thank you to Health 2.0. Last year, I have attended virtually, and this year I'm a speaker of one of the panel discussion. So there is a big jump right there. But I do want to say thank you for picking me as a speaker. My name is Kinjal Patel. I am founder and CEO of Swasthya by Kinjal.com. Swasthya means health and wellness. So my journey started right after the pregnancy. I have gained so much weight and I wanted to lose it, and also suffering from gas, acidity, heartburn, lower back, joint problems, and you name it and everything. And also uh, could not eat fatty food, fried food, and sweets and all the junk and all that. So I was like, what am I gonna eat now? So um, I pushed myself to go vegan, and it took me a while. I was going back and forth and all that, but I didn't want to force myself. I don't understand why people say I became vegan overnight. I don't know how much truth in that, but it took me a year to become a vegan fully. So I started to share my story to my age group people, and they were like, they didn't believe me, and they were like, oh, I don't care, whatever, let's see how long you live your dream. So they were like, what do you eat? What do you make? So I started to uh, wanted to tell them a lot, but they were not listening. So I was like, why don't I just show it to them how to do it? So I came up with this idea to have my own channel on social media. Started out on TikTok and showing people how to make vegan food, and you can still live and heal from within. And so from that point on, I started doing other social medias, Insta, YouTube, everywhere. So people, every day I post 4 new recipes, and so people started to like, share, and comment, and started to follow me and all that. So they started to take me seriously. So whichever the recipes were um, become famous, I wrote a book and start selling that. So ever since that point of my life, I've been showing and sharing, and it's been more than 600 recipes that I have shared for free for people to just take the education and knowledge for free. So from that point on, I wanted to talk about like how did I lose my weight and came back to it. So I wanted to empower women on self-care, self respect, get back in shape, and um, think about your own goals and dreams. And instead of just focusing on kids and husband and taking care of the kitchen, why can't you focus on your own? I was nothing, and look at me, I became this and that. So if I can do it, you can do it, and you can also come out from your problems after the pregnancy. You don't have to suffer it. So things like that. So I came up with the another social media channel on that. I have another Instagram on that, and from that point on, I decided to have my own website and my own app on how to lose weight and get back in shape and all of that. So I have done all of that, and then I started to join vegan group from the community, from the Facebook and whoever is in my community around the New Jersey area, and I became a committee member of World Vegan Vision. So we do spread a lot of knowledge on how to turn your life into veganism and what is the importance of it and how to come out from diseases and live free. Uh, so I did all of that, and here I am today,
Yay.
and still pushing forward the veganism.
Excellent. Kinjal, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So glad to have you here with us on this esteemed panel.
Mhm.
And last but certainly not least, Dr. Barry Lockman. Barry is President and CEO of Lockman Community Development and Consulting. Welcome.
Well, I'm glad to be here. This is my third Health 2.0 conference and different topics each year. And I've had about a 50-year career in health services to underserved and marginalized populations in the United States. Along the way, I'm a pretty much a political activist. I've also think that I'm innovative and have developed a number of innovative programs. So my up till about 3 years ago, for about 30 years, I was involved in Medicaid managed care, always with provider-owned HMOs. And the last 19 years at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Parkland is the public hospital in Dallas, and we had a health plan with about 200,000 lives. I'm a pediatrician, so there's a special gift in the state giving you about $150 a month, and you determine how to spend it on the health care of children. Now, there are rules, but you have a lot of flexibility. And so along the way, I began to realize the role of what are called social determinants of health or social drivers of health and how they were affecting healthcare. I started working with affordable housing and the condition there, but then met a gentleman, Peter Johnson, who was had worked for Martin Luther King Jr. And Peter said to me, "What about food security? That's a bigger problem." So I started working there. Can we tee up the slides? Because I want to take you through a journey to look at food security.
Give us a second. I think they're queuing up now.
Okay.
Why don't you start taking us through just the story?
Okay. So Peter pointed out to me that in the surveys that in what we're hearing from the communities themselves, and I had a history in community organization where I'm a trained community organizer trained by the Industrial Areas Foundation. I'd been involved in efforts to get legislation on behalf of communities to fight problems in inner city rental housing with indoor air environments. So that kind of led me into an environmental area. I'm now on the Health Commission for the City of Dallas, and I'm the co-chair of their health committee. And food security and urban gardening is part of our plan to address disparities in health. And what Peter pointed out to me is we had a very large number of churches in South Dallas in the inner city area, and that many of them had land which could be converted into urban agriculture and urban gardens. So he and I worked with about 5 churches and we developed those gardens. Then the Jewish temple that I'm a member of decided to develop a garden. We developed a small garden with about 12 beds, and we incorporated the whole idea of nutrition into the religious school curriculum as part of that. We then got a USDA grant last April, expand to 64 beds. We can grow with those 60, and I recruited in some people that I had met who are experts on growing efficiency from Texas A&M and a wonderful company called Restorative Gardens. And we now have 64 beds. We can grow 13,000 pounds of produce a year. Let me run through the slides while we've got them up here. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the interoperability. That's tomorrow's. Uh, anyway,
Barry, why don't we go through just quickly the story and we'll dive into some
yeah,
questions.
we'll drive into some of the stuff with questions. So anyway, so we began developing the garden. Go forward a couple of slides, please. We'll slip through the equity slides. Next one, please. Next one. Next one. This runs through the history, and I've provided anybody who wants it. Next one. Next one. Okay. Next, child obesity trends. Next one. This is the one that really counts. 1 in 6 people in Texas. And look at the map of food. Look at the map on the next one of where the food deserts are. Next. All right. Notice how much they're in the southern part of Dallas. And in the next one, notice how transportation affects those. Okay? It's dramatic. Those areas, 75216, which is in the middle of that area, has the second lowest life expectancy for an African American male of any zip code in the United States. It is 32 years less than 3 miles north in the affluent northern part of Dallas. It is the worst zip code on about every health measure you can have, including food insecurity. Okay, so we developed the garden. We're in the middle of developing our plans. We have another wonderful organization that's called Four Down. What they did is they realized, and this is one of the challenges, you have this garden, this one has too much okra, this one has too much beans. What do you do about it? The guy who started it bought a refrigerated warehouse so we can now distribute food between the gardens, and his hobby is skating, so he has an inline skating park. And as a part of that, he gets 250 to 300 young people in out and gets them to volunteer in his warehouse. So anyway, I'm along the journey of really working broadly. The final point that I want to make is that food programs which hand out food don't do any good because they don't teach people how to grow. Teaching people how to grow or how to use what you give them. So you have to do that. And that has to be, to some of the points that you've heard, it has to be culturally fit with the culture. So developing those programs to do that is very important. And the other thing we're doing is the place that I belong religiously is in the affluent part of Fort North Dallas. We have the Great Wall of China, I call it, in Dallas. It's called the Trinity River. I have friends who have lived in North Dallas for 40 years. They'd never been out to dinner in South Dallas. We took them. So we've got that. My latest thing is it's sort of like the story of the Exodus, and we need a Moses to help us to cross the Trinity.
Wow. Well, Barry, thanks so much, and so great to have you all here. Welcome. So, with this such a great panel and such diverse experiences, from personalized experiences to stakeholders ranging from school to government community, with each of you, what do you say would be the number one challenge in addressing food agriculture insecurity with the stakeholders you talk to, whether they be individuals, students, or government? What are those challenges in communicating with them? Please, you want to kick us off?
So, my when my business launch was just a website, so that means I'm just inviting people to find me through the website from all over the world and, enroll in the newsletter. And I developed it over the years from providing whole food, plant-based, vegan recipes, supplementing it with YouTube videos to teach people how to cook if they are just new beginners, so that nobody can, feel that they cannot cook. And then health-based articles and launching the sections on spirituality, because as somebody who's been in cancer industry and a cancer survivor and somebody who's really passionate about telling people how to heal their bodies, I was, you cannot heal just by one aspect of it, by vegan food, for example. So I wanted to tell them it is a little bit more like spirituality, mindfulness, and how you eat and how much you eat and whatnot. So I launched the spirituality section, and then I also launched sex and intimacy, because a lot of us, most of us on this earth, are walking with sexual trauma in our beings, and until we heal our mental, emotional, and sexual trauma and pain that we have gone through in our childhood or through our life journey, we cannot heal. It's going to just rise back again. It's going to be temporary. So with that said, most of the people that come to my business, they find it, and they are really either the type who already know a lot about this movement of vegan, plant-based health, environment factors, and they just want to continue on the journey. So they will. Some people come because there's a big group of cancer survivors or cancer patients, and they are like, I'm tired of the doctors. It's not working, or I have a loved one, a spouse, or a child who has cancer, and I found your website, so I'm really thankful for it. And so they want to learn because they have tried every venue from the conventional side, and now their heart is open and they are just tired and they're ready to go. Or the third people are who do not know anything and they are just coming and saying, you know what, I have no idea, but I have not been to the doctors. I just want to improve my health. I just feel fatigue, I feel chronic tiredness. What do I do? Where do I start? Okay, start with the recipes. So generally when people are at that stage, you don't have to convince them. The problem comes when you try to convince somebody who's not exhausted from the conventional system, or who is too rigid, and their mind and heart is too close to listen. And that would be, in reality, my family members and relatives. We all have been there. So, from my journey, the only thing I can tell you is somebody who has been in medical field one way or the other from the beginning, and who has seen, when I was in cancer research in Methodist Research Institute, we had clinical trials running by big pharmaceutical companies, and patients would come for, especially like men would come for prostate cancer. We had prostate and kidney cancer that we were seeing predominantly, and then of course we would have bladder and breast and other cancers. But these patients, the first point they would meet me, because we had a 22-page questionnaire in the cancer research. And since I was a biostatistician, it was my duty to make sure the data that's coming in is good, because that's the data we're going to use for analytical studies. So, this is a reality. And if you go to the Methodist Research Institute, Methodist building, at the bottom of it, there are restaurants, okay? And this restaurant would serve this really fatty turkey sandwich loaded with a lot of frying buns and dairy filled mayonnaise and whatnot. And so, guess what? So, we have cancer patients coming here at stage 3, stage 4, really desperate, and their spouses looking stressed out. I'm going to lose my loved one. They're going for the treatments. Where are they going next? Eat. So, where are they going? They're going to eat that burger. And that burger is probably one of the most toxic foods on this earth, if that I've seen. Okay. So, if the hospitals are like this, who is anybody to convince them? They have to rise up and convince themselves. And we would have in a cancer questionnaire asking people, how much meat do you eat? And we would even tell them that stop eating red meat. At least at the time it had progressed enough in the conventional arena that doctors would tell people stop eating red meat and start eating more veggies. And if you must eat some white meat. Okay. But still the patients and their families are hanging out there eating the worst things. And if you were to tell them, please don't eat that, go vegan, are they going to go? No, they're not going to do it, because I have been there where I've had to talk to those patients and tell them or things like that, and they're not going to do this. So when somebody is close minded, you have to let their journey begin on their own. You cannot open it. And this summarizes my family and relatives. Trust me, you cannot convince them. Those who are exhausted from the system are the ones whose, those barriers have fallen away. They are ready to enter the door. The door to freedom, the door to personal empowerment, the door to cooking the recipes, the door to doing what needs to be done. And those who are already in the journey, they already know. They just want to learn more. So that is just smart. I would say focus your gifts of teaching to those whose mind and heart is open and who are tired of the conventional system. And they will find you, they will come to you, because they know the conventional system is failing. The doctors, I have worked with the top doctors and manuscripts and big drugs and whatnot. And trust me, these doctors, they are as unhealthy as the patients they care for. Okay, these doctors were extremely obese. They were eating the most sick diet. I have been in meetings with these doctors for 6, 7, 8 hours. The cancer research meetings run forever, and I've seen what they eat. So this is not an opinion, this is fact based. Okay. The doctor I worked for was actually really great. He was a vegan. So with him being an exception, all the other doctors, and we were working with Methodist, UT, Baylor, all the networking doctors at the same time. So if the doctor is like this, the patient doesn't have an awareness, we are already doomed. Okay. The doctor have to have awareness and say, look, you are a cancer patient. Even before you try the chemo and this drug that you think is miracle. No, first go home, tell me what is in your kitchen, clear out everything, come back to me tomorrow, when you have bought all the plant-based foods from the produce aisle, the colors of rainbow, and then you come to me and then we start the treatment. At least start there. But until the system changes, we are all doomed. So let those people who are open-minded come to you, and those who are not, wait for them. That's it.
No, and I think that's a great place to start, right? Which is start where there's fertile ground that is ready to receive the seed of the education. Other challenges for different stakeholders from the
Well,
panel?
I think that it's really hard to get kids to change their diet and to start thinking about plant-based diets. I in gardens, I started off when we first started gardening, we did body systems gardens, tying it back into health. And so they'd learn about a body system and they'd have to grow food that would support that body system and learn the connections between food and health. And then they designed websites for it. And my students design a lot of really great tools, advertisements. Right now, they're designing advertisements for plants. And if they get somebody to post their advertisement about plants online, I'll give them more community service. So if anybody wants to connect with my students and some more information, well, we're happy to share. But for me specifically, I do the Veggie Burger Challenge, and this is an idea I came up with a few years ago. Where how do I get my kids to eat a plant-based burger? Well, we start off, we learn about how eating red meat, 70% or more of our red meat is coming from or being grazed on lands that has caused clear cutting of the rainforest. Almost all of our meats that we're getting at the grocery store, unless it's a local origin or even grass-fed meat in some points, they're finished off in the United States, but they have been raised in another country that has affected their local ecosystem to get to our plate. And there's a huge disconnect between where our food comes from, and most of it is because it's sort of we don't really understand all the processes, and it's not labeled very well. And so in the veggie burger challenge, my students learn about that. They understand. They do a little research on how food connects to health, and then they get to design their own veggie burger. We do some research on veggie burgers. We don't use any nuts. We use seeds. We use all kinds of vegetables. Um, and grains, and they build it out, and then we do like a whole kind of like an auction, like who's got the most nutrients in their burger. We use Chronometer, which is a free nutrition app. We plug it all in, and it gives us plug in our recipes. It gives us all of our vitamins and minerals. And then in a 100-gram burger, let's see who's got the most vitamin B, or who's got B1, who's got B2, who's got vitamin K. And then if their name gets on the board because they have the most vitamins in their burger, they get to then call out their recipe, and then we get to talk about what are the rock stars in their recipe that are giving them that kind of nutrient density. Then the next day we make them, and they make their burger themselves. I have about 50 ingredients that I prep. It's about a $200-300 lab that I put together for my students, and then we grill them and eat them together as a class. And that this year probably 90% of the students ate their burger and enjoyed it. One kid was like, Miss Ike, you are just pulling our leg. There's got to be meat in here. They can't believe that a veggie burger tastes this good. And when you get an opportunity to experience and handle something that you really didn't think was tangible that you would ever eat, it sort of helps facilitate that. But changing habits in people is really hard, and unless it's fun and exciting, it's really tricky to facilitate and be a good experience.
That's great. I would love to join that class. I mean, it sounds exciting, and you go from the reward of putting the right components together to the hands-on of actually doing it. I think that's tremendously impactful. Other challenges in dealing with different stakeholders from the panel.
I'm not sure about the stakeholders. I have not been there that much out there, but I can talk about whatever I am suffering right now, according to how to spread more veganism and how many people will take it seriously and how many people will turn into veganism. So I have done my part, that sharing my story, making videos, making website and app and blah blah blah, did everything, and talking about it and putting posts and spreading awareness every single day. So the question is, what is the outcome and what is the results? How many people are listening or doing anything about it? So I came to realize that without having any problems or suffering a problem, people will not listen. So I cannot ask God to give them a problem. but that is the bottom line that I have seen so far, or whoever is uh, surrounded by their parents' serious diseases or the chronic diseases, because they talk about their that kind of lifestyle every single day, so they are surrounded by it, so they take it seriously. So other than that, how can we force people to go vegan, or we cannot tell them or give them a lollipop, hey, you take this and we will give you free food, or here's the free lunch, show up at the next meeting, things like that. So you cannot do any of that. So I was like, where can I find an answer for that? So I went to the World Vegan Vision and became a committee member there, and I was listening to what is their outcome and what they are finding, and all these talks and seminars and blah 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 and parties and festivals and um, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all of that. But how many people are following, or how many people are turning into vegan? So I didn't quite find that answer there. So I started to think about it, and I came to realize that only by spreading or talking about veganism will not cut it, and people will not listen, or they will not turn, or they will not be healed completely. So the answer is self engineering, which means learning about yourself by self loving, giving respect, and yoga, meditation, mindfulness, all of that plays a role in spirituality. Without it, I don't think you will learn to love yourself and spread the love or healing others. So, along with veganism, we all need to have self discipline among doing exercise every day and listening to your body more. So I just gave them more work. So they were like, they're not following veganism. You're talking about self-engineering, how they're gonna do it. I was like, I don't know, but let's push it. Let's see what happens. So I don't know what will happen, but we're at that point right now.
That's such a beautiful message to take care of the inward to affect outward.
How do we,
It's such so beautiful. And Barry, how about your stakeholders?
Yeah, and I want to be brief because I want to allow you all time to ask questions if you want to. So I've highlighted some of the issues with access, and it should be obvious from the transportation side some of the issues. We have people who can't afford healthy foods. We have people who can't get access because there are no supermarkets. We have people with transportation. So the barriers are designing programs that address those issues and deal with more than just supplying food. The other thing is on the behavioral side that's very important is people have learned habits that are very hard to break, and lecturing at them, telling them does not do it. You need to involve them and start where they are. I spent a year early on in my education learning at a time before it became popular, understanding the science of behavioral change. I'd recommend to you the book Nudge, which deals with how the work that has come out of Harvard related to how you produce change by helping people to do the right thing by starting where they are, not where you want them to be. And that means if you're doing what I do as a physician, you have to understand the population of the people you're dealing with. And many of the people I've made my career in, they look differently than I am. They come from different backgrounds. If I want to serve them, I have to understand them and not rather than blaming, meet them where they are to start.
Oh, what a foundational message. Thank you so much, Barry. Real quick, before we jump into conclusions from this wonderful panel, are there any questions from the audience as it pertains to food, agricultural needs, and community? Yes, sir. Do we have a microphone? All right, just go for it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, we when my students do a small business where they include food from their garden and they all have to pass the food safety test and we go through all of that. And I'm like, you wouldn't want to go into a restaurant in California, we have like A, B, C, D. You wouldn't want to go into a restaurant that has like a C rating. So if you don't get 100% or 90% or better on this test, you're not making food and we're only making it for the teachers. But a lot of times those conversations, there are a lot of nuanced conversations with kids about, well, what are you bringing for lunch today? How long has it been in your backpack? What are you putting in the microwave? And how to then take food home and take care of it well. When's the last time you cleaned out your refrigerator? That's an assignment I give my students, looking at what's in the refrigerator. And you know, my grandparents got sick in their 90s from foodborne illness, and in 5 days, my grandfather was gone. And he was 91. My grandmother was 93. After 3 months, she finally got better and lived to her 98. But it is something that's very close to my heart. And I think it's something that we don't really talk about. And there's over 48 million people that get sick a year from foodborne illness. And that with climate change and the challenges on our food system, that those challenges are going to continue to rise. And so it's really important to understand, how do we keep food safe for our families and for our friends and those that we want to share food with, especially potlucks are one place that people get sick a lot. So thanks for that question.
Great point. Any further guidelines from your organizations on food health, safety, and storage?
You know, we've really relied very much on. We have a great thing because Texas A&M has a great program on urban agriculture and lots of scientists who can help us with those questions. And so we've learned to rely on the expertise and how we translate that, and then talking to people in our communities and hearing what challenges they face to help them through those things. That takes a little bit of creativity, but it can be done.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we're just at time. So before we conclude this wonderful panel, I'd love to hear from each of you just one thing for our audience today to take home that impacts their access to food, agriculture, and their health.
From my perspective, again, from cancer and diseases, I would just say when you eat, think about the consequences of one plate. Just one plate of food makes a big difference, whether it is eating beef, pork, chicken, and the amount of water and resources wasted for that, and deforestation and soil erosion. 1 pound of beef requires 1900 gallons of water. Okay, so that steak might be juicy, but think of the consequences because you are taking part in world hunger, creating soil erosion and destroying rainforest, water contamination as well. 1 pound of pork requires 700 gallons of water. 1 pound of chicken that you eat, of course, how can we not eat chicken masala and these things? 1 pound of chicken that people eat, just 1 pound requires 500 gallons of water. Okay, so please be mindful because somewhere somebody is losing their food, their crops, they're going hungry. We all are connected globally through earth, air, water. All of us are connected. So if you really care about world hunger, you care about the climate change, the greenhouse gases, you care about the health for yourself, your family, your neighbors, your pets, your dogs. My second organization is based on dogs. Then please be mindful, each plate makes a difference, and we consumers have the power now. We are the ones driving the trend and saying no to plastic, no to meat industry. We are saying no, we cannot take this. We have changed the narrative around it, where we have so much demand for the plant-based milk that they're out of shelf. This is a great time to see in history. We have reached that stage. It's people like us driving that change, and it's people as we are doing this with our purchasing power. So please, think carefully. And as on a personal note, I would just say this: if anyone's looking for vegan recipes or need holistic healing that embodies spirituality, healing from mental, emotional, sexual trauma, please check out my website, thegardenrecipe.com, and that's where you will find me. And also, my other organization is for dogs, for cancer healing and prevention for dogs. It is thegardenpooch.com. So that's my passion. I rescue dogs, by the way. I rescue dogs.
No, that's excellent.
So
Conclusions,
for me,
Carrie?
I just think, I know I need to be brief, but get rid of the coulds, woulds, and shoulds in your life and think about what you can do, what you will do, what you are doing. Because there's a lot of guilt in climate and all the things that are happening around us all the time. And like, what is just my action today? Just think about one thing that you're willing to do. And then the last thing is many hands make light work. I'm an educator. I work in a silo. I don't have very many people from the healthcare reaching out to me. I'm connected to UCLA, but I reach out to professors and I don't always get a response back. And I manage 170 students a day and in 6 hours of time and with everything else. And so we have all kinds of things. Like if you could give us a challenge to motivate our students or a project and challenge a community near you, challenge some students near you to work on a project that you need for your patients or a calendar you want to put out. We want to do the work. We want to make the work that students are doing meaningful and we want to share that. We just need people to share it with. And if you're interested in any of our ideas, you can come and visit me at bewellgardens.org. That's my own personal website that I'm working on to share with families and communities.
Thank you so much, Carrie. And Kinjal?
Yeah, so I want to just point out you are what you eat, health desires, healthy cooking meals. In order to spread healing energy, it begins from you. You have to heal from within in order to spread uh, the healing process to your friends and family, your colleagues, and society, community, and so on and so forth. So again, it begins from you. The climate change, food system, air pollution, environment problems, uh, the animal welfare, and all of that, all of those major issues that we are suffering right now, they're all connected with each other. We are all part of the universe and we are connected to each other, even if we are not same looking or not speaking the same language or whatever you want to put it. So we are all part of the mother nature. So we do all need to participate um, from within or from outside or whatever that we can. Because if we do not do it, then the next generation will suffer. And if you can't give up on meat, then believe me, you will end up with a mental problem later on in your life. Because as I can see it so far, the next pandemic will be of mental problems. I can see it, and it's spreading like crazy, and it's everywhere, not only in this country, everywhere. So um, it's a part of the family dynamic right now going on. At least one person in every single family, I do see a mental problem. They don't want to assure it or they don't want to believe it, but when they reach to that point, they will find out more about it. So, on the mental problem, please take it seriously because that can uh, arise many more problems. So please take it seriously, be part of it, and take your responsibility to give it back to the Mother Nature and think about your next grandkids. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kinjal. And Barry?
Yes, if you really want to help people meet them where they are and help them produce the changes and the things that are important to them, the next set of priorities they pick may well be the ones you thought were important. But if you don't start where they are, you're just lecturing at them. You're fostering paternalism, colonialism, and all the awful things. If you meet people where they are, then you have the opportunity to work with them, not at them. And working with people is the way to produce lasting change.
Tremendous. Well, once again, please join me in thanking this terrific panel this morning. Thank you all for joining us.
Guys, thank you so much. That was truly enlightening. We have one more very important panel coming up, and then we're going to get into our first award session and then lunch. Want to share with you guys that this is great for the awards, for if you're going to be on a panel doing a keynote, you can share with family and colleagues back home. You're all famous. We're streaming live on YouTube. So just let them know they can go to YouTube, type in Health 2.0 Conference live stream, and they can literally follow along with us during the whole conference. So wanted to share that for you. Okay, let's get to it. Our next agenda is a vital session titled Policy and Regulatory Reforms to Improve Healthcare Accessibility and Quality Lessons from Successful Models. In this discussion, we're taking a closer look at how strategic changes in policy and regulation can significantly enhance the quality and reach of healthcare services. So important. Our panel of experts will draw from a wealth of successful global models to illustrate this transformative power of thoughtful reforms. Let's give a huge round of applause for our session's moderator, Linda McDougall, owner of McDougall Consulting for Disabilities LLC, and of course, our panelist. Please come on up.
Good morning, everybody. We have a panel of very intelligent and very wide-ranging in ages. I love it because we have a whole range here from many years. So, oh, we're squeezing in for a picture. Okay.
That was great.
Whoops. I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves and what they do, and then we'll get on to the questioning.
Okay, good morning. My name is Bob Carr, and I, along with my wife Ann, am a founder of a nonprofit named Common Courtesy. So, how did that happen, and why are we here? Flashback to 2005, way back to 2005. Ann and I were in a parking lot and noticed a large group of people coming out of a center, and the lady in front had a walker, and she put her walker in the back seat and then got in the car, put it in reverse, and backed up, and nearly missed about 10 people who were coming out behind her. And sadly enough, that was a driver recertification program that they were coming out of. So Ann and I looked at each other and said, somebody's got to do something. Somebody's got to do something. Not everybody should be driving. So fast forward, now we not only provide transportation systems for seniors, but for healthcare providers. To date, we've been responsible for a little over 700,000 trips to and from healthcare and other locations, quality of life included, social determinants of health included. One county itself has funded over 20,000 trips for medical purposes only. And we'll tell you more, but the point is we're here to connect healthcare to the recipient. You're brilliant people out here, but if you can't get people to you or home, then you can't use your skills. So we'll talk more about that.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I am Pratiksha Gupta. I am the founder and CEO of One Special Place, which is India's first pioneering teletherapy organization. We started One Special Place with a single objective in mind to break barriers of accessibility, to provide life-changing therapy options for people based in remote areas in the country. Currently, we are into the 10th year of our operations, and we have helped more than 60,000 families, and we provide speech language therapy, occupational therapy services, mental health services, special education services, and diet and nutritional health services to people who are privileged and to unprivileged people who have disabilities and challenges and special needs. Personally, I am a speech language therapist and audiologist myself, and I undergraduated from India, but I did my post-graduation from University of London, where I worked for a while before returning home. And it's always been a mission and a drive to help people. And I think accessibility should not be an afterthought. So that's what we've been trying to do with our organization. I'm looking forward to connecting with everybody here. This is my second Health 2.0 conference. I attended the one in Dubai last year.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for being here. We know that we are one of two things that are standing between you and lunch. So we really appreciate you guys listening to us. Is it off? Is it on? Is it good? Okay. Technical difficulties, we got this. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Shahita Desari. I am the founder and executive director of Project No Bounds, which is a nonprofit organization championing hygiene and sanitation equity in underserved communities. We are a youth-led organization and have been able to mobilize hundreds of youth across the country to collect, package, and distribute hygiene kits to thousands in underserved communities. I am also currently an undergraduate student. I'm a second year undergrad studying brain and cognitive sciences, biology, and anthropology at MIT on a pre med track. And I'm also very involved in the health equity and advocacy space. So I'm looking forward to speaking a little bit about that and the effect of younger generations on these um, really critical aspects of advocacy today.
Excelente. Saludos familia, mi nombre es Jesús Suárez, CEO and President of Renaissance Medical Group. Renaissance Medical Group is a holistic company where we combine many services together, such as primary care, mental health, pharmacy, physical therapy, transportation, food. And we believe that combining all these services together, we can create enough data to make a difference in patients' lives. So I'm very happy to be here today talking to amazing people that can change everything that's happening right now.
Good morning, or maybe almost afternoon. My name is Karen Niven. I am the president of the Association for Healthcare Value Analysis. I am a nurse by training. I am a nurse through and through. And so it's really my privilege to be here with these fine panelists to really talk about that connectiveness. I've heard all of them. One of the themes is really around connectiveness. And you might be wondering, well, what does value analysis do in the healthcare? And it is a connector so that we can work together from the inside to fix and make healthcare more sustainable and more affordable. So it's my privilege to talk to you today.
Thank you. What an exciting group of people to be here for this panel. So, my name is Dr. Julie Wilson. I'm a family physician in British Columbia, Canada, and I am the founder of Terra Nova Medical Clinics. We, at the end of this year, will have 6 medical clinics with over 42 primary care providers. We currently serve over 50,000 patients, and I've been working together with the government, the health authorities, and the primary care networks to improve primary care in our region. I'm a strong advocate of primary care, and I combine it with entrepreneurship to actually build ethical workplaces that prevent burnout, improve patient care, and really recruit more primary care providers to Canada. So currently, we've won many awards like Outstanding Workplace of the Year for the city. We're Great Place to Work certified. We have a lot of benefits, extended medical, 100% top up maternity, paternity for a year, and amongst other things, just to really fix a lot of those problems in healthcare that has caused the burnout, that has caused a lot of the healthcare problems in modern day medicine.
And hello, I'm Linda McDougall, and I'm a senior health advocate, a specialized senior massage therapist, and an author and a speaker. And we could go on because I've lived 75 years, so there's a lot there. But I will start my questioning with Bob here. What, in your opinion, should we better recognize on the largest barriers to access to healthcare for all?
Great question. Great question, Linda. Another 75-year-old here. I think that recognition of the barriers comes in particular in our world in transportation to and from receiving care. Once again, if people in need, it doesn't matter what the need is, health equity, food, deserts, whatever, if they can't get to and from for whatever reason, then they can't receive care. And we need to really convey that message as a team, as a group, that the transportation issue has been looked under. Uh, we just assume that people who need health care can get to the location. And that's a bad assumption because a lot of people are at home. A lot of people are desperate. A lot of people are in isolation. A lot of people need to get transportation efficiently and affordably. And so we all need to collectively be aware of that integral part in between. If I've got a minute, I want to read you something that has stood out to me for a long time. It's a quote. It's a quote by Mother Teresa. I had the most extraordinary experience once in Bombay. There was a large conference about hunger. I was supposed to go to that meeting and I lost my way. Suddenly I came to that place, and right in front of the door to where hundreds of people were talking about food and hunger, I found a dying man. I took him out, I took him home. He died there. He died of hunger. And the people inside were talking about how in 15 years we will have so much food, so much this, so much that, and that man died. What we're saying today is for us to emulate that, to not just throw thoughts at it, but to throw action and dollars at it.
Go ahead. Practi- Practitia. I'm sorry. This is why they introduced themselves. What are the key reforms in India aimed at improving healthcare accessibility and quality?
Right. Since we are a global audience here, I think I take the privilege to talk about my country in terms of healthcare made more accessible and better in quality. So we all know India is the most populous nation in the world, topping the charts with 1.7 billion people. And I think that's one major reason why it is more important today to make healthcare accessible to all those people. So the Indian government has been doing a lot in terms of various reforms and policies. And I think there are four key areas where we are seeing a lot of changes back home. The first one is health infrastructure. So a lot of emphasis is being given to creating more health facilities and wellness centers. And we have the scheme called as the Ayushman Bharat, as per which more and more health and wellness centers are coming up across the states, which provide free diagnostics, free medicines, all types of disease management, and even maternity and childcare services. The next key area is the health education. So we all know that the quality of healthcare depends intrinsically on the quality of health education and the quality of doctors being trained. So that's another big impetus area which is being worked upon. And there are new medical colleges with more seats and better technology being used to basically for capability building. The third key area is obviously the insurance policies or the coverage, which is, I think, a very big worry. Sadly, I quote a study in India, we have only 37% of citizens who have any type of health insurance. And so the government has a huge uphill task to manage this. Under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, we have a great policy that's come up, which covers the bottom 40% of the population with free health coverage. And I think that's amazing, considering the number of people we've got. And lastly, a key sector is something which has seen a huge surge in the recent times is digital health. And as we all know that India is the IT hub, and riding the same wave, the digital wave, we have the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, which aims to bridge the gap between urban and rural cities using telemedicine and telehealth and DigiDoctor, and there are various apps, as well as creation of unique health IDs. And it's all a digital health ecosystem which we are building. And I'd like to share that we have a free government app called the e-hospital, which recently recorded more than 30 million free consultations. So there's a lot happening in the digital ecosystem as well. And there are challenges, of course. But I think the government is more pushed to making healthcare more accessible and better quality.
And I'd like to say that, Bob, you bring up a good point because I fell in 2020 and damaged this eye permanently. And so I don't know how much longer I'll be allowed to drive. They're giving me a 2-year.
We're there for you.
We're there. We're there for you too, because that's a great service and it's badly needed. I live with a lot of seniors and it's massive. Okay, let's move on to Shritha, right?
Shrihita.
Okay. What role can younger generations play in advocacy and policy making to drive health equity?
Yeah, I think I'm having a really great time at this conference, but one thing I keep experiencing is when people ask me how old I am and I tell them that I'm 19 years old, they're like, why are you here? Like, oh my God, why are you 19? What? So, and also we had a really amazing panelist yesterday, um, an adolescent medicine physician who said that his target patient population is 15 to 24 years old, and he doesn't think that anyone here is within that age range. Well, maybe I'll reach out to him to get some services. But I think that's a really salient point in that younger generations really deserve not only a seat at the table to listen in on different health advocacy and policy decisions, but have an active role in driving those. There's a really key metric that over half or about half of the world's population is under the age of 30, but 2.5% of global parliamentarians share this demographic. And so if you aren't including the people that your policies are directly affecting, how will you know how impactful they are in their application? Um, so I think in terms of youth mobilization for different advocacy efforts, the power of grassroots organizations and community organizing should not be um, counted off. With the advent of the pandemic and with in-person restrictions, I think one thing that we saw was this pretty explosive boom in grassroots organizations and virtual nonprofits rolling out with topics that youth populations were really interested in and were really passionate about: AI ethics, health advocacy, climate change, so many different aspects and advents of health and different aspects of society that people really wanted to drive change on. And weren't given the opportunities and didn't see those opportunities in the current societies that they were living in. So they decided to just create them themselves. One thing that you'll see with a lot of youth populations is we have this really key power in our back pocket called creativity. If there is a limitation or something, a restriction with a certain program or with a certain policy, we'll find a way to circumvent it. We'll find a way to go around it. So I think that really leveraging that power and including youth in very key decision making environments is very important. I think Bob's quote was really salient in that there was this conference happening about hunger and about how they were going to solve hunger, but the people that were being directly impacted by that were suffering outside of it. And I think you see something like that with younger populations as well. You can have all of these different forums and different places to talk about all of these really key issues, but you're not including people that those issues are affecting. No offense to this conference, this is something that happens everywhere. I know that there's a panel tomorrow on mental health in underserved youth populations, but how many people on that panel are under the age of 25? How many people are directly in those populations that are being impacted, and those policies that they're talking about will directly impact their way of life? So keeping these in mind is very key to being able to drive successful change, because key health or successful health solutions have to be as dynamic as the populations that they impact, and as have to include the populations that they impact. And there are a lot of programs in both the U.S. and the world. There are like various youth delegate programs, but usually they will just have a designated seat at the table. This is our youth delegate, this is our youth observer, and they will listen in on these policies, and they will have a great experience being such a young person at this really wide ranging platform. But they aren't given a voice, and they aren't given the opportunity to provide some of their own say on those topics. So really keeping that in mind, and the fact that we are called the future generation, but we exist right now. So having us in mind as not just the promises of tomorrow, but as the actors of today, is something that's not only going to impact youth populations, but will have this really big spillover effect into other facets of society as well.
And I'd like to say that's very true for my demographics as well, the elderly and the disabled. So thank you. They need a seat at the table. That's one reason Bob and I are here. Go ahead. Jesus, according to your experience in the field, what has been the key to maintaining patient stability, and what strategies have you used to provide this level of care to your patients?
That's an amazing question. I believe that we saw what happened when COVID came to us. I think everybody that is in the field understood that we have a problem, and we had a problem. To be able to build a holistic organization that can combine services and data is been the key, because allow us to see the patient in every angle, so we can bring a solution in their life. When COVID happened, we were one of the only companies in the state of Massachusetts that we didn't lose one life, and we never closed our doors. Why? Because of the data that we had in patients, because we can combine our physician, our primary care doctor, and we can combine the information of our psychiatrist in their mental health. And now we can see how the nurse is seeing the patient on a daily basis at home. And now we can really create a program that fix every aspect of the patient. We believe that culture is key. Understanding the community that you're working on is key. And I think uniting all those tools together is has been the solution, and we have seen it. Something else that is been key is love. We have forgot that we are in the medical aspect because we love what we do, because we love our patients, because we want to make sure that we can see every angle. When we see love, we see solutions. And I think that's what Renaissance Medical Group has been all about. It's about combining data, loving what we do, and making a difference in a person's life.
Thank you for what you do. Karen, how have organizations such as the Association of Healthcare Value Analysis Professionals, or AHVAP, influenced the evolution of value beyond simply the product? What is the new core definition in value in healthcare that we should be striving to achieve?
That is a great question. And as I've listened to my colleagues up here talk about their experiences, one of the things that they could have been talking about value analysis, from the courage that it takes to the seat at the table to loving what you do, because value analysis is really about, as the previous panelist said, meeting our organizations and our providers where they are. So it allows us to work and have a seat at the table so that we can provide um, economical care. It's really about, and when you talk about value, what does value mean to us? When we go to the hospital, we expect to get, we don't expect to get good care, we expect to get excellent care. And so it's our job every day. And I'm so thankful I'm sitting beside Jesus here, because there's nobody that loves what they do. I love what I do. I love what I do every day. And I love the opportunity to get to work with other providers and organizations. My day job, I work as Linda said, I'm the president of AVAP, but my day job, I work for Premier Healthcare Alliance, which works with hospitals across the country. And I think one of the things that we do with our member organizations is we help them look externally and internally. Because being a nurse, I've been um, the president of the ANA, which is the American Nurses Association, many years ago, opened the ANA conference with this quote. She said, "I've looked in the mirror and the enemy is me." And that is so reflective, I think, of how we have to approach what we do. We all have a part in it, especially as we've gone through these 4 years of product disruptions and back orders and the things that, not just the care that our organization providers need to provide, but where's the product going to come from? I came out of the OR in the perioperative world, and a surgeon holds out his hands, and you put what he wants in it. And can you imagine being in that OR, being in those places where that surgeon puts out his hand and you might not have what he needs to go in it. So it's really an opportunity for us to look at, how do we make our organization sustainable? Because the tool belt, I talk about our value analysis tool belt. Our value analysis tools today are not the ones that we had 4 years ago, and they won't be the ones that we have in 3 years. Because as my colleagues have shared, everything's changing. And we have to be nimble enough as an industry to change with it. And I'll be the first to say, why nurses are have a very special place in my heart. We're sometimes pretty I really like Diet Coke. I'm not liking this Pepsi stuff this year. So I have a preference. But is Diet Pepsi going to hurt me? No. Am I drinking it? Yes. So, but I think that we have an opportunity to look in the mirror and really realize, what part do I play in it? And how can we make our organizations stronger? And how can we personally have more courage to make the bold moves that I think we need to make going forward?
Thank you, Karen. Julie, could you share insights on innovative healthcare delivery models in your practice that improve care for vulnerable populations, and how these models work and the impact made in your community?
Thank you for moderating, Linda. And it's very nice to go so far back in the panel and see so many of the issues that, we've been working on actually reflected in all of your companies and solutions. I feel that we're all working towards the same goal. Um, One of the things that I wanted to bring up was primary care transformation in my province of Canada, and the exciting changes that have happened since 2018 and the creation of our primary care networks. So, this is a huge policy and regulatory change that has significantly improved healthcare and provided a lot of success. So, the problem is primary care is quite fragmented. A lot of people are unable to access it. As Jesus noted, allied healthcare providers are not necessarily connected. There, as you noted, as our youngest panelist, that young people are not at the table. The populations that we are serving are not getting the voices that they should. So these primary care networks were built with a geographical area and servicing about 50 to 100,000 people. And what they would do is combine resources and make culturally appropriate, population appropriate decisions to use funding to improve primary care. So, as an example, 17% of people didn't have a family doctor. Of those who did, 44% couldn't access them in a timely way. Many people could not get after hours care and would go to the emergency. Emergency room visits were going up. Inpatient hospitalizations were going up. Complex care for complex patients was not being done correctly, and that would increase again emergency visits, costs, inpatient visits. So, what these primary care groups did was create urgent and primary care centers so you could have access to a primary care provider 24 hours a day, recruited 600 extra primary care professionals to work into the province. We use those networks to add allied healthcare providers free of cost to our patients. So, in my own clinic, we have an occupational therapist, a dietitian, a mental health counselor, a frail seniors team, a chronic disease nurse, and so much more. And that helps with our vulnerable populations who may find it difficult to access it, finding them online, paying for them, and all of that. They can just come to their family doctor's office and get all of that. So, what we've seen with the addition of these primary care networks is a huge improvement in access to primary care, reduced hospitalizations, reduced emergency visits, reduced specialist referrals, to the point that even two primary care clinics in Alberta, yes, they were large, right? And over 10 years, they saved the government $120 million. Um, Taking care of 40 people in this way is 22% cheaper than one patient in hospital for one day. So all of these things improve provider experience, patient experience, population health, and reduce costs. So that's been something that changed in my career. I see a huge improvement. It's only been a short period of time. It doesn't even cover the whole province yet. Soon it'll be 70% of the province. We're going to start to see this exploding over the world. We have it in the UK now. We have it in other provinces. Other countries are starting to start these networks. And I think it's going to solve a lot of the problems we see in our day-to-day foundational medical care.
Thank you very much, Julie. Now I get to ask myself a question. How can we shift the focus from fear of repercussions to promoting a culture of safety, and should responsibility between licensing agencies and senior home administrators for clients' well-being? This is something that is very dear to my heart because as a special needs person, I have worked with several special needs places. I ran homes for United Cerebral Palsy years ago, and those adults got everything they asked for, basically, that was necessary for them to communicate, sit up straight, have their wheelchairs, everything. And my seniors don't get that. And this is why I am here today. Somewhere along the line, years ago, Title 22 came in and the Nursing Home Reform Act came in. Both of those had a section that talked about restraints. And for some reason, seniors, everything that could support them in their wheelchairs or just in mobility period can be seen as a restraint, and often is. And so the licensing comes in. I can give you several examples. I had a dying dementia client that was getting massages. And I came in one day and her bed was practically on the floor. There was no railing and there was just a mat there for her to fall out on. And I asked the staff, what's going on? Well, licensing had come in and said that railing was a restraint. I'm sorry, it's a safety device. And this goes on in almost everything wheelchair related in the senior homes. You can't get a seatbelt. That's a restraint. They don't see the patient slide out like I do and onto the floor. And this is especially impactful with osteoporosis clients. All it takes for them is one fall on the floor and their hips are shattered or more. So I'm sorry, there's a line that shouldn't be crossed about what is a restraint and what is a safety device for that particular client. And this is one of my other problems is they're putting a one size fits all around the topic instead of what's good for this client, a client centered focus. And one of the ways I see this being addressed, the licensing doesn't understand the home or the clients, particularly in many cases. So maybe they need to be trained together. If they're trained together, they learn to work together. And if they learn to work together and understand each other's issues, because I've been told by licensing, well, if you want these changes, then you're going to have to change the law. Well, no, it's not the law that's the problem. The law has to be updated, granted. They're both old laws, and we're changing rapidly, and we need to change some things in it. But the law itself gave permission for restraints versus the other, and they're not using them. And I think the homes aren't using them for fear of being shut down or fined or whatever. Because I've talked to a few of the administrators, plus I was one once, and I must admit they can be scary. The first one that came in when I was a brand new administrator for UCP chopped and chopped and chopped. Now, granted, we were in dire straits when they hired me, but still, it was just nerve wracking for her to come in. Well, it was nerve wracking for her too. She had a nervous breakdown 2 months later. After that, I got the solution. I got licensing people who were educators, who were supportive. And through my 11 years of running that program, I went from bottom of the heap to one of the top of the heap because I had the support of licensing. So licensing needs to get its little act together, I think. And with that, I will see if there are any questions out there so you guys can go to lunch. I can't see, so no questions? Okay. I don't see them, but if somebody can see them. It's not only a disincentive, it is mind boggling to try to match that all together. And that's one of the problems too. You've hit it on the head. I went to my local legislators and none of them were that interested. They just said, that's not our problem. I mean, they were perfectly on board, but they said that's not our problem and that's not something we can't work on. So that's as far as I have been able to go at this point. Bob, any?
Um, couple of examples of that and talk about transportation. In during the COVID uh, pandemic, the city of Atlanta hosted COVID shots, vaccines, but couldn't get anybody there. So what did they do? They reached out to us and said, "Can you go into the neighborhoods? Can you gather people and bring them to the stadium for vaccines?" So a lot of good there. But the light is beginning to turn on. They're beginning to connect the dots, as you said, that to get assistance, to get healthcare, you need to be able to get there.
Anybody else here?
I want to add something. We live in time of changes. We need to be aggressive. This is our time for us to be able to talk and speak and be able to make a difference. Talking to your Secretary of Health of your state is important. You need to have that communication. Be able to create teams around you that they need to listen. They need to listen and we need to make changes. So the whole reason of being here all together is so we can put our mind together and we can make a difference. So I advise you, don't look at the wall. Look how you're gonna break it and how you're gonna get to the other side. It's time to us to get more involved in the political aspect. There's a lot of legislations, there are a lot of regulations that now is the time to break because we live in an emergency time. So let's make it happen.
And I mean, advocacy has no age restriction, so anybody can do it.
I wanted I wanted to add, to the question about advocacy for legislation to improve, these healthcare.
Can we take that privately because we're being told our time is up and you guys are wanting to go to lunch? So can we talk about that privately?
Oh, okay. Um, what I find as a doctor is that we're experiencing a lot of changes from the self-regulatory bodies, such as the Nursing Association, the Physicians Association, and recently, for example, our nurse had said we refuse to take care of more patients than this per this level of acute care. So rather than the legislation doing it, they decided to do it themselves. And by doing that, they improve the quality of care through basically union action. And that's how I'm seeing it in my own environment. And then that allows us to advocate as a doctor. I can advocate to my own regulatory body. As a nurse, they can to theirs as well. And that's where I'm seeing most of the change.
Okay, we're going to say thank you very much for staying as long as you have and listening as nicely as you have. We're all appreciative.
And another round of applause. Thank you so much, guys, for your perspectives on that. It is time now to express our profound appreciation to our sponsors, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in our journey to challenge conventions and drive significant advancements. Their commitment has been the cornerstone of our efforts, and for that, we are deeply grateful. To help me present this certificate and our future awards coming up, I would like to invite to the stage my Vanna White, Steve Simmons. Steve Simmons, are you here? Please come on up. Steve is the co-founder and chief operating officer at Nyland, Neal Enterprise Solutions, a former 9/11 first responder and co-founder of Populate Wall Street. Stephen has taken the same strong belief in redemption stories and leveling the playing field to the realm of college athletics. And Neal names, image, and likeness with the goal of being a staunch advocate for college athletes. Do we have Steve here? He's on his way. Well, in the interim, while we wait for Steve, would anybody like to volunteer and be my Vanna White? Yes, thank you. A round of applause. I appreciate you. Please say your name.
I'm Liv Mitchell or Livia Mitchell, DTM.
All right. Thank you, darling, for volunteering. We appreciate that. Helping us keep on schedule, get all the awards to you. Now, first, before we do move on to the awards, we would like to call our bronze sponsor, Dr. Marian J. Zanuck, CEO and founder of Zaniz Health and Fitness, to the stage. Thank you so much for your valuable contributions. Dr. Zanuck, please come on up. You're surprised. We like to surprise you. We've got something special for you.
What's happening?
There it is. And you know what? You have picture right over here. Yep, we're gonna go right over there. Perfect.
This is how we do it.
Photographer is, looks like we've got a lot of photographers. Great. You know what? We are going to continue on because we actually have more awards for you too. You'll be back on stage and we'll get you more pictures, I promise. Thank you so much, Dr. Zanuck, one of our bronze sponsors. We appreciate you. And now, guys, it is time for that magical time to join and recognize each and every one of you, celebrate the outstanding accomplishments of you trendsetters, change makers, and the disruptors of the healthcare industry. I like that, the disruptors, in the best way possible, right? So, award recipients, you have 1 minute to speak when you come up here if you'd like. After we take your picture, you have 1 minute to speak. You don't have to. And when I call your name, please make your way up to the stage while I sing your praises, aka read your fascinating bios. You ready? All right. My helper there. Cue the awards music. Do, 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 do. There it is. Great job, Julian. Our first award, Conference Visionaries Award, goes to Charles Hale. Charles is the president of Hale Consulting Solutions, LLC, a firm renowned for its innovative approach to healthcare consulting. He is a dedicated project manager and AI professional with deep roots in cybersecurity. Charles has earned prestigious certifications including CISM, PMP, DASSM, and Security Plus.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Health 2.0, for this honor. It's been a transformational year between AI, the updates to HIPAA and the security regulations, the cybersecurity, which is one of our specialties, has just been insane this year. We'll talk more about that later this afternoon. But thank you very much to, like I said, Health 2.0 and to my dedicated team that makes this all possible. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Adrian Mims. Our next award for Conference Visionaries goes to Alice Veglio. Alice. Alice is the CEO and founder of Bright and Fit. It is considered one of the most prominent international personal trainers and women empowerment activists in Italy and internationally. Alice today is a demanded motivational speaker in women empowerment events and a successful entrepreneur and fitness coach, well known for innovating the fitness field.
Thank you so much. Being here and receiving this award is a very emotional and a moving moment for me. Bright and Fit is a company founded in 2010 with the unique goal to help as many women as possible to redefine their own physical and mental limits. So being here, knowing that we transform more than 45,000 women is priceless. So I would like to dedicate these awards to all of them. And of course, I would love to dedicate this award to my team that is working hard every day to achieve my dreams. So thank you so much.
Our next award for Conference Visionaries goes to Andre Naimi Rad. Andre serves as Vice President of Corporate Strategy at Intelligent Medical Objects, IMO, where he leads a team overseeing strategic partnerships and growth initiatives. Andre has over 20 years of experience in health IT, working globally with large IDNs, laboratory information systems, ministries of health, governments, and state-run entities, as well as Fortune 50 companies.
Great, thank you all. And as part of visionaries here, everyone here really is a visionary, especially if you keep the patient at the center of care. And as we try to help organizations scale well, just making sure that everyone is safe, happy, and equitable. Thank you all.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Andy Quinn. Going once, going twice. Our next award goes to, for outstanding leadership, Anna Penido. Here she comes. Anna is the founder and executive director of Whole. Oh, you are here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. Come on up, Anna. We're going to get right to you. I appreciate the hustle. Andy is a CEO of Between MD Inc., where he leads a team that develops and deploys data-driven solutions. With over 25 years of experience delivering solutions that reduce the complexity of technology, Andy is passionate about improving people's lives through technology.
Thank you for Everybody Health 2.0. It's great to be here today. We're excited of the work we're doing at Between MD. We're focused on our time between doctor visits, and we're focused on our sleep, which is where we should be spending most of our good quality time. So we're working with people with trauma to help them understand and improve their health. Thank you.
And now our next award goes to Anna Penido. She's the founder and executive director of Whole Mind Symphony, where she provides an innovative home model for those with schizophrenia, focusing on nutrition music. She has a food and mood certificate from Deacon's University and was a speaker at NAMI's California annual conference.
I'm so short. Okay. I'm a shorty. um, I want first to congratulate all the awardees, and also I want to thank 2.0 Conference for discovering my work, which is not always that moms can do so many things, especially when you have a loved one with serious mental illness. So I am dedicating this award, as you know, to all the mothers and families who have a loved one with serious mental illness for their years advocating for the health and the survival of their kids facing this broken system that we know exists. And I want to leave here with lots of hope, because there is cutting edge studies now showing that food and diets can shift mental illness really fast. And so I invite you all to help me in this opening of the pilot home. We have a model created by parents and mothers that we know what's going to help them, because 50% of the homeless population out there is homeless because they have not been offered the right supportive housing solution. Okay, and we have a model that will work. I know, because I have one son recovered. I have two sons with schizophrenia. One is recovered, the other one needs a home. And many mothers called me weekly asking, when are you opening the doors of this pilot home? We need to open the first pilot home and then have partners to help us multiply this model so we can shift mental health recovery in America once and for all. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Ayan Vala. And moving right along, our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Brad Bishi. Brad. Dr. Brad is CEO of Navitic Inc., is a distinguished leader in the health tech industry, renowned for his contribution to surgical innovation. With over 3 decades of experience, his collaborations with medical devices have led to groundbreaking treatments, and his international work with surgeons has led to advancements in training and medical product development.
Thanks, everyone, and thank you for this morning's speakers. I learned 2 things. I can't eat meat. Really disappointed about that one. And also that medicine's broken all over the world, not just here in the US. So happy to talk on that more. Thanks.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Chris Vittorio. Chris is a New York State licensed massage therapist and co-founder of a wellness company established in 2011. Is a staunch advocate for personalized healthcare. Rejecting one-size-fits-all approaches, his mission integrates structural alignment, personalized nutrition, and technology to optimize well-being. Okay.
Thank you for this award. I just want to say I'm looking forward to be a major disruptor in the healthcare industry and look forward to individualizing and taking care of people's health, #1 on my board. Thank you.
I think we need to get you all bumper stickers that say healthcare disruptors for your car. I'm going to put that request in for you. Don't worry. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Danny Kimlinger. Dr. Danny is the CEO of Minds and Associates Inc., is recognized for her expertise in human resources, organizational psychology, and leadership. Her commitment extends beyond professional boundaries. She actively volunteers and serves on various nonprofit and professional boards. Her dedication and diverse interests illustrate her dynamic approach to leadership and community involvement.
Well, this is a true honor. Thank you so much. As stated, I'm the CEO of Minds and Associates. We are a 43-year-old international business psychology firm headquartered in Denver, Colorado area. Our founder, Dr. Robert Minds, who's also my mentor, is here as well. And we provide employee assistance programs, manage behavioral health care, have a behavioral health PPO network of over 20,000 providers, and provide a lot of other services such as critical incident support debriefings, fit for duties, all over the world. So if you have any interest in learning more, we'd love to talk to you more about that. And this award, just as many others have said, is really and truly for my team. We wouldn't be here, Minds wouldn't be here without the wonderful people that work with us each and every day. So thank you so much and have a great conference.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Danielle Kuamura. Danielle is the CEO of DC Medical Solutions, and she works with her team around the clock, no matter what medical assistance a patient requires. Danielle makes sure to help coordinate anything case managers need, and her team has been in the MVA world for over 20 years. He understands the importance of getting clients scheduled at the earliest possible and helps medical triage to help prevent any gap in treatment. There she is.
That was a long walk. Thank you guys so much. I'm Danielle with DC Medical Solutions, where we specialize in concierge healthcare for both non-insured patients and insured patients.
hold it. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Hudson Garrett Jr. Dr. Hudson is the president and CEO for Community Health Associates and an adjunct assistant professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases at the University of Louisville School of Medicine. He's also a fellow of the American Academy of Project Management and a senior fellow and ambassador of the Management and Strategy Institute. Would you like to say a few words? Nope. Okay, well, round of applause for him. And thank you so much, guys, for all of your continued applause. I know that everybody up here truly appreciates it. And when it's your turn, we're all going to give the love back to you as well. So thanks for keeping up those applause. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to, for outstanding organization, I should say, Association of Healthcare Value Analysis Professionals. The person receiving this award is Karen Niven. The Association of Healthcare Value Analysis Professionals is an organization created from a nucleus of nurses and clinical professionals whose expertise bridges the gap between clinical practice and the supply chain processes. Using evidence-based data, professional experience, and an understanding of the cost-quality continuum, value analysis professionals guide clinical and other providers in the product, services, and technology review and selection process and assist with the resolution of quality concerns. That's a long sentence, but a good one. Would you like to speak? Come on up.
On behalf of AVAP, I'd really like to thank you. And I think our panel just a moment ago teed us up for what is value analysis and how can it help us. And like John F. Kennedy said, I didn't tell you it was going to be easy. I told you it was going to be worth it. So value analysis in our industry is worth it. So thank you for this recognition.
Hey, and we've seen her before. The next award is for Outstanding Organization, Zaniz Health and Fitness, receiving the award, Dr. Marion J. Zanuck. Come on up. Led by Dr. Marian Zanuck, PhD, Zaniz Health and Fitness specializes in targeted soft tissue conditioning using proprietary flexibility and strength workout equipment, empowering individuals to prevent or recover from injuries. With a mission centered on effective solutions, Zaniz addresses the needs of the 1.7 billion people across 160 countries suffering from musculoskeletal issues. Ooh, that got loud.
Hey, cheers to my teammates who have come all the way to be with me today. Dasha and Boyd, thank you. And we will continue to push the envelope, the boundaries of orthopedic health, and we invite you to come visit our spot over there for ankle stone and give it a try. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Eugenia O'Kelly. Dr. Eugenia is a researcher at Oxford University, a distinguished figure at the intersection of technology, healthcare, and risk management. Dr. O'Kelly combines research with advising and consulting on medical technology projects. Her pioneering research has achieved international acclaim and influenced policy decisions globally.
I just want to say thank you to all of the fellow members of my research team, and also let anyone know that if they're interested in being involved in the cutting edge of medical engineering research, we always welcome participants, and we also have programs for high school and college students who want to get an edge on their resume in participating in university level research. So thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Heather Hirsch. Dr. Heather is the CEO and founder of Health by Heather Hirsch, PLLC. Dr. Hirsch released her first book, Unlock Your Menopause Type, in June 2023. She also advocates fiercely on social media for midlife women's health, providing resources and courses to her hundreds of thousands of social media followers.
Thank you so much to Health 2.0 for having me here and recognizing all the work that my team is doing in midlife women's healthcare. Across the United States, there's about 60 million women between the ages of 35 and 64, and about 1.2 billion women worldwide who will be going into menopause within the next 3 years. So, my passion is really midlife and women's healthcare. So, I would like to dedicate this award to the billions of women who are advocating for better healthcare in midlife, my team, and also my daughter, who is 7, so that hopefully her generation will have better knowledge about their bodies through midlife.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to James Marlin. James is the founder and CEO of IVRS Wellness Center. Over the last 8 years, he has dedicated his career to transforming his own health and the health of others through innovative health solutions. He sees beyond the ordinary, weaving dreams into reality to find innovative ideas, sound business sense, a heart of altruism, and an unmatched work ethic.
I'd like to start out by thanking Michael Jordan for really pushing me to get into the gym, shoot hours of free throws. Uh, Wait, that's my Hall of Fame speech. Hold on. No, I just want to, this is a great honor. Couldn't do it without my team. Just excited to be here at this conference and excited about the future of medicine. Thank you, guys.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Janie Sasso. Janie MBA is the CEO of Senior Runs and has been driving change and innovation in senior care for over 20 years. She's raising the bar for identifying and helping aging adults overcome social determinants of health to improve health outcomes. She desires to bring change to outdated models and paradigms with the healthcare system.
Good afternoon. Honored to be here and just so excited to be connected with people that have the same mission and passion as I do to change the world through healthcare. I believe we all can do it. And I'm excited to have a wonderful team at Senior Runs behind me. And I look forward to meeting and speaking with most of you as much as I can this weekend. Thank you. Bye bye.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Jeff Little. Jeff is a partner of Accelerant Consulting LLC with over 3 decades of the healthcare industry and hospital experience. Jeff is a recognized thought leader in various aspects of the hospital supply chain, purchase services, and hospital operations. Having worked in clinical settings within world-class hospitals and multiple integrated delivery networks, IDN, and group purchasing organizations, GPO, Jeff offers a unique perspective and is well connected throughout the industry.
Thank you very much. First, thank Health 2.0 for this honor. And my team at Accelerant, we're a little bit different, I think, than a lot of folks, but we kind of touch. I think somebody's used the word disruptors a few times. We actually help small to mid-sized companies that have products and services that are actually new disruptors into healthcare, help them navigate through the healthcare landscape, the group purchasing, how to get into the IDNs, how to get into the clinicians and get their products and services in those hands. So I look forward to the rest of the conference. I look forward to what we're going to do in healthcare in the future. Thank you.
Our next award for Conference Visionaries goes to Joanne Koo. Joanne is the Senior Vice President of Finance at Forum Extended Care Special. She held several financial positions in multinational companies that comprise corporate strategic planning, change management, and process improvement. In 2021, Joanne was named a top 100 healthcare visionary by the International Forum on Advancements in Healthcare, IFA.
A little short. Hi, thank you so much for this award. I come from the world of long-term care, senior living, senior patients. So to all the providers who take care of seniors, thank you so much. Bye.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Lawrence Margolis. Moving along, our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Mark Baer, MD. Dr. Mark is the chairman of the board at CarePoint Health and is a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a practicing emergency physician with 33 years of clinical experience. A longtime advocate for physicians and patients, Dr. Blair has been involved with organized medicine since he was a medical student.
I want to thank Health 2.0 for the honor today. I will say, it's been interesting listening to all the different presenters and the different panels. And I will say, just with the last one, talking about advocacy, one of the most important things that I've found and my company has found is that we have to show up. And when it comes to advocacy and trying to elicit change, it's not only local at your boots on the ground level, but you need to work with your legislators, you need to work with your congressmen, because they have an effect on us. And we have to make sure that medicine goes in the right direction. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding organization is Cognitome LLC, and receiving the award, Mohita Shrivastava. The Cognitome program, founded by Dr. Mohita Shrivastava, PhD, an internationally trained neuroscientist and neuropsychologist, offers therapeutic interventions and management for brain, mind, and behavioral issues. It also provides cognitive control and executive function enhancement, cognitive skills training, cognitive rehabilitation, neuroscientific mindfulness approaches, brainwave entrainment, and so much more.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this award, Health 2.0. I'm so glad to be here, and this is my third time with Health 2.0. I'm from Dubai, and I'm very glad that I've received this recognition for my organization. Cognitum program is basically based on the philosophy of Rene Descartes, saying cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I exist. So, this program is a holistic neuroscientific program which aims to uh, help people with cognitive disability to provide help in cognitive rehabilitation, cognitive remediation in terms of their cognitive control and, and better executive functions. And Cognitum program basically deals with the people, with the patients of anxiety, PTSD, TBI, stroke, and the patients with chronic use of neuropsychotic medications or any kind of medication the patients who are using them chronically. So I'm again grateful for Health 2.0 to providing to bestowing me with this honor. Thank you so much.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Paula Muller, PhD. Paula is the founder and chief product officer of CareLink 360. She has a lifelong passion for technology applied to healthcare. CareLink 360 was born to keep those aging in place and their families connected and close together, most simply and safely.
Thank you so much to Health 2.0 for awarding me this recognition. But really, it's the result of my work creating this company, CareLink 360, to fight loneliness and isolation among our older adults. We created this product to bring the communication and engagement for people that feel intimidated with technology. We want to bring them into the conversation and enable them to really be having a fulfilling life at the end of their years. So thank you so much to my team, to my CEO, David Duplay, because we're really motivated to changing the way the world ages. Thank you so much.
Our next award for outstanding organization goes to Pure Software. And receiving the award, please welcome to the stage Prasoon Agrawal. Pure Software is one of the fastest growing software products and service companies that delivers a differentiated customer experience. It accelerates cycle times and helps customers achieve business outcomes through the adoption of new age digital technologies and integrating them with their existing systems.
Thank you, Hell 2.0, for the award. Goes to the entire team, entire Pure Software family for the hard work and dedication. And if you guys are watching live, let's go places. And to all of you, if you're looking for IT solutions and services in life sciences, healthcare, digitalization, and take it to the next orbit in terms of whatever we have discussed over the last one and a half day. Um, you probably have my contact or you can find it. We'll be very, very glad and eager to talk to you. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Ryan Walcott. Ryan currently serves as CEO for Meridian Diagnostics and managing partner and founder of Apex Professional Solutions. With over 16 years of experience in the laboratory setting and business environment, Ryan has a successful track record in laboratory build-out, clinical sales and operations, startup businesses, project management, and so much more.
Thank you, Health 2.0, for putting this conference together. I want to thank everybody on my team at Meridian Diagnostics, Apex Professional Solutions, and we look forward to continuing to provide exceptional laboratory testing services to long-term care physicians and drug rehabilitation centers nationwide. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Richard Kedziora. There he is. Richard RJ is co-founder and partner of Estenda Solutions, a people-focused, results-driven leader with 25 years plus experience in successfully delivering innovative healthcare and medical software and data analysis projects. Richard is skilled in balancing cost constraints with business and customer needs while overseeing multiple complex project teams and ongoing operations. His work has won numerous awards, including a HIMSS Davies Award.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the Health 2.0 organization for this recognition. I greatly appreciate it. Of course, it could be nothing without my team members at Estenda and the clients over the years that have trusted us to develop the software for them. It's been truly an honor. Probably most importantly, though, I have to thank my wife, Danielle, for supporting me in this adventure for the last couple of decades. So I greatly appreciate her support. Thank you very much.
Moving right along, our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Rishi Mega. Rishi. Dr. Rishi is a highly skilled, minimally invasive and robotic surgical general surgeon based in Indianapolis, Indiana, with a medical doctorate from Indiana University School of Medicine and a Master of Science in Biology. He possesses over a decade of experience in the medical field, currently serving as a telehealth physician at QuickMD and concurrently holding the position of CEO at Cloud Services Limited.
I didn't know how to talk because I don't have a voice. I've been in Vegas for a while. But my name is Dr. Rishi Mega. There you go. Anyway, so thank you for being here with all of me, I guess. But Cloud Services Limited, at the end of the day, what we're striving for is to provide lower class individuals with an opportunity to learn how to become what they want to be. So we're going to provide opportunities with people in the industry, guiding them through their future career, starting at kindergarten even. So that's what the company is striving for right now. And any help necessary for that would be great because we all know people that want to be something, right? Cool.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Tushar Kinvasara. Tushar specializes in the field of medical devices as a dedicated new product implementation quality engineer. With a proven track record of 8 years of experience, his expertise lies in orchestrating cross functional teams, ensuring strict adherence to regulatory standards, and navigating the complexities of the launch of successful Class 2 and Class 3 medical devices globally.
Thank you, Health 2.0, for recognizing me as a leader in my field. So, my work is majorly focused on how to implement AI in the quality management systems. So, and also like I'm writing a chapter in one of the Springer Nature handbooks, which will be releasing next year, which will be focused on AI regulations in healthcare. Um, I'll just end up my statement saying that let's use AI in the betterment of the health of the people and not use it as atom was used for building the atomic bombs, right? So let's make sure that we are using AI for the health of the people and not for wrong causes. All right, thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Umar Khan. Dr. Umar is the CEO of iMed Health LLC. He is a two-time founder, a physician, and a leader in healthcare and digital technology innovation with over a decade of experience in technology development, product market fit, and digital technology optimization for integrated healthcare delivery systems.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody, and for giving me this opportunity to be here with so many esteemed and accomplished individuals. And I would like to state that my journey basically started like similar to everybody else over here. You had a vision, you took the step forward, and you are now over here, and you are at a new stage in your life. I would also like to thank my tech team as well as my partners and collaborators, and we've been able to take startups and businesses to the next level and get their products to market. And if anybody wants to connect, please, you can reach out to me, Umar Khan, MD, on LinkedIn, and we'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Guys, we've got a handful of awards left, and then we're going to get you to lunch, and the fun continues. Our next award for Conference Visionaries goes to Isaiah Coles. Isaiah is the Chief Operating Officer at Outreach Recovery. He's an accomplished and results driven leader recognized for professionalism, commitment to excellence, and demonstrated ability to communicate and work with senior management, associates, and customers.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Healthcare 2.0. This is my second year. Um, I understand the challenges of a startup or starting and taking a breaking step to start a new path in medicine. I started as a licensed athletic trainer 30 years ago, and now as an athletic trainer, I've been able to operate and own several healthcare companies, including 21 locations in 6 states. My vision of taking the care that a professional athlete gets or an NFL athlete gets to the basic primary care, pain management, ortho clinic has evolved. We are now able to offer pretty much everything that an elite athlete would get within our practices at an affordable and achievable um, um, uh, service. So, hats off to you guys. What we're doing is challenging from revenue cycle to marketing to payer relations, contract relations. If anybody has gone through the Change Healthcare situation over the last 3 weeks, like we have, um, we have to be resilient in this profession. We need to make sure we partner with others. This is not a competition amongst us, it is a collaboration. And we should be working together to move the practice of medicine and the practice of wellness and healthcare forward. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. John Machado.
Dr. John is the Chief Medical Officer of Montreal West Island Integrated Health and Social Services University Network. With over 20 years of domain knowledge and cross functional expertise in healthcare management and innovation, he was focused on continuous quality improvement and leadership development. Perfect timing. Would you like to say something?
Thank you very much. There could be many, many obviously equally well-deserving people up here with me to accept this award. They say that, you know, the expression is when you look into the abyss looks back at you eventually. I feel that I definitely have felt it looking back at me working in the healthcare domain for several years, and I think many of us here could relate to that. It certainly feels like a bottomless pit many, many days. If I were to put a hole right through the planet, right through the core of the Earth, that pit would continue going through, and I'd say right on through to the other side, to the deepest black hole in the galaxy. That's how deep sometimes it feels giving to the medical field. That being said, what drives us forward are the people who inspire us, who have taught us so much over the years. I have been inspired by my work with the military, with the soldiers that I worked with for several years. They literally took bullets for their country, for their countrymen, and they kept on going. And it often feels like that in healthcare as well, because we're on mission critical to make things better for all of the people we serve. And that's what keeps many of our teams going, even when it's super, super hard and we're dealing with tremendous burnout, not only locally, but worldwide. We see that tendency throughout. But it's amazing being able to work with deeply inspiring people that I've worked with at the United Nations, to have a more global view, a more sustainable view of where we can be. And having worked most recently with some of the great people I'm working with in our regional health board at the Montreal West Island McGill University Center, special thanks to our president and CEO, Mr. Dan Gabay, who's been very, very supportive, along with all of our teammates, in realizing tremendous projects in augmented reality, in virtual home hospital care, to be able to offer better care to all of our populations in spite of the huge personnel shortages. Lastly, would like to thank all of the loved ones, my father, late father in particular, who came from very humble beginnings, but had gone far in life thanks to a very positive outlook in life. He was inspired by his philosophy teachers, one of which said to him, "The purpose of philosophy is not so much to inform the mind as it is to form the mind." And I think that's a powerful message for us today as people who are trying to make change and transform things for the better. We don't always have the answers. There's a tremendous amount of uncertainty, and that's a lot of our job, is mitigating risk. But it's having the right approach, the right mindset, best possible attitude that gets us through the very real challenges that await us. And lastly, I was in my car the other day. My daughter made a comment. She's like, "Dad, why weren't there any smart people before Albert Einstein?" And I found that a little bit funny because, as we all know, there were very many bright people who contributed a lot to the field of science and the advancement of human knowledge. And if we're here today and are able to help our teams reach further, do better, it's because we are standing on the shoulders of the giants who have gone before us, who have made tremendous sacrifices to help get us here. And all of the great work of everybody here and all of our teams is contributing to a brighter future for our future generations. So thank you all very much. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Jeremy Manuel. Going once, going twice, sold. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Deborah Simpson. Deborah. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Jeff Hutchinson. We're going 3 for 3, guys. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Poria Sadgi. Poria? All right, there he is. Yes. Poria is the CEO and founder of Canada Clinics and the co-founder and CMO of Dosur Health. I hope I said that right. Passionate about learning how to apply AI to solve real-world problems in healthcare and beyond, he has led the development and implementation of innovative AI solutions that combat physician burnout and personalize patient care. Thank you so much, guys, all of you, for still being here, your continued energy and applause. Thank you, thank you. And I know everybody up here appreciates it as well.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it short. I'm a problem solver. So I saw a problem in Ontario, Canada, which was access to healthcare, which is a really big problem actually over there. We have about 20% of people who don't have access to healthcare. And these are people that have actually paid into their healthcare, they've paid their taxes, and we have national healthcare. So it's a really big problem. So I founded the company Canada Clinics to kind of combat that, and it's been pretty good. We leverage technology to make our providers more efficient, and therefore they're able to care for a larger cohort of patients. Um, the other problem that we recently faced in Ontario, which is becoming a really big problem, which is contributing to access to healthcare actually, is the physician burnout. We have over 60% of our primary care providers who are looking to either change scope of practice or retire in the next 5 years, and that's going to be a disaster for us. So I co-founded a company which we call Docare Health, and where it's actually being rebranded as Health Hub. And this company is leveraging AI technology and other efficiencies in categorization and summarization of the data that comes to the physicians to make physicians more efficient in their care, and also, you know, maybe help them stay in the field longer or not change their scope of practice. So I do all of this, and I also practice family medicine full time because, you know, we have to lead by example. So I have to take in as much patients as I can, so that you know, I can contribute in any way that I can to our community. So I want to dedicate this award to my wife Inas, who's here, who's made this all possible for me. We have 3 young kids and really busy lives, and you know, if it wasn't for her, I couldn't have done any of this. So thank you, Inas. Thank you, Health 2.0, and I'll leave so we can all go to the lunch. All right.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Scott Hoots. And down to our last few awards here. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, is for Sujanya Konda. Okay, getting down to it. And our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Lauren Florek. And last but not least, our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Dr. Hale Holly. I'm sorry, Dr. Dale Holly, I apologize. A board certified gastroenterologist and partner physician at United Digestive in Atlanta, has flourished as a healthcare and patient advocate for 24 years. Dr. Holly's ultimate goal is to drive policy change via the C suite, addressing structural racism, which has been an albatross on the healthcare system for the last century, to combat healthcare inequities.
Would like to take this time to thank Health 2.0 conference for putting this incredible event on for all of us in this healthcare ecosystem. We all know healthcare is really complex, it's vast, It's comprehensive and it's broken. That's what we all realize. And I think um, if we can begin to see the humanity in everyone, if we begin to understand that it's going to take all of us working in a collaborative effort to really transform the healthcare ecosystem. I'm often reminded of Dr. Martin Luther King, one of my great um, mentors and a person that I just think the world of. But he spoke over 65 years ago about healthcare, and he said of all the inequalities, inequality in healthcare is the most shocking and inhumane. And here we go, fast forward 65 years later, and we're still thinking the same thoughts. So I think with determination, collaboration, seeing humanity in each and every individual, love for one another, intellect, creativity, we can truly transform the healthcare ecosystem. So I'm just happy to be a part of this event. I know that I've been really impressed by all the great conversations I've had with people, the great minds, the ideas. I know we can get the job done. So I'm just truly honored to be here today. I want to say a special thanks to my wife, Colleen. She has been a pillar of support for me and our family and a true backbone to our family. So thank you, honey. Um, and thank you to Health 2.0. May God bless all of us. Thank you.
And last but not least, our award for outstanding leadership goes to Gayatri Ragopathy. Please come on up. You did. I'm not sure why I don't have it.
No worries. Thank you everyone, and thanks Health 2.0, and thank you for like truly being like excited for each and every one of us that's coming up here to receive this award. This award for me is for my team, my scientific team at Cognitic. What we do is we started doing AI before AI was cool, and I really truly want to thank our clients in the pharma industry for trusting us and adopting in our technology. And what we're doing is AI and competitive intelligence, clinical intelligence, and they serve as a constant reminder that what we do at Cognitic is ultimately for the patients. And we're super passionate right now about bringing clinical trials to patients much faster in a more direct way. So I know there are a lot of experts in this room here. So if anyone has any ideas to offer, please see me and offer your advice and guidance. I do want to thank my managers and mentors, Akil, Chad, Jasim, for allowing me this, giving me the space and opportunity to grow and evolve as a leader. And I do want to thank my two little girls and my rock star husband, Kishan, who's been amazing. And I wish I could see myself the way he sees me, maybe one day, eventually. But again, amazing set of leaders here. And I see us as a community of leaders. And I'm super pumped to go back and do much more. And I'm sure all of us are going to do the same. Thank you so much. Please go eat. Bye.
And round of applause to everybody, all of our award recipients. You guys are all superheroes. Before we move on, a couple of quickies. I want to thank our platinum sponsor, Flow Patterns, and bronze sponsor, Zenise Health and Fitness. Without your support, it would be impossible to host a conference of this magnitude. Also, big shout out, she just stepped off the stage, to my Vanna White, Dr. Livia. Thank you so much. Way to step in a time of need. It's like she works in healthcare or something, huh? Thank you so much, guys, for your time and energy. It is time for lunch. We will see you back here sharp at 1:20 for our business card speedy networking. Enjoy.
Guarda.
Dici di tenerlo così, ma o così. Se no, scusa, se lo stacco no, sta male. Però secondo me è troppo grosso così. Meglio indietro o aperto così? Ci sta. Anche. E adesso. Fammi solo un video dove fai il primo piano. Prendi la targa e poi fai il piano più alto dove mi prendi il primo piano. Ne facciamo ancora uno in primo piano. Ok. Sistemiamo sto guardo. Sì. Sono completamente abbagliata. Ok.
Thank you. Are you sure?
Two, two. Live one, one, two.
What? That's what I don't know. He's working on it. I know that.
Welcome back, everyone. How's everybody's lunch? Thumbs up? Two thumbs up? Very good. And again, those mini desserts, you can't go wrong with those, right? Hashtag winning. Speaking of hashtags, guys, want to remind you that we would love to be tagged in all of your photos here at part of the event. Please use the hashtag pound health, the number 2CONF, short for conference. And of course, that way you can share in all of the memories made with friends and colleagues that weren't able to be here with you. So we're going to get right back into it. We've got so many great things coming up this afternoon for you, more panels, keynotes, and of course, our last award session and our cocktail hour to wrap up the end of the evening. Right now, we have a special keynote by Sean K. Shakarami, founder and CEO of Opelio. He's going to share his insights on the topic, the art and science of increasing revenue in healthcare. Diving into the world of healthcare, it's fascinating to see how hospitals and clinics navigate the delicate balance of providing top notch care while keeping their financial health in check. This is why our keynote speaker will explore the ingenious ways these organizations manage to boost their income, from harnessing cutting edge technologies to finding creative solutions for patient care. It's not just about the numbers, it's about sustaining a system that saves lives and maintains the well being of all communities. Please put your hands together for Sean.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for being here. And look, I get it. Right after lunch, I'm sleepy too. Believe it or not, I actually am humbled to be on the stage. Was not planning on it. So if you saw my keynote yesterday at a different conference, please bear with me today. This is a little bit of improv that I put together, but this is something that's near and dear to my heart. This is my business. This is my primary source of income, but it's also built to really change and help transform the way that the United States delivers and provides quality health care over the course of the next few years. Now, when we think of the state of our healthcare system, most people would say that there's some brokenness in it. I'm pretty optimistic, so I'm not going to say it's fully broken. But how many in this room think that our healthcare system is broken? The vast, vast majority. I've spent over 10 and a half years in healthcare management consulting, healthcare finance, doing mergers and acquisitions. I've seen the vertical consolidation where you actually have payers purchasing into healthcare providers, which, by the way, finally did make headlines, at least somewhat, on the heels of the Change Healthcare hack. Are we all aware of what happened the last few weeks with the Change Healthcare and the hack of Optum and UHC, which I start there because that's really where Opelio was born. The idea was born. And I started with this grand vision of a healthcare AI kind of 2.0 revenue cycle management company. Uh, because of my experience in healthcare reimbursements, I'm able to understand the complexities, especially in managed care, to where I have created models that are able to predict future cash collections within 1% accuracy. And it's not even just the number being accurate, it's able to forecast to the exact day when a provider is going to receive that cash and to which invoice level detail it's going to be attributed to, right? So my background is in modeling to the penny healthcare future cash collections. Now, what I found was the buzzword of AI opens a lot of doors, but the industry needs a lot of education. And not only that, the industry has already been burned by many fly by night companies coming up and talking about how great their AI is and how it's going to solve all these issues, combined with the cybersecurity threats with protected health information. And then you look at the relationships or the lack of relationships between the providers and the clinicians and the actual payers themselves. I have clients, and I'm talking sophisticated clients, clients making over $100 million of revenue a year that are private equity backed, operating in more than 5 states, that didn't really know what in the hell is going on with their contracts, with their fee schedules. It's a mess. But if I could boil it down, this is all technical stuff, which is very, very important. The technical aspect is important. But if I can boil it down, the number one problem in healthcare is there's a lack of trust. And it's only been magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic, because now we have patients who don't trust their doctors. You have doctors who don't trust their payers. You have payers who don't trust the regulators and the DOJ and CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Everywhere you look within our healthcare system is a lack of trust. So what builds trust? And I'm not talking about the things that I talked about in my last keynote from a motivational perspective. I'm talking about in commercial business dialogue, what builds trust? Transparency. One of the reasons why the United States and some other Western countries have such a great system, an engine that creates wealth, is because of transparency. If you still to this day go to far Eastern nations, and I'm not saying it's bad, it's a cultural thing, there's no judgment here, but you can go to the supermarket, which some things are way better about those supermarkets, but there's no price. You pick up the apple and you say 10 cents, and the merchant says no, 30 cents. And then you say 15 cents, and the merchant says no, 20 cents, and you say deal. United States, there's transparency. You walk into a supermarket, it says 25 cents for the apple. You either want the apple bad enough to spend a quarter on it or you don't. It's transparent. In healthcare, we lack that transparency until now. So, what my company has found is leveraging the 2021 price transparency law, which, by the way, a lot of providers who are really focused on providing quality care to their patients don't really fully understand, is that for the first time, we can know what other providers in the same geography, in the same taxonomy, providing the same service from the same payer are getting paid. Never before did we have that type of transparency. Now, I'll be honest, when the Price Transparency Act rolled through, you can bet the insurance carriers weren't exactly thrilled about it. So it is paywalled, but we purchased the market data, and guess what? We don't take ownership of that market data. It's a shared ownership. It's a pass-through expense to us. We give it directly to our client as well. So our client now has, for the entire state, for their specialty, for their taxonomy, for their CPT codes and specialties, they know exactly what each and every competitor are being reimbursed by Blue Cross Blue Shield, United, Aetna, Cigna, Humana, any other smaller commercial payer for the exact same service. It's very simple. But of course, like most things in healthcare, because of the volume of data, there's a large gap between simple and easy. What do I mean by that? Well, if you're a general practitioner, an orthopedic surgeon, or a neurosurgeon, and you practice in the state of Texas or California or even Oklahoma, and you're going to get all of this market data, it typically comes in 30 to 40 to 50 CSV files, and it's 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 million rows of data. So what my company has done is we've partnered with a public company called Domo. Domo provides us the engine in which that data can be efficiently managed in a HIPAA compliant version, which, even better news, we don't need any PHI. It's all price transparency, publicly made data once you pay the price for it. Safe, secure, doesn't require any PHI, and we can analyze that 30, 40, 50, 100 million rows of data in a matter of days or weeks if there's added complexity to it. right? So what do? Now that we have the transparency, we need to identify. I liken it to a good real estate agent to keep it as simple as possible. How many of us have a home? Now, some states, how many of us live in a state where you pay property taxes on your home? Is your favorite time of year March or April where the county appraiser drives down your street and they slap a property value on your home, right? Kind of stinks when you see it. But let me ask you this. Would you ever use that tax appraisal to sell your home? You would? Maybe. Okay. Most people wouldn't. The reason why most people wouldn't is because they're going to have a professional realtor come into their home and say, wow, I love that you refinished and kept the original hardwood floors. I can tell, wow, you did a magnificent job redoing your kitchen, right? And they're going to find the comparables out of the 100 homes in your neighborhood. They're going to find the 5 or 6 direct comparables to your home to help you get the highest selling price, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. It's the science of it. We're siphoning through the data, sifting through it, and we're identifying. Step one is identifying what is going to bring your practice max value. We live in a world of diminishing returns, and it's easy to get lost and to stop seeing the forest for the trees. So we want to find the direct competitors that are going to position you as the lowest paid provider. Because once we position you as the lowest paid provider, we can now drive a very simple, actually, statistical model, given the whole population of reimbursements, and benchmark you against your competitors. From there, we get into my favorite part, which is the art. We go to the insurance companies on behalf of our clients and we negotiate. It's typically done well with the network manager relationships that Opelio has now, especially with Blue Cross Blue Shield or Anthem, depending on your state, and United Healthcare or Optum, depending on your state. We can get that process done pretty quickly. And we negotiate on the provider's behalf. And right now, we're averaging 12% increases in the reimbursement rates. But the outcome, as powerful as it is not as powerful as the trust and the rapport that's being built. Some anecdotal stories are small world. I got a call last week, an investor in my company. His wife's an LPC, solo practitioner. So it's great. This model works for solo practitioners, part-time solo practitioners, all the way up to highly sophisticated private equity backed hospital and medical groups. Calls me, goes, Sean, you'll never believe what United's doing to my wife. And I said, what's United doing to your wife? He goes, well, they're not even going to pay her the Medicare rate. I said, okay, what's the Medicare rate? I said, it's $150 for 90837, which is an hour-long psychotherapy visit, if I remember correctly. And I said, Brandon, number one, Medicare pays 80% of that $150. So they are paying you the Medicare rate. I said, number two, and I'm going to change your name. I said, are you by any chance working with Alicia? And he goes, how'd you know? I said, well, because I know Alicia, because I've worked with her before. I said, she's a great woman. I said, Brandon, did you know that she has a 7 or 8-month-year-old baby who's going through sleep regression just like you? He's a new dad. He goes, no, I didn't know that. I said, yeah. I said, did you know that she's had some things going on in her personal life? I said, so why don't you send me what you sent to her for your rate proposal? So he sends me the email. In the first line, he writes, previous to our first demand. And I stopped. And I said, Brandon, since when did you get your JD? Are you an attorney all of a sudden? He goes, no. What are you talking about? And I said, your first line. I said, who's going to work with you? You are demanding something out of a woman who is just doing her job and who doesn't have full control, just by the way, because there's directors above her. And I said, she's already given you a 15% increase, and now you're making a demand, and you don't even know her personally. So he goes, Sean, well, tell me what I should do. And I said, speak to her like a human being. The reason I bring up this story is because a lot of my clients feel as if the insurance company is a villain. And I'm not going to sit and defend every decision of a large insurance company. I know they can be a hassle. I know it can be a pain in the butt. The good contract managers, network managers out there, they know it too. They know it too. But making demands, usurping their process, going outside of the boundaries of the procedures that they've already set forth is not going to help you. But developing relationships between probably the most important potential, and I'm going to use potential here, potential partner you have, is something that has been frowned upon for years and years and years. What other industry do you not try to develop a good relationship with the counterparty that pays you? And maybe there are some out there, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. But in healthcare, it is well known to have an adversarial or confrontational or just no relationship at all with the very hand that feeds you as a provider. Like I said, it's not always a walk in the park. Not every network manager is the easiest to work with. However, just following the simple rules let out in Dale Carnegie's famous book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, will move the needle more than the most robust, sophisticated AI machine learning spreadsheet in the world. I promise you that. But when you combine the two together and you partner with a company who has the relationships and who can build that trust, help build that trust for you, that's where you're going to get disproportionate rewards. So all that to say is everything in life is a negotiation. And it doesn't have to be confrontational. It doesn't have to be adversarial. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. And so what we've done is we've created a framework, a breakthrough process where we combine the art and the science of strategic negotiations to increase the revenue in healthcare. And we do that on a risk-free pay-for-performance model. So what do I mean by that? Other than the market data, you don't pay us a thing. We are so confident in our ability, in our relationships, in our technology, in what we're able to do. Thanks, Google AI. They're always listening. That we take a small percentage only of the value we add at the end of the negotiation. And I understand that a 12% increase might mean a couple $1,000,000 or more to your practice, but it doesn't just fall from the sky the day that you sign your name on the new contract on the new fee schedule. What we do is we look at the fee schedule and we divide that number by 12 and we bill it out monthly. To my knowledge, there's no one who's even close to what we're doing or what we've come up with. So I've made it as simple as possible. If this is something that could help you or help someone you know, we do give a referral commission for any successful referral. We hand out, depending on size and scale, anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000. If you just pull out your phone, text Opilio, OPILIO. You text message Opilio to 844 721 1940. 844 721 1940. I'm going to send you our exact framework. You can do it yourself if you want to, for free. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. I'm honored. God bless.
All right, guys, a little question for you before we move on. How many of you have made a new friendship today or connection? Show of hands. Yay! How many of you, even the photographer raised her hand. I love that. How many of you have made a global connection today? Show of hands. All right, just a couple. Looks like we got to make some more of our international connections. And of course, we hope that you join us for our next Health 2.0 conference coming up in Dubai and then again here in Las Vegas in April. If you have any questions, you'd like more information, please feel free to go to the booth. You're going to go in the food room straight down to the left, and you're going to see our table and our signage for it. So we'd love to support you and answer any questions you have. Now, moving right along, we've got a panel discussion up for you next. Patient engagement and chronic disease, research, pharma's responsibility and opportunities. Ooh. I would like to welcome to the stage, it looks like our moderator who's going to be bringing up our panel. Can I please have Paula Muller, Chief Product Officer, CareLink 360. Come on up, guys. Round of applause for them.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, excellent. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have a wonderful discussion with our panelists. My name is Paula Mueller. I'm the founder and chief product officer from CareLink 360, and I'm going to moderate this panel uh, about the responsibilities and opportunities for pharma in patient engagement for uh, chronic disease research. So I will start asking every one of our panelists to introduce themselves, their role, and the company or organization that they are representing. Would you like to start, Adrienne?
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Adrienne Mims, a geriatrician, and I serve as the Chief Medical Officer for Rainmaker Strategic Solutions.
Hi, I'm Brad Boucher. I'm a rhinologist, which means I specialize in sinus surgery. I started a company called Nemetic in 2022 to optimize practices for targeted surgical procedures.
I'm Dave Duplay, Chairman and CEO of CareLink 360.
I'm Eugenia O'Kelly. I am a researcher at Oxford University and the executive director of Bright Institute.
So to start, I'm going to pose the question to every one of you. So in general terms, as a high level, what are the roles and responsibilities and opportunities for pharma in about considering patient engagement in research for chronic diseases? Adrienne.
I think that it's a very important question because we can develop a drug that works for a disease, but unless we've actually had patients who participated that look like the general population that is diverse and involved with all of the different aspects that are in their life, that's how one can tell if something's going to work or not.
Right. And Brian.
One of the things that we work on is algorithms to use AI to engage patients. And we're always torn by companies that want to create the algorithms to drive patients that they feel that are appropriate to see or appropriate to enroll in programs, and that can skew their data. And we feel that providers really need to be involved in that method of developing all these systems because we're not typically driven by the bottom line.
I think we heard in the last presentation two important words: trust and transparency. And I think when you're dealing with patients and trying to embed the patient voice into whether it's research or post-marketing surveillance, um, you can't just jump in and start asking a patient how they're feeling about something. You really have to understand the patient. You have to understand the patient journey. You have to understand where that patient is in the journey. And then you have to tailor what it is you want to get out of that patient community to that subset of patients. And I see so many organizations, they'll come in, they'll want to learn about the patient. And what's the first thing they do? They get their agency together and we'll do this focus group, and they get them in and it's episodic and they get information, and then, go to try to find those patients 3 or 5 years down the road to see how they're getting along with their chronic disease. It just doesn't happen. So building community of trust and transparency around the patient, I think is critical.
From the research point of view, pretty much every drug that's FDA approved has to go through human research trials. And one of the biggest issues in completing those trials tends to be patient attrition. So, having effective patient engagement is not only incredibly financially important. I think about 80% of studies are delayed because of an unexpectedly high number of patient attrition. But patient attrition can be, if you select certain statistical analysis methods, it can be used to make a intervention look more effective than it actually is. So for example, if you have a higher, usually what you have is you have a higher attrition rate from intervention groups, and often those are the people that are having the worst side effects. And you can actually choose to analyze the data in such a way, leaving those people out, that makes the drug look like it's safer and more effective than it actually is. And there are certainly statistical methods that you can use on the analysis side to prevent that, but keeping sufficient patient engagement is really going to provide the highest quality of data and make sure that the drugs that and devices that we have are safe and effective, and that the results that have been seen in research are actually the results that we're going to see in the general population.
Thank you. So, Brad, the next question. What about the importance of, we're talking about transparency and communication, and we were talking about culturally and linguistically appropriate communication. What can you tell us about the role for patient engagement?
Yeah, yes, I feel very strongly. As you build these systems, we pretty much tackle these solutions with software. And one of the easiest things you can do with software is either pattern recognition or change the way you communicate with patients to make it more convenient in their own language. So you can have people who are doing concierge that speak one language, multilingual engagement with another patient. None of them need to be English speakers anymore. And that's a tremendous opportunity in the U.S. and around the world, because in the U.S., at least 30 million, like, let's take this one statistic. There's 30 million Spanish speakers in the U.S. who can't find an innovative sinus surgeon.
Dave or Eugene, do you have a comment?
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely right. I mean, again, it's understanding the patient. And I think you can't uncouple the family caregiver from the patient when you're looking at patient insights or incorporating the patient journey into research, right? Because so much of the insights can come from the family caregiver. So I don't think you can uncouple that. I think AI can help facilitate some of that, but I don't think it's the panacea that everybody thinks it's going to be, at least, not in the next couple of years. So I think really understanding that. And, when we deal with patients, we use this methodology called Lee. So we listen, we educate, and then we engage. If I were to come out to any one of you and start talking about a subject without, proving that I understand a little bit about the subject matter I'm talking about, you'd look at me and say, well, why do you have the right to talk to me about that? Right. So if we listen, if we take time to listen to the patient, understand the journey, speak with the family caregiver, close that loop, and then begin to engage or educate the patient on maybe what their life is going to be like the next 3 or 5 or 10 years down the road, and really understand that holistically, then and only then can you engage the patient in meaningful dialogue. Because there is this level of distrust, especially in underserved communities, minority communities. We see it, right? They just don't trust the system. And so if they don't trust the system, they're not going to be open to communicating really what's going on. And you're never going to garnish those real patient insights to embed in your protocols of clinical trials or your technology for self-reporting in clinical trials or post-marketing surveillance on after approval. So I think you've got to connect those dots, close that circle, and use the Lee methodology.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
And I think following up on the point of education, sufficient education can actually, in some ways, be an intervention in itself. eh, Before returning to academia, I had a company and we built surgical simulators for doctors, but occasionally we'd also build animations to show what was going to happen during the surgery to patients. And we didn't expect that to have, you know, many effects on outcome. It was mainly to speed up patient, patient sign up to the surgeries and just make the process smoother. But what we noticed is because the patients better understood what was going to happen to them, they adjusted their behavior such that post-operative narcotic use was halved and recovery time was improved by about 15%. And that was just through their own knowledge. They were able to engage in the recovery process differently and more effectively. And I think, that's often a aspect of the process that's quite missed.
No, thank you. Yes.
Following up on the family communication, the last speaker was talking about how broken healthcare is, and part of why it's broken is it's nothing like how we all live. So, what if I just said, "Hey, I want you to pass this on to the family, but I want you to call one of them, and then I want the other person to text the other person in French, and then you know go in a linear fashion around 43 people in the family to deliver all the information." And then the right person who might be the 12-year-old will say, "Can we just do a group text?" Okay, that's how we all live. Healthcare is not like that, and we're trying to bring that to healthcare. So we primarily interact with people in the language of their choice and in a way they like to interact, which is group discussion. And frequently, those interactions that we have are started by a family caregiver about the patient. Because think about this, a very sick patient sometimes doesn't really have the faculty or the stamina to actually begin a communication. It may help them.
Thank you, Adrian.
And when we think about the healthcare system itself, it wasn't really designed with the patient in mind. It was really designed with the payer in mind. And so when we're talking about how they access it or how long they're going to have an encounter or which things they need, we were more looking at, okay, where's the service going to be? How long is the service? Who is going to get paid? And now we're becoming more patient centered and understanding that they are the whole reason that we're developing new tools, developing new drugs. And if we understand what their needs are, and if we ask them, I think we could deliver a better product.
Absolutely. Yes.
I would also add, um, if you're looking for education and a way to educate patients and family caregivers, turn to big foundations. Their headquarters might be in big cities, Washington, New York, Chicago, but I guarantee you, if you look close enough, they have a local chapter. And those local chapters understand what's going on in that community. They know who the health literacy in certain pockets of that community. They understand the language barriers in that community. And they're a wealth of information and a wealth of content that you can leverage. So the National Diabetes Association, look for that local chapter, reach out, and you're going to get a lot of insights from them anyhow. Those patients in those panels, in those foundations, they'll if you just bother to listen, ask them and listen, ask them what's important, they'll tell you everything you want to know. They really will. Patients will open up if they trust you and they trust the foundation, they trust their local community. They will tell you more than you probably want to know.
They'll tell you the barriers to care too,
Yeah.
because it was designed for when the physician will see the patient and get paid. But if you talk to that patient in the local community who has diabetes and you understand that they don't have transportation to come in that frequently and get blood tests, they can't actually access and pay those copays to get those medications. But unless we ask, we're designing the system wrong.
Yeah. Actually, we had the discussion before about the social determinant of health, right? So to design the systems that are, or even the protocols for the clinical trial that not only addresses the issues of is this patient qualifying for the disease and the age and all the parameters, but also what are the other social determinants of health that are important. Adrienne, would you like to elaborate more on that?
Yes, because when we were actually trying to increase our rate of mammography screening, we said because it's a covered benefit, they will come. But when we found that our rates were only in the 60% and we wanted to increase it, we reached out to the patients and talked to them. Well, I live 60 miles away from the site that you offer it. Well, I work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday when you offer it. And so we began to customize our delivery system based on what the patients told us were the issues. But otherwise, if we never asked,
Yeah.
we didn't get those social determinants of health that were barriers to receiving care.
Exactly, exactly. Yes, please.
From our perspective, we use software to help solve this problem, and it's about data collection and collecting the proper data and then using it correctly and ethically. And we were talking before the break about this. You can focus on like increasing access, decreasing maybe barriers to communication, but you actually also have to know what's effective and collect the correct data so that you can improve the system. And so I totally agree with you that AI is not a panacea. In fact, listed on our system, it's a surgical triage system, but only about 50% of patients actually need surgery. And we tell them that. And in addition to that, if you can appropriately predict their health, the need for a surgery, they're very happy. And then you can decrease their time to treatment, maybe from in the US here from 3 months to 3 weeks. I've worked in the UK and Portugal. I can comment on those systems. Like a 3 month wait in the US may equate to a 3 year wait in the UK and a 4 year wait in Portugal. And it's because they don't know what the patient needs, and they don't know the barriers to care. And we're hopefully that's where AI can make a difference. Data analysis, data collection, predicting patterns, those kind of things.
If I can speak to that one, one of the big promising aspects in researching both pharmaceuticals and medical devices is that AI allows us to select participants who are more likely to stay in a study. There is a real risk, however, that AI can be used to bias studies in favor of whoever is developing and has a financial stake. So as our data analysis improves, it's quite easy to say, okay, well, I don't only want to select participants who have, the time and are likely to stay in the study. I also want to select the people who I'm pretty sure are going to have the lowest side effects, the people who are going to benefit the most from the drug. And of course, the drug then gets released to a general population who doesn't selectively represent this group that you've chosen because it's going to benefit the outcomes of your research. And so I think at this point there needs to be greater talk about how we use AI ethically in engaging patients. The technology is moving very, very quickly, and there's very little oversight, as in most areas of AI. There's very little oversight, but particular to AI, it's of course also very difficult to even know what the criteria that how the programmers have developed these algorithms, what their criteria for selection is. And most of these things are never disclosed in studies. Um, Only the very basic selection criteria are. And that leaves clinicians, when they're deciding if, say, a drug is right for a patient, really blind to what might be a longer list of biasing factors.
Thank you, Jean. David, could you speak about the role of support groups and family support in the patient engagement and how building those communities that support the patient and the families
Yeah,
help
well,
retain
I think support groups are tremendously important. I've seen more successful patient communities that allow interaction between patients, interaction between caregivers. And what we ultimately see is when you see a newly diagnosed patient come in to a community, they're reaching out to other newly diagnosed patients, right? Especially in oncology. I mean, they get home and they can't believe they just heard those three words, you have cancer, and now they're searching for everything. And the worst thing to do is go to Dr. Google. If you can go to a trusted source in a community that might be monitored and not moderated, because that tends to influence what people say in the community, you'll see newly diagnosed patients connecting with newly diagnosed patients, but you'll see newly diagnosed patients connecting with a patient that's been 3 to 5 years on the journey because they want to know, what's my life going to look like? Will I be able to have a job? Will I be able to walk my daughter down the aisle? Will I be able to drive? Will I be able to have a relationship with my spouse? All of those things. There's the clinical aspect, but then there's the psychosocial aspect of it. There's the spiritual aspect of it. So you begin to see all this converge together. And so I think, there's successful communities out there that foster that kind of information and that kind of dialogue. And of course, you have to watch it. Like I said, the best ones I've seen are monitored, not moderated, because you will see people come in there trying to get insights and that might not really be a patient. It doesn't take long to ferret those people out and get them out of the community. But the more successful ones are bridging that gap of communication. And again, you know, uh, I've seen communities that have the patient and caregiver together. I've seen the communities that have the caregiver off to the side because in stress and caregiver resiliency, the last thing you want is a caregiver in a community saying, "Wow, this journey is tough and I'm thinking about giving up." And then that patient sees that and goes, "Wow, I'm really a burden here."
You know,
So, there's so many aspects of it.
sorry about that. I agree with you that you need to have a separate space for the caregiver. And they are an essential part of the care team. And as a geriatrician dealing with frail older adults or those who have chronic conditions over a period of time, that caregiver is the part of the healthcare team that people don't think about. They need the same level of education and preparation as do the patient, but they are the one who is going to carry through that care plan. But people don't identify that they are a caregiver. They may be providing transportation or helping to pick up that prescription. Or maybe they're living in the same household and cooking and providing the bath. Or maybe they're the neighbor across the street who is making some small arrangements. All of these tasks for the caregiver over time can increase and cause burden on them and we need to be supportive of them. And I always recommend that they get into caregiver support groups.
If I could add something, traditionally, there was kind of this perception, especially in formal patient participation studies where you were gathering data from patients, that including caregivers would increase the burden on them and thus have more negative effects. But there was a 2017 large study that found 97% of the caregivers reported a significantly larger percentage of positive effects. And the data quality was better because oftentimes the data that the things that they could report about the actual patient were something that either the patient was unaware of or forgot to bring up or in some cases might not want to have told their doctor, although that's of course not ideal, but there were those cases. And I think we're really seeing that shift in terms of more and more research incorporating the caregivers into primary data analysis and gathering.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. No, it's crucial. It's crucial, as you said, Adrian. Incorporating the family caregiver as a part of the care team, that is critical, and they need to be informed because most of the time what happens, especially in geriatric, is a daughter that is living far away receive the phone call, and then in 9 minutes, oh my gosh, what do I do? I didn't know my mom was or my dad was in such a bad shape, and then um, it's like taking the rug out of the floor, and then you're floating and not knowing what to do. What do you see in your practice,
Oh, I was going to say the interaction with the caregiver with the system isn't very good usually. And frequently you engage them with forms or portals. And I always use this example. So I have an 18-year-old daughter. And if I said, "Hey, honey, how was your day today?" But I said, "Can you just fill out this form when you get home?" And we'll may or may not talk about it, but she wouldn't feel the love, right?
Brad?
And that's what these communities need to be, is people who care about each other, and you do feel loved by the system and those kind of things. And the systems are just broken in that respect. They don't know how to even engage people very good. So I frequently get the question, whoever we're working with, well, how do you do this? And I'm like, this is going to sound really silly. We talk with people. It's texting, and it's specialized and designed right, but it's texting. It's not forms, it's not portals, it's not other types of things, and you can do a lot by just kind of interacting with people appropriately and uh, caring about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the family caregiver is crucial, I think, in the patient engagement because they are their advocate. They are the ones that many times know better because they are observing the patient, they are living with them, or knowing about sometimes the patient themselves don't realize what they have to report. So I think in the patient engagement, it's critical that we involve the family caregiver as well.
And they can support them when there's some side effects
Right.
and kind of encourage them and remind them why you're participating because of this greater outcome and support them through that as opposed to a person who's alone going through participating in any type of treatment or clinical trial. And the first thing that goes wrong, like a rash or they got nauseated, oh, let me just stop. Whereas if the caregiver's involved, and understand the value and importance of this and why they enrolled in the first place, they can be even more supportive to get over those small issues.
Absolutely. So I wanted to ask Eugene, what do you think? We have been talking about AI, but in more detail, what is the role of AI now and in the future in terms of patient engagement and the role of the pharmaceuticals in this and the opportunities and responsibilities? Let's talk about responsibilities too.
So I think what we're seeing a lot already are there's actually since I think 2005 or six, so very early on, getting chatbots that could speak to patients, talk them through informed consent, the risks and benefits of participating in study, and ergo lessening. Usually, that would be a role that would be handled by your clinician. Of course, nowadays clinicians have less and less time with a patient, and in some cases might not actually be as familiar with the study as the patient really needs. But I think one of the speaking to the aspect of both communities, social communities online, and caregiver communities, I think one of the very promising new developments is large language models and the ability to pull textual and visual data from online support groups, from any community that leaves a data trail, to get a better sense of the problems these patients are facing, how they're coping with these problems, the problems caregivers are facing, and these type of highly data and time intensive tasks just were out of reach for the last 100 years, unless you had a study where you could hire a large number of people to comb through a number of patient records, be that online social forums, be that doctors' records. And now we can find patterns in a matter of minutes with the right algorithm. So I think there's a large potential to benefit. I think there's also risks, and there's ways that AI can be used to either bias a study or selectively optimize for positive, highlight positive responses over negative responses, or interpret responses in a way that leans them towards the positive. So I don't know if anyone here is familiar with AI hallucination, but AI models have generally shown this trend that they want to fulfill their prompt, and they want to make you happy with the result, rather than being accurate. So often what will happen is, you say, I want them to do this, and they don't actually have the right answer, but they'll just start making something up. So that's called hallucinating. And in preliminary work in medicine and patient engagement, especially the more language intensive models, they're certainly not in any way exempt from hallucination, and that presents a significant risk of false data and false perception of what's actually going on.
Thank you. And Brad, you had some experience with sort of the data, right?
Yeah, and just in AI design, they can be very convincing, and it's unfortunate because there's hallucinations, and then there's outright design of a convincing model to do whatever you want. And we're all influenced in this room. We've all interacted with an AI today multiple times, and that would be Google probably, or some other monitoring system on your phone, and it's a data point. And we maybe have about 100 data points on patients right now, but that grows, and we're using it to try to predict health, which we feel is very ethical. And because we feel if we can predict the correct health, we can help improve an outcome. But not every business is in line with that, because if you can predict health, you could also then design an algorithm to steer people away from a treatment or into a medication. And those are the ethical considerations that are very important to be talking about right now, that just aren't being really, I mean, they're in these kind of forums that are very, niche. So go ahead.
If I could add something to that, I think right now with the introduction to the public of Chat GTP and these models we can interact, there's a perception that AI is new, and it's happening right now. But the truth is, AI has been around for quite a long time, and it's been influencing what we see. So the videos that you search AI, AIs that are basically able to rank what results you're likely to enjoy, have been informing the videos you see on YouTube, the results that come up on Google. And, for many of these companies, there's a great incentive to have, if you search arthritis, to have their drug be the first drug that comes up, if, whether or not that's necessarily applicable to the search terms that you're using. And so I think we've already seen how that, there are companies that will consult with you to help you rank your video or your website, such that you can come up with specific search terms, and the algorithms that are ranking for what you see as your customer base. And I think we're entering a new era where the potential to perhaps attract a patient segment that's not ideally suited but would expand your customer base is really a greater threat. And I think the education comes in there too, because if you can educate patients, then
Yeah, your point's good about AI being around for a while. 10 years ago we called it social listening, right? And we'd go out and we'd put search terms into Facebook and Twitter and Reddit and Pinterest and all the rest of them. And we say, flag anybody that's talking about these terms. and it would give you all this data. Now it was up to you to sift through that data and find out, are they really talking about something that I'm interested in? Or are they just spouting and saying the word and it's picking it up in the social listening? So I think AI can play a role in that, in sifting through all of that data, but it's got to be presented in an unbiased way. It can't rank order a term higher in one case and lower in another. I don't think the engine understands that, and there's not enough data. And what was Twitter when it first came out? It was so many characters, right? Well, how much are you going to say in, what was it, 21 characters or whatever it was? How much are you going to be able to talk about your health or what's on your mind in those limited number of characters? So it's just going out there and picking up keywords. And I think, if presented in an unbiased way, again, AI can play a big role in that.
So just as a specific example, Cigna is they're involved in some litigation right now um, because of using AI. They recently it came to light. I think there was a Wall Street Journal article on this that 300,000 claims were denied in 1.2 seconds, and then they emailed out letters to everyone that said we reviewed your claim, and it was from their like a director or something, from a person who says that I reviewed your claim and it did not meet medical necessity. So I don't know that nobody reviewed that basically. Okay, and that's the litigation. So, but the fact is, on appeal, over 90% of those claims were accepted. Okay, that means that they were inappropriately denied by an AI. And what it was is somebody at an executive level most likely said, "How do we turn this down significantly? How do we turn down the appeal significantly?" And it's just a setting, it's like a redesign that's very simple to do. I mean, we do this all the time because we are trying to improve outcomes, we're trying to improve predictions, and we go in there and modulate a setting. And the fact that you can do that like in a minute with healthcare that affects 300,000 lives is scary.
And I think too we're seeing a shift. Of course, the many doctors hate Dr. Google, where patients go onto Google and they come to the doctor with some knowledge, good or bad. But now there's expected to be a great shift from using a traditional search algorithm to using a large language model, Bing or Chat GTP, and asking them questions. And although there are models that exist that pull from, say, scientific literature, most of the large consumer models just pull from the internet. And so the quality of that data, the accuracy of it, and of course, hallucination is another issue there. So that's another major issue where how accurate is the information, and that can greatly inform not only what care pathways they choose to go down, but of course what type of care they seek. And oftentimes patients will have a conceived idea in their mind after doing their own research before consulting a physician, and this can close them off to what might be more suitable options.
Thank you. So before we move to our final conclusion, is there any question from the audience? Oh, great. Uh, please excuse me that I don't see that well. So thank you.
If I could speak to that though, in the more general context, um, I think it's underestimated how much the data you're presented will influence the decision you make. It's quite easy to to essentially eh, pre-select the outcome you're going to come with. Mhm.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's the human in the loop aspect that's very important, and that can't go away. And also, one is a subjective data, and another's a moral decision. And we, at this point, we should not be allowing AI to make a moral decision, even though there are moral models out there. Whose morals? We talked about this before this panel. Whose morals are they following? So
Thank you. The gentleman.
Unfortunately, I don't think there is at this time, and especially when you begin to talk about social community and gathering insights from them, it can be, the wild, wild west. So proceed with caution. And like I say, I would first turn to big foundations. Then I would go to the local level because I think that's where you're going to get your most protection, in terms of somebody looking at what's going on and kind of sifting through what's right and what's wrong.
And when we had clinical trials, we could rely on there being an IRB.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and those were very effective to look at whether or not this was worth doing, whether or not the patient was well informed, and whether or not they were protected and their privacy protected. But the use of AI in healthcare has come so fast. From the federal government to healthcare institutions, we are behind the ball with asking the question that you just asked.
There's been both nationally and internationally several very large meetings of how to regulate AI on multiple fronts, national security, what have you. And as of yet, I haven't seen anything that, it's very difficult to create a consensus on this, especially because the technology itself is very black box. It's difficult to understand what's going on in a particular AI, how it's making decisions. Even the developers don't really know. Um, the nitty gritty of how it functions. So it's very different from a traditional algorithm in that manner.
and part of it's just our own fault because have you ever read the like Apple terms and conditions on your iPhone? It's too long.
I think we have one more question, please. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
We are so
Absolutely.
underfunded. So when we look at healthcare, a lot of the resources go toward pharmaceuticals. But in conditions, especially like dementia, there's a chronic condition after you diagnose 2 years to death. It is actually in healthcare a very predictable trajectory. And so with children, we know in terms of development and during the pediatrician visits, they give anticipatory guidance. But in healthcare, we're lacking doing that for caregivers for people with dementia. I'm so glad you pointed that out. So, I happen to chair the National Alzheimer's Panel for Research, Care, and Service. And very much what we have focused on has been new drugs for treatment and the importance of biomarkers. But we say that we really need to look at a care management system post diagnosis. So the federal government has recently released a new model, the GUIDE model. The challenge about the GUIDE model is that it's only going to be for those practices that are enrolled, and it will be for many years. So the majority of people like yourself in many communities will not have access to that ideal care. So it's important now that we start to look at that. And just today, I read a CMS note from Biden where they are going to incentivize accountable care organizations to provide resources upfront and then a per payment per month to support their interaction with the caregivers and designing the services based on listening to the patient voices. That's a new model. So I think change is starting to come. Thank you.
And I think what I've seen in the research is there can be a great difference in the amount of support and recognition given to caregivers between different cultures and countries. So more family oriented, where you have extended family living together. Not only is there more support for the caregiver, but there can also be greater integration of the caregiver into the entire care process. And I think the U.S. is not one of those countries that leads in that area. But hopefully that will be something that does improve.
We have to. So thank you so much for joining us in this very interesting discussion. I think we have a lot of opportunities. We have a big responsibility, and the family caregivers is very important in the patient engagement. Thank you so much.
Ranger, how did we do? All right, two
And,
paws up.
and our other panelist, Ranger.
Right? What a cute dog. Round of applause for our panel, guys. That was awesome. Thank you. Great job. We have got a lot of great ideas out there for you, and still so much for us to explore. Next up, we have another panel discussion on integrating traditional healing practices in modern mental health care. We're about to unlock the secrets of blending traditional healing methods with contemporary mental health practices. Get excited. And here to lead the pack, I'd like to introduce you to our session's moderator, Diane Castell of Velocity LLC, plus our amazing pool of panelists. Please come to the stage, guys.
A little bit.
Good afternoon. Happy to see you all here. Since you've been sitting for a while, why don't you all stand up and we'll do a little bit to wake you back up. One of my favorite things is arm circles. They're really easy. You want to make sure your thumbs are pointing out, stretch out your arms, and we're going to do arm circles. Forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now let's go backwards. You want your thumbs pointing backwards too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another thing to help is you take your knuckles like this, or your fingers to the knuckles, put them on your side of your head and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
The chicken dance.
10. Yes. But it helps you wake back up because you've been sitting.
We haven't since. Yes, we have.
We're all happy to be here and to go through the ideas of how you can integrate traditional healing into modern medical care. Each one of us is going to introduce ourselves. As I was introduced, I own a company called Velocity LLC. We look for any solution that works to create a better world and better health for people and families. I have over 14 certifications in various areas and love to help people get their lives back on track, health wise and mentally, and with their relationships. This is
Hi,
Dr. Michelle.
my name is Michelle Graydon. I have a PhD in clinical psych as well as extensive training in neuropsychological assessments. I was previously at the University of California, Irvine in pediatric neurology, and then decided to, quote, retire and open my own private practice. But at that time, I moved from more of a brain approach to adding into healing modalities into my treatment with my patients to kind of get them a better understanding of how they can reduce anxiety through meditation and how they can reduce a lot of things that they just didn't put together because they weren't aware of how all of those things worked in the brain. So I got to take my brain stuff and move it over to therapy to kind of give a more comprehensive approach and a shorter time span. You know, you get these skill set and it's 6 months and you have it in your toolbox and then that's it. So I will let Howard go. You're welcome.
My name is Howard Savin. I'm a PhD child psychologist. I've been working with special needs kids for the past 40 years, both on the behavioral health side and more recently, the past 15 years exclusively in autism services. What attracted me to child psychology was the finding that uh, with the availability of the home environment and parents, one has the ability and potential to manage the key variables in the child's life to shape and develop desirable behaviors, get rid of other less than desirable behaviors, and to shape skills. Um, Breakthroughs in autism have been particularly appealing in that we take a disease that until 40 or 50 years ago was viewed as untreatable. Many of the people with those symptoms and behaviors were institutionalized, and that was that until a very effective behavioral protocol, applied behavior analysis, came into being. With that, we have the key variable of the parents in the home environment, which in fact is proved to be the most elusive component in getting the most desirable results. I'll talk about more about that.
Hello, I'm Katie Cosgrove. I'm the founder of Grief is Good. I am a grief coach and a certified trauma support specialist and a death doula. So I came into this work after struggling with grief and unresolved grief that caused burnout, depression, and anxiety for about a decade. And once I woke up to the fact that it didn't have to be this way, I started to find my mission and purpose in helping others work through unresolved grief and helping others transition through end of life care. So I focus a lot on different healing modalities and working with different types of practitioners to refer patients and clients and in type of a holistic care. And that's part of my work as being trauma informed. So I work a lot with patients who are experiencing a end of life diagnosis, patients who have unresolved grief, and people who are just looking for legacy planning and to get their end of life plans together.
Thank you all. We have a few questions we're going to start with, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you may have. And Dr. Michelle, if you would address initially, and anybody can chime in later, how do traditional healing practices differ from the modern mental health care?
Well, I think for me, when I would have a patient come in, and it would be a traditional psychotherapeutic session, which I still do, and utilize that information to now, instead of medication, we do meditation. We know from studies that 80% of, people can successfully modulate their anxiety through meditation. So I started learning more about all of those modalities. I became a Reiki master. I'm a sound healing master because I did Reiki myself. And so part of my practice is just really synthesizing the mind, body, and spirit and really putting that together. So for me, with a client, we work through and try to find your core issue. Everybody has a core issue that makes them reactive to whatever it is they're reactive to. So within a couple weeks, we can get to that. We, process through a lot of stuff and work through that. And then we do my journal, because what you realize in journaling is the brain is so obviously neuroplastic, right? Neuroplasticity is the big word, but in journaling and writing, you're activating the reticular activating system, which then activates your focus to whatever it is you're writing. And we've gotten so far away from writing and really enjoying writing, the art of writing. And then when you look at how it can just make those neuro linguistic shifts for you, because you start your day with a gratitude. You have your morning gratitude, your daily thoughts, and I have an evening gratitude. And then what I work with you in a weekly basis or 2 weeks, whatever that is, or online, is then you have your manifestations, your meditations, and your affirmations, which are all activating different neural circuitry in the brain, which is now retraining your brain to have a positive shift, a positive focus, and being in control of your anxiety, being in control of your panic, being in control of all of these things that, you know, uh, since COVID, right? Anybody that didn't have an anxiety disorder before it certainly does now. I mean, there's nobody that became unscathed by that. And anxiety is good for us, right? Anxiety makes you get to work on time. Anxiety is what makes you successful and meet all your timelines and deadlines. But it's not good when it's excessive. So the key is really learning how to modulate your anxiety, depression, whatever the symptomology is. We can deal with it psychotherapeutically, but then I pull in Reiki, sound healing, and we talk about the science of all of those modalities and how, from my perspective, how they work in the brain, because that's what fascinates me. You know, if you think 15 minutes a day of meditation is going to increase your gray matter by 80%, that Sarah Lazarus from Harvard took patients that didn't meditate and patients that did, and did MRIs on all of their scans. And what she found was the people that in the 50 to 60-year-old group that did the meditation 15 minutes a day, all of us sit in our bed and scroll on our phone at night. Everybody can meditate and write for 15 minutes before you go to sleep. And then think about that. What are you putting in your brain before you go to sleep is what you're going to get when you wake up. So when we look at that, you see that it makes complete sense that activating all these systems in the brain and getting you where you want to go through meditation is simple. Through journaling, the art of writing, just the sensory motor, the cortex, all of it just goes perfectly with a psychotherapeutic perspective of making you feel better. And that was kind of my goal. I just wanted everybody to have some peace and feel that calm and that ability to be okay. And so that's where I base my journal on, because it's a comprehensive, um, you know, place for you to put your thoughts. And then you have a thought log, which is great because we all say, if you don't see me for every 2 weeks, right? You go, I don't know what I said. I don't know what happened the last 2 weeks. I remember one event and it wasn't good. It's like, okay. And now we have a log. So I think it's very good for all of us to get into that place of writing and expression. And then what you're doing in your brain is just fantastic. There's nothing like it. In all my dementia research that I did at the Med Center, there was nothing else that you could do, right? And if now you're telling me by 15 minutes a day, I can increase my frontal cortex and my gray matter by 80%, and there is nothing else we know in dementia, right? You can exercise, you can do all these things, and there is nothing scientifically proven that we have that can do that. So that's where I focus most of my time and my energy now. Um, on treating my patients from a very different modality points.
I think the writing aspect is so powerful. I see that a lot in grief care and unresolved trauma. And one of my favorite exercises is writing letters to our loved ones that we've lost because it helps us work through some of those emotions. We see death as very finite and final, and that is intimidating and scary, and it causes a lot of anxiety. So opening this conversation up of things are still active, and through writing and these different therapies that we can work through those things that we think are finite, we find resolution and healing in places we never expected to. That's so powerful.
I also feel like in this situation, you need to learn to accept your feelings, whatever they are, not label them as good or bad, and stop yourself. When my father died, my mother had been with him 50 years and she started to cry about it. And then she stopped herself, like, oh, I can't do this. It's wrong. And I was like, you were with the man for 50 years. It's okay to cry that he's gone now. And I see a lot of people that just won't accept whatever they're feeling and go, okay, now how do we go through this to get to the other side and move on in life? So thank you very much. Dr. Savin, in your experience, have you seen implementation of traditional healing methods in the modern medical setting?
Very much so. I think more so than ever, working with parents and children, we have to invoke um, a leadership, a shamanism, so to speak. So uh, there's attention that's gained. The first step on the pathway to engagement. There's a respect and an optimism that's generated, which then needs to be followed up by being a very, very astute listener, because we only have so much time, even in the first encounter, to be an astute listener, to convey to the parents, which are always in for the first session, if not more than that, uh, that you are understanding the concerns and nuance. Being diagnosed with autism, one's child, is a very shattering diagnosis. There is no cure per se, even though there is often effective treatment. And parents are going to all the life events that may or may not occur, the same as other children with their own child. So, in order for them to be captured by your ability to listen, by your command of the situation, is critical for further progress to take place.
We learn a lot about that actually in my certification become an end of life doula. We have to do the first half of the course in terms of our own healing and our grief journey and our legacy planning. And something that was really difficult for me was being an astute listener and the pausing that needs to happen in a conversation for you to digest and build that trust with your client or patient. And that was something that felt very awkward to me at first that I struggled with is the pause and the being silent and knowing that you're in a safe space. And I think the more we practice this, the more we can build that trust component and really break through some of this healing that people need.
Are there any traditional methods any of you would like to see incorporated and used more?
I think in many disciplines, the active listening skills are not taught or developed far enough. I was fortunate that in my first semester of graduate school, we had a course that was just active listening with the professor using videotape and whatnot to measure success and the recognition response of the person that's being listened to, whether it's a head nod or a smile, giving you recognition that they've been heard. I think we need to do more of that with the training and the onboarding of our staff.
I agree. Active listening is so important. There's so many times I've seen people just all of a sudden they're responding, and you're like, wait a minute, that wasn't even what I asked. Can you respond to what I asked? That would be helpful. So, Katie, what challenges do you see in implementing traditional healing methods?
I think the the biggest challenge that I see is the stigma around traditional healing practices, because a lot of it goes both ways, though. A lot of people that are in the traditional healing world have the stigma of the medical world being very sterilized, being scared of over medication, being scared of addiction, and things like that. Whereas, if you're a very medically trained person or medical focused person, the traditional healing world has a sort of like woo woo aspect to it, where if we integrated these, we can find more holistic care. And I think this approach is really important in trauma informed care. And to answer your question earlier, it's not really a traditional healing modality, but it's something that I believe that every person, no matter what kind of industry they're in, should learn, because it teaches us how to approach issues and problems in a holistic and caring and empathetic way. And I think that that's so important in today's society, because we often are quick to answer, and quick answers tend to create worse problems, unfortunately. So I think that that's a huge obstacle that we face, is destigmatizing the world of traditional healing. And I this this race towards technology and elongating life has a almost a back end of not being able to accept death in my world, and it becomes problematic because we we want to keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going, and it creates this cycle of, is this person living well? Is this a good life? And so something that I focus on and I speak about often is the idea of a good death, and how this idea is so important, because we can have a good death. We can have a good transition if we prepare for it well and we're emotionally sound. And I think that that's something that I see a lot as an obstacle, is we have this race towards being alive forever. And of course, why wouldn't we? We like to be alive, so it's fair, but it creates a lot of issues. And something that we actually were speaking about earlier is this idea that why, as Michelle brought up earlier, why don't people meditate? Why don't people fill out the journal? Why don't they spend 15 minutes instead of scrolling on Instagram? What is the disconnect there? And what I see in my world is that there is this fear of opening up. And we are scared that once we open up, the floodgates open and we can't control ourselves. And a lot of the clients that I see tend to be very nervous or fearful of going into talking about grief and death, because they're scared to say it, that it'll bring death around closer and sooner, or they're scared that they don't know what they're going to do, and this idea that once I start, I don't know if I can stop. So really reassuring people that by opening up and accepting our feelings and harnessing our own power for good is crucial, and it'll help us kind of heal along the way. So those are probably the biggest obstacles I see at integrating them, but it's so important too, because we can provide more holistic care to everybody.
And that's what I like really about what I do, is my education and my expertise is as a clinical psychologist. So when you come in, you're not going to get that traditional, okay, well, sign up for a year, we'll go through this, we'll go through everything you have, and then your healing options are, well, you can have medication, and then, that's going to change everything for you. So really understanding that aspect, that you're the one that changes everything. You're the one that feeds your brain what you want to see, and empowering you to understand how that brain works for you, how your brain works, how you're perceiving things, and then how we can modulate that and retrain your brain, because neurons that fire together wire together. So in the same way you see that with stroke patients, right? The right hemisphere will take over the left and the left will take over the right, whatever it is. We have so much neuroplasticity in our brains that we are just not utilizing in order to make ourselves peaceful, calm, generous, gratitude filled human beings. And I think if I can get people in with the PhD part, then I can transition them over to the healing modalities and think it's not that clinical. If we can utilize these other strategies to get you to feel better, that's the end result, right? We all want to feel better, but the work with the journal has to be done. So I think that's my biggest barrier is if somebody comes in on the traditional side and I'm trying to move them towards some of the healing modalities. I mean, I have a patient now and she says, this doesn't work. And I said, yeah, okay, I'm familiar with that. It doesn't work. You can't just say you feel good and then you feel good. Okay. And then she made a complete neuro-linguistic shift and everything out of her mouth was positive. So I stopped her and I said, did you hear all that? And she said, I know, but it still doesn't work. I said, okay, it doesn't work. Well, we're just going to keep going and working through the journal and working through you retraining your brain into this neural pathway to happiness, to gratitude, to just feeling better. I mean, that is the goal for all of us. We just want to feel better. So I like that part of my practice because I can still deal with the clinical and then move you into life changing things that don't make you rely on a psychologist or a psychiatrist or anybody because you can harness that power of your brain within yourself if you just know how to do it.
That is so important. One of the things I start with my clients is focus on their nutrition. Let's improve that and change some things. Not that you have to do it all at once, because I know that can be really challenging. But like one of the things I did with my former spouse is I no longer had soda pop in the house at all. I never did, but he loved soda pop. He'd go out and come back, and I go, "You had soda pop, didn't you?" And he goes, "How'd you know?" And it's obvious in your behavior that you had soda pop. Now, if you want to drink it, I'm not saying I'm not the food police or, whatever. You can still, there are those are your choices to do. I just realized the effect some of these things are having on the way you feel. And if you want to really improve your health mentally, physically, your relationships, changes are necessary.
I'd like to bring up something that you alluded to a bit earlier.
Sure.
In the past 9 months, I started with a colleague a new company called Global Autism Initiative, which is to bring a model protocol to bear in parts of the world where services either were not available or geographically inaccessible, and became further aware that the stigma of mental health is by far not gone. By the way, somebody did a research project of participants in parent training and autism. 95% of the participants are mothers. Fathers don't have much more difficult time coming to those sessions. Secondly, being involved preliminarily in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, there are women in a number of these cultures that view having um, a special needs child to be a personal shame. So we've adopted a virtual protocol to come into the home environment with safety and privacy and whatnot. We're still have a big challenge on our hands in order to be impressive enough in the initial interactions to get people to take the next step, even within their own home.
Oh, yes. No, I personally, my oldest sister was very medical model, and she used to look at all the things I did with my children and myself and patients or clients, whatever. And she was like, "Your stuff is all bunk and snake oil and whatever." And I went, "Okay, but my kids aren't going to the hospital like you are and having surgeries like you are and having all these other issues." And it's a challenge, even when it's right in your own family and they can see what you're doing and you can see what they're doing. I can't even imagine, in a culture the challenge to overcome the idea that, oh, my child's defective, I must have done something incorrectly, and that's why. So,
I think also it's just about creating more tools in the tool belt,
mhm.
being open to different modalities and different type of practitioners and working in conjunction because every person needs a different holistic care. And for me, it's about creating those relationships so that we so I know my limits. I know when I need to contact somebody else to step in or make a suggestion that one of my clients go see a psychologist or psychiatrist or go to acupuncture or go, like this idea that we can fix it all. One person can fix it all, and it's not the truth. Like we are a community and it takes a village, and I think providing more tools in the tool belt is so important.
Is there any easy way to foster collaboration between traditional healers and more traditional methods being used for better patient care?
I think cultural competency, there's no substitute for, we don't have just a hammer in our toolboxes. And to be aware of the nuances, the difference, the role of parents and grandparents and siblings within the individual cultures and ethnicities is essential to be respectful and effective.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I see this a lot because I never know what I'm going to walk into. If I'm in a hospice situation, I don't know what the family's rituals are, or culture is, or how that operates. And so I have to be very respectful and cognizant of the fact that I have my own beliefs and biases and checking those at the door, knowing that you're walking in with care and comfort and empathy and understanding that different cultures are what make us unique and we can learn so much from them.
Like to open the floor to any of you that may have any questions?
But then that becomes your session, right? Because I have the same thing. I struggle with that with my patients. I told my patient to get a calendar because she doesn't know why she can't get places on time, but she has no calendar. So she brings in a calendar. I'm not kidding you, this big. And I said, okay, so clearly we have some resistance here. So what do you think the underlying, what is the problem? And then psychotherapeutically we get to it that her mother was controlling, her mother had lists, her mother had all these things, and so she was going to defeat her mother by not doing that. And I said, well, how well is that working out for you in your life? Is that working out for you? So then kind of moving them towards understanding their self-sabotage. I mean, it's huge. That's what it is, right? They're all self-sabotaging, and if you understand the basic, all behavior is purposeful, right? All we know this, all behavior is purposeful. There is something you're getting, there is some gain at the end. Now, you might not want to admit it or delve deep enough to pull that onion back to say what's operating on this. Like with her, I said, well, clearly now you're your mother. So you're going to need to move that out, release that, because how is it serving you? None of that serves any of us to stay stuck in the family dynamics. Nobody was raised in an igloo. So we were all have our family dynamics behind us. But being able to, at this point in your life, certainly as an adult, look at those things and say, okay, yeah, I came out of this, this, and this, but what's the flip side of that? I came out of poverty, let's say. Okay, well, that made me very resilient, very able to do other things. It made me very motivated to get a degree or do something to ensure that that wasn't going to be my life. So there's always the beauty in the struggle. There is no struggle we go through that isn't a cathartic event, right? Because why are you struggling? Because it's not working. So have you had enough? Are you ready to look and say, okay, I'm gonna, just like what you alluded to, your mom, she couldn't cry because
She thought she would never stop. My mom did the same thing with grief. But, manning up and saying, okay, yeah, this is the lower vibrational energy that I was raised with, but I'm here. I want high vibrational thoughts, high vibrational energy at all times. I mean, just getting up, waking up, and saying, today is a magnificent day. It just is. Why? Because I woke up. And it's interesting, if you go and do that, I do it all the time in the grocery store. They'll go, oh, how are you doing? I go, fantastic. And I exaggerate. And then they're like, well, what do you mean you're doing fantastic? Like, what happened? What was great? I said, I woke up this morning. My brain is functioning and my body's functioning. I win. That's it. That's all that has to be there for your level of gratitude to raise that. And when you raise your level of gratitude in your brain, you're releasing serotonin. So there's so many brain things in there that make this so far from woo woo. It is science. Everything is backed in science. And so I think that's the good part.
The the other side of it, which is also behaviorally scientific, if you go to the work of B.F. Skinner in the 50s and 60s, found whether it's pigeons,
Yep.
white rats, or humans, we have schedules of reinforcement that underlie our behavior. It may be challenging at times to figure out what is reinforcing and sustaining that behavior, which gets at some key factors.
Oh, good. Yeah.
For me, oh, sorry, can I just
Oh,
really
yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
For me, I just want to emphasize this idea of incremental change too. That's something that I see with a
Yes.
lot of my clients is I have three options basically, and they can choose an option. Option one is an app where they have to record every single day. They quite literally quantify how they're feeling, and we celebrate. They said, "Oh, this week's average went from a 3 last week to a 3.2." And that's incredible. And I said, this, a 0.2 is a great. That's a great change. Number two is collecting rocks because I love rocks, honestly. And so we start with a tiny, tiny, tiny little pebble, and every day they do that activity or that they do their journal or they do a worksheet or they just practice kindness twice a day. They pick up a rock and they take it home and they put it at a little on their stoop or on their porch or in their for me in my bedroom. They start a pile of rocks. So it starts really small and gradually you go to a stone and then you go to a small rock and then you get this collection. By the time you have this big pile of rocks and you can physically see how that's changed. And the third thing that I offer is a reward system. So this personally works for me because I write my big task of the week or my big task of the month. I'm going to make all of my doctors. I unfortunately have a lot of doctor's appointments. So I'm going to make all of my doctor's appointments. If I make all of those, I'm going to take myself out to dinner at my favorite restaurant. And so like those are the three options that I give them, but I definitely recommend the incremental change option. Yeah, thank you for the question.
I can't see. That light's so bright in our eyes. Well, for me, I think my focus is faith based. Clearly, I have my representation of my God. But when you do clinical work, I can't put my belief system on my patients. Now, all my patients see my cross, and I'm very clear when I'm speaking with my patients. You can call it source, universe, uh, the Smurfs. I don't really care, but for me, it's God. I'm God motivated. I do a group on Sunday, Day Blessings, where we interpret part of the Bible, a Bible verse, and then we extrapolate it to brain and everything else and kind of how it all works. I am 100% God squad, but you know the people that come in, I can't project that onto them. They do see it in my office. You definitely can tell, but I think most people have some faith, whether it's the universe, they just think it works. And for me, I think when I look at what I do, I can't imagine having a patient come in and I say, well, you know, how do you think about these things? How do you think things evolve? How do you think? And they say nothing. Life is completely random. You know, then it's like, okay, I really, that would be the only patient I couldn't help. If you have no belief system, you know, you have to have something that gives you hope, right? I mean, for us, if you're on the squad, that's our hope. That's what keeps us functioning. You know, that's what keeps us moving in that direction because we have hope that we know that the beauty in the struggle, right? That God is working everything out for your good. Okay, or the universe, you know, or source, whatever it is that is your modality in your brain that makes you feel okay and gives you hope, because everybody needs to have hope. The people that kill themselves don't have hope. They feel hopeless. That's tragic. That is the core at what I'm trying to do by teaching people these different healing modalities, the simplicity of it, and doing whatever you need to do to make yourself feel good for the day. You know, I have patients say, well, I just want to be normal. And I said, well, what is that? How does that look? You don't know what anybody in this room is struggling with. Not one of us know that. We all get up and we put on our face and we walk out into the world. And I think they alluded to some of this in previous lectures, like, you know, if somebody's sitting alone, you say hello, you say, hey, can I, you know, sit and have lunch with you? You don't know what anybody's struggle is. You don't know what anybody is going through. So to have this comparative analysis that somehow that's normal, you know, you don't know how much it takes for people to get out of bed. So if you're doing your, you know, maybe it's your Bible readings or just you're listening to your positive affirmations or whatever it is, we need to understand that those things are what keeps us in that hope state and not in a state of feeling lost and not connected. What did COVID do? It made us all disconnected. We have a universe of people that are disconnected. There was no touching, no getting close to anybody, none of that. And that has a huge impact on your psyche. So I think, you know, for me, yes, it's for me personally, it's all God based, but I don't know what your God is. So, you know, I tell things as I see it, and then you just input what it is for you. If it's God, if it's source, if it's universe, you're atheist. Okay. That, you know, it doesn't affect my vortex what anybody else is, right? And that's where you have to get. You have to get to that place where you're so self confident that you have your vortex around you that says, I'm not going to allow in any negativity and all that spins around you. So you can go onto Instagram, you can go onto the politics, you can get on the news, and you can listen to all the negativity that's around us everywhere. Or you can choose to stay in your vortex. It's not putting your head in the sand. You're aware of things going around you. But if you can't fix, alter, or change it, why is it in your vortex? Right? If you cannot fix, alter, or change that, why are you allowing it into your body? I mean, that's part of the Reiki. The Reiki that I do is allowing your body to release everything that's in there. And your body is storing things. You know, there was, I think it was the Austin Powers movie, your tissue has issues. You know, your tissues have issues, and releasing that and moving that through is what we need to do. 5 minutes? We just got the nod.
In a lot of my practice, there's two baselines for me. One is respect. I check myself at the door and I walk in and I adapt the language. Exactly what Michelle is saying, that you learn and listen to what is your God, what is your source, what is your universe, And the second thing that my baseline revolves around is this idea of what gives you strength. When I walk into a room or when I walk into a coaching session and somebody's having a hard time, what gives you strength? What do you draw on? And that's something I'm personally spiritual but not religious, and something that I can't say the universe or God or source, but for me what gives me strength is my uncle said my grandma's eulogy. And that moment for me gives me strength. And I put myself in my body, in that pew, in that Catholic church, and I remember what that feeling felt like in my body. And every single person has that moment of strength and has that kernel. Sometimes it's religion, sometimes it's not. And if we can just identify that moment of strength or that kernel of strength, we can build off of that and help empowering our clients.
I believe in that we grow we grow by learning. Oh, there's growth in the learning experience, and that there's tremendous valuing or try to inculcate the belief in our social and interpersonal relationships. Like loneliness is deadly. I think we've learned that in a medical and psychological sense. So valuing our relationships, growing relationships, and learning become more fully conscious and adept as individuals is critical.
Absolutely. I agree with all of everything you've
Thanks,
said, because relationships are the only things, in my opinion, that are the most important in life, is the relationships you cultivate with people and that they feel good being in your presence.
Yep,
Are we out of time
I
or?
think we are.
Sure.
Anything. Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, thank you all for
Yeah.
being here and for our panel. It's been an excellent exchange. And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer people's questions.
All right.
Have a
Time to
good,
exit.
yep, time to exit.
All right.
Thank you so much, guys, for that informative panel. And if you guys do have any other questions or you'd like to chat more with them, you will definitely have that opportunity coming up after the awards during our networking cocktail hour, and of course tomorrow as well. We've still got some great stuff coming up for you this afternoon. Our next topic of discussion is 4 years into long COVID. What's the impact? As we sit down all together today, no masks on our faces. It's hard to believe it's been 4 years since the COVID-19 pandemic first turned all of our lives upside down, right? Now we're here to tackle a topic that's still very much on our radar. 4 years into long COVID. What's the impact? Despite the pandemic winding down, the reality is that for a significant number, the journey is far from over because health issues persist for them. That is why we're diving deep into the heart of long COVID, exploring the latest developments and discussing what's being done to help and, of course, move us forward. Let's give a huge round of applause to our moderator, Gopri Krishna Deshpande, professor at Auburn University, and get ready for an enlightening journey.
I think we have a panel. Okay. Do you know who's on the panel? Okay. No, we had them all contact them, and I guess they're not here. So if you want, you could do like an interactive conversation. None of them are here? Yes.
Great. Is that our panel right over there? Ah, okay. We could do handheld. Come on up, my panel. We want you. Oh, there's one. Here he comes. All right. And I'm going to let our moderator start and we can have everybody introduce themselves. Here they come. All right.
Uh, so I'm Gopi Deshpande, professor at Auburn University. And this is Sean Shakarami, founder and CEO of Sean Shakarami. Okay. And Sanjay Gupta. And I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Sanjay. I'm a VP of Supply Chain at Embed Biosciences. Um, all I can say is I have a passion to save people life by bringing my expertise in supply chain, working along with medical device companies, working with health tech entrepreneurs to really bring their ideas into the commercial world.
Thank you. So the discussion today is about long COVID. Um, for those of you who are really not, maybe not familiar with what is the long, I'm sure everyone's familiar with what COVID is. The long part of COVID, basically, the science behind long COVID is, so if somebody has had COVID and they basically recover from COVID, which means they no longer have the symptoms of COVID, meaning no more fever, no more respiratory symptoms, but still for months along, sometimes 6 months, year, people have been reported 2 years after. There's certain symptoms, though not enough to bother you a lot, but certain symptoms that still linger along. Things like tiredness, headache, intermittent headache, not continuous headache. The loss of smell that happens during COVID kind of never comes back. I mean, yeah, it gets better, but feel like it's never really the same. You certain things that you really don't smell as well as you used to do before. So the question then is, so this is basically defined as long COVID because these are the long term implications of COVID. So I mean, this is really not a very well understood topic because it's still happening. There's still long COVID. People are doing studies on that. Essentially, the scientific hypothesis behind long COVID is if you've had COVID and it was pretty serious, then it means that there was some amount of hypoxia, which means lack of oxygen in the bloodstream because you couldn't really oxygenate your blood because of breathing problems. And that lack of oxygen, even though it's not enough to basically kill the cell, so it's not like stroke or heart attack where it's acute, the lack of oxygen is a little bit, but it's enough to impact the brain because brain is a very oxygen hungry organ. So when that happens, a lot of the systems in the brain, for example, the olfactory cells, which are important for smell, um, basically they were exposed to an environment of low oxygen, and basically some of them lose those functionalities, and that's why long COVID is another name in the scientific literature. It's called brain fog, wherein you have this feeling that there's something that's not right about how you go about doing your daily life, and some of the things that you do regularly, not able to do it as you used to do before. So that's why it's also called brain fog. So this is basically the science of it, and if someone's not heard what this is, just wanted to introduce the topic. So, what we want to talk about is essentially from a care perspective, from the perspective of science and society, how the long COVID needs to be dealt with, what are its impact. I mean, remember this is still an ongoing thing, right? So we just want to have a discussion on that. So we have another panel member. So could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Valicia Baldwin, and I wanted to be a part of this discussion from a healthcare standpoint. Um, I kind of work boots on the ground in long-term care facilities and nursing homes, and we've seen a really severe impact of COVID and long COVID in the elderly. And so I wanted to be part of this discussion. I am the founder of Nurses Take the Lead. I am a advocate, leadership expert on individuals being at their best in order to give their best. I think we hear so much about science, technology, what's the best care protocols to implement to take care of patients, to take care of residents, but rarely do we hear a lot of discussion about the well-being of ourselves. And so at Nurses Take the Lead, I advocate for nurses being their best self so they can show up the best version of themselves so that they can give the best care. And so I help organizations, leaders in organizations really focus on making sure the workforce is healthy and that we stand down to toxic work environments so that we can take care of the employees that take care of all of the patients. So I'm honored to be here today and glad to be a part of this discussion.
Thank you. So let me actually start with you because you have dealt with this on the ground from a care perspective. So tell us a little bit about how this evolved. I mean, a lot of people actually thought, okay, COVID is over, and and it's like, oh, not yet. There's still long COVID. So how did this evolve? What do you do from a care perspective? How do you care for the people with long
Okay,
COVID?
well, that's a great question. And again, going back to the well-being of the workforce to be able to care for the residents in nursing homes and skilled nursing facilities is very important. And I think sometimes because it's a double conundrum, we are short-staffed. And because we are so short-staffed, we try to sometimes bend the rules so that individuals can come to work and they can care for the residents. But in those type of group communal settings like that, where a lot of times the individuals are not leaving the campus, right? And so we continue to see COVID, new COVID cases within the doors of those organizations. So we know that it's coming from the outside. The employees are bringing it in. And so I really advocate that number one, we make sure that we are caring for our employees and making sure that they are at their best when they come to work so that for these individuals, the elderly who are immunocompromised, they're very at risk for getting COVID and any other illness, that we have to be sure that we are not the source of that. So I think that's very, very important. And I know from October to December of 2023, 50% of all COVID hospitalizations were in the category of elderly 65 years and older. So it's very important that we really try to do our best as employees within organizations not to bring it into those organizations because it, it's just difficult to explain what it looks like when you see an individual. When we talk about long COVID, we have individuals a year later, they are still not back at baseline cognitively. They are still, it exacerbates some of the dementia symptoms that we've seen already. It really impacts the quality of their life in terms of, just being able to participate in their own daily activities. And so when we talk about long COVID, we cannot not include that population, the elderly population, because their ability to bounce back from it sometimes takes a lot longer, and it impacts not only their life but the quality of their family members as well.
Well, thank you. Sanjay, any first thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to emphasize a little bit on overall manufacturing and supply chains. Um, so the people are very important aspect in medical device manufacturing. Uh, During the COVID period with the lockdown, and then the tagging of people as essential. support people in within the manufacturing. Uh, there's a lot gone from that time to now, where a lot of folks in the manufacturing uh, they are still reeling through the COVID challenges. Even if someone's have say a family member has an issue, that whole challenge comes around that is that person is going to face the similar issues which they had faced about 2 years back. Um, we had seen the cases uh, within manufacturing, cases of heart attacks
Mhm.
where a person is very healthy, 26 years of age, 35 years of age, suddenly collapse on the manufacturing floor. And we don't know. And so we are running around EMS, bringing, you know, uh, resuscitations machines, all those things are happening around, but we don't know what exactly happened to that person. And in some cases, it points back towards the impact of COVID. And that person might have a small, COVID thing or some blood clots, but later on it's impacting. Um, there are the cases of body aches. Uh, those poor fellows comes to the manufacturing leaders, ask for the, you know, PTO, but the rules are that if it's not declared as kind of emergency or something, it doesn't fall under the PTO or the medical criteria, and sometimes they have to really come back again next day to the work. So those are a few things which I'm observing on the manufacturing, people perspective side.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, so I'd like to expand upon all the points that my colleagues have made. They're so true. One of the things that outside of my book that I wrote a little bit about, uh, I haven't spoken about this publicly, but I'm actually a survivor, overcomer of long COVID. I had long COVID before I or anyone else ever knew what long COVID was. So I had a very severe high acuity case of COVID-19 early November of 2020. I started feeling the symptoms about a day or two after Halloween, and it took me about 3 weeks to just get over the virus itself. And it was strange because for about 6 weeks afterwards, I couldn't work. I couldn't get out of bed. And fortunately, I'm a man of faith. I had just received I was working 1099. I just received a large check from a large project that I just completed. And what we don't talk about in small business owners is uh, had it not been for that one check, I could have lost my business. I could have lost my whole livelihood. It took me about a year to finally start feeling right. And I remember the days where the cognitive decline, and I'm used to being a person of high intelligence, a person who can think clearly, think coherently, put strategies together. I couldn't even watch TV or read a book for about 3 or 4 months. It was just too much stimulation. And it's difficult to describe what it's like to be feeling something that when you're and look, I lean to the right, so I'm not making this a political thing, but when you grow up in a family who they don't believe COVID exists, that they believe it's a conspiracy of sorts, you're not only just questioning how you feel, but you're I was questioning my entire reality for a time. So I know what helped me the most was getting into mindfulness and really taking good care of myself from a nutrition standpoint. Nutrition, exercise, sunlight, all the normal foundations of good health is what apply applied those principles over time to finally start feeling better. I remember when I started losing weight, and that helped. There's still things to this day that I don't think will, like my sense of smell, I don't expect to ever have fully back. But also when you talk about the implications of COVID-19, the ramifications is from a revenue cycle perspective, one of my colleagues, you spoke about the burnout and being short staffed. We have all these providers who are still running short staffed, and all this administrative work that has piled up, and our providers are focused where your focus should be on the care of the patients, but you're losing profitability, you're losing sustainability into your future. And so uh, what's a little bit heartbreaking is other players in healthcare, namely the payers, have had record profits where our providers have had record burnout, inflation, and whatever I can do, even if it's small, to help turn that around to bring our providers back to profitability is why I'm here on this panel today.
Well, thank you. Couple of themes that I would like to expand on. First one, as Sanjay was mentioning, there has been some studies done with NIH support, which say that the incidence of younger people getting heart attacks have increased, and there is a correlational link to COVID, which means it's just a correlation. We don't know for sure whether it causes it, but the hypothesis is again linked to hypoxia. That if your cells have been exposed to um, a substantial amount of time with less oxygen, so they have been weakened to a certain extent. So, and one way, so the main scientific question that people are working on is there a way to reverse this? If the cells were deprived of enough oxygen for a while and we have all of these consequences, can they be subjected to a few weeks or months of hyperoxygenation, right? Then would it reverse these symptoms? Like maybe going to an oxygen bar and getting some more oxygen. And you cannot do that forever, but how about going and living in the midst of nature, wherein there's very less pollution, more oxygen, and would that basically reverse some of these things? These are some of the scientific questions that I think people are right now interested in. And I think eventually we'll know some of the answers to those questions.
Well, I would say I can only speak empirically. I'm a well-educated person, but I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to try to pretend to be one up here. But it's interesting you say that because my family and I are planning to move to Southwest Florida later this year to be closer to the ocean, to be closer to live in Naples. It's a smaller city uh, from Dallas, so a lot less pollution, cleaner air. And I will say that when I started instituting very disciplined every single day. Even traveling, I still wake up early and do my breath work practices, my meditations, my quiet times. I've noticed that a strong correlation to stress makes my symptoms worse. And if I can control my stress levels and be proactive in making sure I don't have cortisol shooting through my system 24/7, which is easier said than done as a business owner, but that my symptoms are a whole lot better.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Um, any thoughts?
Yeah, again, I'm not a medical doctor, but all I can say is um, a simple living with meditation, deep breath, uh, purposeful thinking can probably help. What I had observed personally is definitely a meditation, a quiet space, maybe green room, some plants around, and just sit for half an hour, and you'll feel difference. Just move away your mind from day to day work. Take yourself a little bit stress out. Uh, bring positive thinking, and definitely deep breathe. Practice deep breathing at that time. So those are the few things which I observe.
Thank you. I agree that meditation is important, mindfulness, reflecting back on your faith is important. All those things are fantastic. It reminds me of the reason why I started Nurses Take the Lead, because we can meditate, we can be in the best environment, we can surround ourselves with these affirmations that make us feel really well. But then we go into our workplace, and toxic workplaces will take all of that away from you very quickly, particularly if it's a culture that is known to treat the employees, the providers, caregivers in a way that is not respectful, that is not supportive. And you're absolutely right when you're talking about stress and the cortisol levels. That's exactly what happens, because as long as we're in our bubble and we're in our safe space, we are okay, but we can't live there all the time. And so that's why it's so important for us to be well in terms of our psychosocial wellness, our well being, so that every interaction that we have with one another, we are not causing any harm to each other, right? Because then our immune system can stay intact and we're not stripping people of their well-being in such a way that their stress is so high that that's when they are more vulnerable to illnesses, and also passing that on to the patient and the residents in the nursing homes. And so I think there's a lot of research that still needs to be done, because particularly for the elderly population, it's assessed as being perhaps common because of their frailty and they're a little bit older. But for some of them, it is the result of this long COVID that is, they're still kind of having like this brain fog. They can't quite pull through. When there was a time before COVID, they knew exactly what they wanted to put on every day. They knew exactly what they wanted for breakfast. And now they can't seem to tap back into that part of themselves. And we have also seen in long term care settings where long COVID has also impacted, like you were saying, some of the heart conditions. It's exacerbating some of the baseline heart conditions, respiratory issues, even with the hyperglycemic index. With a lot of the residents, we're seeing changes that the physicians in those settings, I think, are not quite equipped yet. We don't have enough data. We don't have enough research to know really what's going on. And so we just, on some level, are not really meeting the needs of those residents as much, because it's easier to say it's because Mr. Jones is getting old, as opposed to being able to look at some other options as a result of long COVID. And we just don't have all the data yet.
Thank you. So I think, um, I mean, I'm not an expert in what's going on in the pharma industry, but I have heard that there are some potential clinical targets that people are working on, uh, and it works in animal models wherein you can basically use chemicals that are used traditionally during a stroke or a heart attack, which is essentially reoxygenation. And in a stroke or a heart attack, what's happening is a blood clot. Stroke is a blood clot that happens in the brain, a heart attack in the heart, the coronary artery. And these medications, some of them are blood thinners, or some of them are other signaling molecules which increase the availability of oxygen to the tissue. And in these cases, this is happening at the acute level. So, you want that to happen very quickly so that, you know, functionality is restored. People have tried to use these same combination of chemicals in a much lower dose taken over a longer period of time to see if that can help in reoxygenating the cells and the circulatory system, and that might have an impact in alleviating symptoms of long COVID. So that's the pharmaceutical solution to this. I mean, I know we talked about the other holistic things that we can
Yes.
do, like yoga or breathing, on holistic living, but keep in mind that there's also a pharmaceutical solution.
So, what's interesting to me is again, not a medical doctor and just did my own research because I suffered from COVID and long COVID, is I do believe that there's a certain percentage of people who had COVID where I think oxygenation is probably one of the reasons and something that can be a good uh maybe pharmaceutical. I will say for me, the only thing that kept me out of the hospital was I had gotten one of those oxygen clips and I always had good oxygen, 98, 99. For me, and I do believe COVID can attack different areas. For me, COVID was, I 100% believe no one's going to um, change my mind because it was in my body. I felt it in my nerves. It was a neurological manifestation of COVID. And the reason I bring up neurological is I felt like my whole body, inside of my bones, inside of my muscles were inflamed. So I would say, from a heart perspective, maybe some people are getting inflammation in the heart causing heart attacks. For me, it really attacked my brain and my muscular skeletal system. Um, I truly believed it changed my neurobiology for the worse. And from a pharmaceutical perspective, what has helped me on top of all the mindfulness and holistic meditative practices is um, I started a low dosage ketamine therapy protocol. And I do it under supervision of a nurse practitioner and LPC. I don't speak too much about it, but I think I've had such great results from the ketamine therapy that when you bring up pharmaceuticals and long COVID, I do think someone out there with the right credentials, not me, should be looking at some research between the neurobiology, the physical brain health, the effects of COVID, and are there drugs and therapies that can help
Mhm.
create new neural pathways in your mind to have actual healing through some sort of pharmaceutical drug.
That's an excellent point. One thing we need to keep in mind that when we are referring to some of these disorders, health conditions, we tend to think of them as kind of quite homogeneous, but they are not, right? I mean, each cancer is different, each person with a mental disorder is different. It's all individualized in nature. So, as you rightly say, um, one hypothesis is the oxygenation hypothesis, but for, for and as you said, I mean, a lot of people whose oxygen went into the 80s never got long COVID,
Mhm.
and a lot of people whose oxygenation never dropped below 95 still got long COVID. So there might be other manifestations of COVID, and inflammation is one of them. So we have to look at all the different factors, maybe the oxygenation, and if inflammation is the thing, then we have anti-inflammatory medications which are pharmaceutical in nature. There are also a lot of different things that you can eat which are very anti-inflammatory in nature, which contain omega-3 fatty acids, and a lot of lifestyle changes that can reduce inflammation in the body, especially things like stress.
Right.
Cortisol increases inflammation and inflammatory pathways. So I think still a lot of research has to go into this. And interestingly, when you bring up the issue of ketamine, and I'm sure you know that ketamine is used as a drug to treat a lot of the neurological disorders.
Yep. Yep.
So, so, so potentially many of the things that are used in neurology and psychiatry, those could be used for long COVID.
At least in my perspective, from my experience, I would agree with that. At least research needs to be done.
Thank you.
All I can say is it gives a hope for the patient. At one time, there was no treatment. Now, at least there are some treatments. Definitely, if they require clinical results. But when the patients start getting these medications, it builds a good hope in them, and that helps in overall their mental state. It, they may not go into depression. They feel that there's something which can help them, and then probably the nature will take its own course and support those patients.
I just wanted to add really quickly, we cannot talk about long COVID and not really take into consideration the mental impact to the families, to the patients, because that is very real. Um, it just strips you of your well-being. It strips you of your decision making, and it really can create a burden on the families as well. And so I think a little bit more research in the area of mental health support for long COVID would really be beneficial to the healthcare industry as well.
So, has long COVID been a thing among healthcare workers? Has it impacted? What's its impact on healthcare workers?
I think we're less efficient. We just don't have the ability. I mean, you're just phenomenal for sharing your story and your testimony because we see this in healthcare all the time. You'll have someone that was before so on point, so detail oriented, so quick in terms of critical thinking, problem solving, and you really do see a different version of that person showing up. They, of course, outside look the same, but the capacity to tap in as quickly to their excellence, their expertise, we do see a bit of a delay there. Still very capable, very able to do the job and do it competently, but we do see the struggle. There's a struggle there and, for nurses, it kind of hurts to see our colleagues like that, because we feel a sense of hopelessness and we just don't have the information. We don't have the data yet to be able to help them in the way that they need to be helped. But yes, we do see that.
Yeah, I think that's a critical point. There's still a lot of unanswered questions in this, and we need a lot more data to answer those questions.
And if I could add one thing, I don't think brain fog does it justice of what some people like me go through. Um, it would be like you today waking up tomorrow and you don't remember that you should take a shower. And you're like, how could that possibly be? I can't answer it, but I can just say I know I went through it, and I know even to this day, I still have checklists and things that are good practices for any intelligent human being who wants to be successful. But I'm now dependent on stuff like this rather than in the past. I still have a good memory. A lot of it's come back. Like you said, it does come back when you get yourself healthy again, but it takes a long time. And I'm still dependent and have to remind myself and humble myself that my brain is a little bit duller than it used to be. And there's certain things like I still have a morning ritual checklist and it still says wake up, take a shower, brush your teeth, get dressed. Now, every morning do I need that anymore? No, I don't need it every morning. But there are some mornings where I wake up and I'm way cloudy and I remember to look at my phone and there's my checklist and at least I can get going. And that helps building those rebuilding those neural pathways in your brain, rebuilding those habits. That was one of the anchors that I use that have helped me kind of get past that part of my life.
I think it's very hopeful to know that it does get better over time, right? So, and this is we're talking about is years, correct?
Yeah, so the first year was the hardest. Um, and then I went back to work. I was got a new went back to corporate America for a little while, and became a director. And the stress level combined with long COVID increased the brain fog. But fortunately, I found a program that was actually a neuroscience program based on tapping into the state of flow. And that's where I learned a lot of these techniques that have really helped me. I would say today, I consider myself cured. I may not ever be the same, but that's okay. We all age, things decline, but some things get better, right? Everything's a season in life. I'd say for me, it took a good year.
Um, at this point, we can pause and maybe take some questions from the audience before moving along. Any questions so far? Yes, please. Besides the brain fog, did you have any kind of dizziness, any other symptoms? Like what else did you experience in that?
Confusion. Does that make sense? Like just being like I couldn't watch TV without getting confused. There's a time period where now remember I got it very early on, and my daughter was not even a year old. So my wife and my daughter, when I started feeling symptoms, I said you need to go to a hotel. They went and stayed in a hotel, and I remember I said, please order me food. And my wife was like, you feel so sick you can't get out of bed? I said, one, yes, but two, I'm afraid to cook because I was afraid I was going to leave a burner on. I was very forgetful, and you just have this sense of confusion that can almost lead to severe like panic attacks because you kind of don't know where you are or what you're doing, even when you're in your own room. I had a lot of neurological effects. I could feel it inside of my.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like a burning sensation up and down my muscles for when I had like the worst and worst of the symptoms. It was inside of my nervous system. There was some vertigo. Yes.
Yes. Um, One is awareness because a lot of people might be having these symptoms but might not realize that to be something because of COVID, right? So, I mean, if you've really not heard about this term, you have all of this confusion, what is going on. Um, you have to understand that these are very non-specific symptoms. If you go, it's like having a headache, right? If you go to a primary care physician, I mean, there are n number of different things that might be causing this. So you don't know. I mean, they might send you to a neurologist, they might do a brain scan, that this. It's really and it's only now being defined clinically what long COVID is. But even within that definition, the non-specificity of it makes it very hard to say that somebody yes has long COVID. It's not like you can do a blood test and you'll get some number for some um, some parameter and that determines you have long COVID. So that's one of the first challenges, and I think educating people that this thing exists and these are possible symptoms helps because then they can actually do something about it, and that need not be just going to the doctor, as Sean was mentioning, just practicing some kind of breathing or just trying to consciously reduce your stress levels could be helpful. So that's one thing that I think definitely needs to be done.
I would add patient advocacy and getting to a point, hopefully, where we we can at least agree on some type of classification because going through this experience and speaking with professionals, y- you know I could go choose to be diagnosed with PTSD. I could go choose to be diagnosed with adult ADHD. But the truth of the matter is, I didn't have any of those symptoms until after COVID, and I'm not comfortable with that diagnosis because that's not fair to me. I don't want to carry around a disability if it's not defined for what it actually came from, the root cause. And I know what I experienced, and the root cause was COVID. Uh, and did COVID change my neurobiology to where now I have adult ADHD? Probably so, but I do believe that should be diagnosed differently than, someone who had ADHD earlier on. So I think patient advocacy and again, helping the awareness and the education of organizations on how to deal with people who have went through those struggles and may need 30 minutes a day to go meditate or have self-care or whatever the case may be so that they can live their best life.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit on the corporate America side or any big corporations. Stop chasing money.
Mhm.
We have we are still reeling through COVID. We have to make sure that we we give first emphasis to the people. It's like any big hurricane passing through a crowded area. Once the hurricane has passed, so much of damage has happened. It takes time to build the houses. It takes time to build the society. So same thing has happened. A big pandemic has passed, and we're still not done completely. There's still a lot of cases of COVID around. And if we say that everything is normal, I think there's something wrong. So we need to ensure that at least as the leaders and the employers of organizations to support people and then then look at the profitability.
I think one of the greatest solutions in healthcare delivery, that's a great question from a clinical standpoint. We have to really do a bit of a paradigm shift, and we need to really start putting people before profit. Because no matter how much education we provide, how much awareness we have, if we don't have the humans to do the work and to provide the service, and we take care of those providers, those direct care staff, all of our providers, then we're really in a vicious loop where we're not getting the results that we want. I think we really do have to care for individuals and put people before profit so that we can really bring humanity to another level.
One thing I would like to add, Sean was very good about actually articulating what exactly happened and understanding that this started at this time. It could be a consequence of that. I think a lot of the people won't be able to do that. From what I have, um, uh, from my interaction with physicians who have dealt with this, people kind of have a hazy memory. They're like, did if the person comes up with long COVID symptoms and the physician asks, when did all of this start? They're not able to say for sure that yes, this happened after my COVID. And when that happens, what does the doctor do?
Mhm.
It's really hard. And so this inability of a lot of people to actually pinpoint what happened when in their lives and pinpoint their symptoms with some amount of specificity really adds to the complexity of the situation. That's why we need what in science we call as biomarkers. We need specific biomarkers. I don't know whether some kind of an MRI scan or some kind of an objective marker, which then say that yes, we could say some with some amount of confidence that this is really long COVID and not ADHD or PTSD.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons I've chosen to open up about this experience is because I do want to help other people know that You're not the only one. Um, it's not your fault. May not even be fair. There, I grappled with the fairness of this. COVID doesn't choose. It's not discriminatory. It just happened. There is healing. There is a better tomorrow. It takes some work, but from a clinical perspective, I think it goes back to people and relationships, right? Because I think the only way that that could happen is if you've had a long standing relationship with your physician, and your physician can help see in the medical charts, well, your cognitive abilities, or your coronary system, or whatever the case may be, was X. We know you had COVID during this time, and shortly, or a year or two after COVID, it's Y, and it's decreased 15-20%. That should be a pretty strong indicator of potentially having long COVID.
Agree. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. You want to say something about that?
So the only thing I can really say about type 1 diabetes in children is, uh, if you look at the ingredients that's in a lot of our food, and you compare it to other European nations, I think that might explain a lot. But again, I'm not a medical doctor.
I mean, it's very difficult to establish that causality. I would say yes, it's correlational. There are a lot of things happening. For example, the CDC puts out how many Americans are diagnosed with autism, and you see what happens every decade. The latest number was one in 88. Um, it's just increasing. Why? We don't know. What are we breathing? What are we eating? How are we leading our lives? Those things have changed dramatically in the last 200 to 300 years, and that might have some contribution to it. But we still don't know, scientifically speaking, what is it that is causing the incidence of all of these things to go up. And it's very, from a scientific perspective, it's very hard to establish that causality. Sure. I mean, the associations there, it's a potential hypothesis, but we'll see what the science says in the future. Anyway, I think we are out of time, so we'll stop here. Very much thank all the members of our panel, and thank you very much for sharing your personal life story. Very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. That was so relatable. And thank you, Sean, for sharing your story with us. Appreciate all of that insight. Now, question for you all. How many of you in this room have not heard of something called Chat GPT? Show of hands. One person, you've never heard of it? Well, get ready. Oh, you have heard of it. You're messing with me? I can't, there's a bright light in my face. I can't tell. Well, if you have not heard of it, get ready for your mind to be blown. Chat GPT is just such a huge topic right now, and it will continue to be. In fact, our next panel has a lot to say about it. Have you ever wondered why doctors are eyeing ChatGPT warily as Google takes a back seat? Today, our panel will provide clear examples and expert analysis on how ChatGPT's rise has the potential to affect healthcare. And ChatGPT is, of course, artificial intelligence AI. Get ready as we cut through the hype and examine the real impacts on medical practice with our team of experts. Please help me in welcoming to the stage. Let's first call our moderator, Anthony J. Nelson, founder and managing partner at Growth Culture. Come on up, and we're going to take the discussion forward.
Coming. I got to, like, the last slide of the day again. I did men's mental health. I feel like everybody was like tired at the end of the day, so hopefully everybody's carved up, has some energy. But I think this is a pretty fun panel. So I know it's about ChatGPT, but we'll talk more about that because we think, in talking to the panel here, we've got some clinicians, we've got some cybersecurity, we've got some people developing intelligent automation. We think of, ChatGPT is this concept that everybody thinks about really readily, but we kind of think about it on the clinician and patient side of the ability to improve access to care, improve patient outcomes, but also the data integrity that we think about. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a different spin on it and not just ChatGPT, but let's talk AI overall, because I think we can all agree that, Anthony shouldn't be going to ChatGPT to diagnose why his breath is bad today. Like, we should actually be using ChatGPT for different things, but we can actually use AI to accelerate other things in healthcare. So I know I got introduced. My name's Anthony, founding managing partner of Growth Culture. Obviously thrilled to be here. It's been an amazing conference. I know, Charles, you've been here before. This is my first time. But by way of intro, so I've been on the commercial side of AI for about 8 years now. I actually took Optum's NLP to market back in 2018. And I started my firm because I saw this opportunity to help folks like Evidence Care and others think about, if we're going to bring AI to market, how do we do that at scale in a very elegant way so that these companies that are kind of really forging the path forward to better patient care and better clinician lifestyle. How do we make sure we're doing that in a very, very elegant way? So I figure we kind of bucket this into a couple of topics around, eliminating mundane provider activities. We'll talk about providing care at scale, and then we'll talk about like data integrity, because I think of clinician adoption and even like patient skepticism around like how doctors are kind of treating people are kind of like the key buckets that we'll talk about. So I figured we would start with eliminating mundane tasks for doctors. And Brian, you've got a very unique perspective on this, being an ER physician.
Yes.
And going through what I refer to as the paper towel roll of patient notes.
Yeah. Um, so I want to start off with just sort of definition. We all hear the term AI a lot, and I think a lot of folks think of artificial intelligence when they hear the term AI.
Right.
But the American Medical Association just put out a paper a few weeks ago, and the definition they used was augmented intelligence. Because it can be lots of different flavors. It can be machine learning models, predictive models, um, scoring systems. And the whole goal is to help providers deliver better care to their patients.
Yeah.
And I'm going to steal a line from one of my friends. His name's Dr. John Handler, who's the innovations in residence person at OSF Hospital System. And he said to me recently, there is a tsunami coming that most providers don't want to acknowledge, but it is coming very quickly, and it is gonna change healthcare. It is gonna change provider workflow, and I think for the betterment, because today there are too many administrative tasks that providers have to do. Um, and that same American Medical Association paper said that 2/3 of physicians are looking forward to AI, and what they're really looking forward to is automation of those mundane tasks, and making so many of the things that they do that are administrative easier for them, so that they can have more time for patient care and to
Love
spend
that.
with their patients and to have the art of medicine. And so the example I had shared with the group via email was I can remember when I was a resident and I worked in the ICU, and patient who'd been in the ICU for a month was ready to be discharged, and I had to get 6 5-inch thick binders of papers, and I had to go through, and it took pretty much the whole day having to go through that chart to write a discharge summary,
Mhm.
which today, the EHRs can literally do that in a minute
Mhm.
and consolidate and compile and aggregate and summarize that patient's visit. And so that's just a simple example
Mhm.
of where these tools,
It's
can
like
help providers.
the tip of the spear. Like,
Yes, yes, easy example, but that's just
yeah,
one example there of
I love it. And Heather, you've done some amazing work at Brigham and Women's Hospital, very reputable. But I know you have a tremendous background. As you were actually explaining to us out here about trying to create a version of yourself to kind of provide care, and that's a little bit more of like taking some of the burden off you. But I always think of that as if we're taking some of these like mundane tasks away from physicians, that allows you to provide higher quality care.
Yeah. And not only higher quality care, but potentially higher volume of care. If I can work while I'm sleeping, that's actually kind of the goal, right? So, what we've been trying to do at the company that I'm a co founder at Real.ai is actually turn me into an artificial agent, if you will. So, I specialize in midlife, women's health care. It's an area that's actually been quite underserved. So, we have millions of women searching for questions, just endless questions about midlife, menopause, hot flashes, hormone therapy. And since I get so many of these, I, started to think to myself, how could I actually help more than 8 people a day or 20 people a day? That's just not enough compared to the millions of women that need
Yep.
support. As I was thinking about actually laughing about I was at the very end when we didn't have an EMR, so I only had a year of paper charting. But one of the bane of my existence is my inbox. I get so many questions as a primary care doctor. So I was actually just looking at it before I came up here. I said, okay, after this, I've only got 20 messages to answer. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
But what if I actually had an artificial agent that actually was me in my own brain that could actually start answering those questions for me? Hmm, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So I do think that AI is going to be imperative in helping clinicians get through the workflow, the volume, while still having some satisfaction what they actually do and good quality of life. And I do think that it is the only way we're going to be able to serve the millions of patients that we have.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's a huge supply and demand problem.
Amazing. I'm actually going to hop down to Adam because your company's doing something I think pretty. I was doing actually. I know we didn't really talk much, but I did a little bit of research on your company and intelligent automation at scale. Pretty powerful stuff. Let's hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so we think that there's a lot of the rails already created for healthcare interoperability. Plain English, it just means that hospitals can talk to each other really well. But the issue is going back to the point of the huge packets of the discharge summary, if you already have that right in front of you, it makes it really difficult to find time to go through all of the surrounding information on a patient.
Mhm.
So the whole thesis of our company is that there's a huge opportunity to make sense of the entire world that is a patient. So there's the things that come to a physician right before they see you that's within their own system, that's directly in the referral that they received. But we try to actually find the entire longitudinal history of the patient of everywhere that they've been, and then use an LLM to turn it into just what matters. The reason we have to do that is because a patient's history on average is about half the size of Hamlet, and that's just unsustainable to do for all the people that you have to see every day.
I love that. Guys in the middle. Let's talk about security of this stuff too. So let's talk, like we can, of course, we can do this all we want, make sure that it's scalable for providers and we're going to provide good care. But what about the security side and making sure that that data is actually accurate?
Yeah, it's kind of a security nightmare in many ways. And my company, Hale Consulting Solutions, we do project management, cybersecurity, and regulatory compliance. And the regulatory, everybody talks HIPAA. HIPAA was written in 1996. The AI didn't exist. Cell phones practically didn't exist.
Right.
So the regulations are way behind it, and it's going to be some time before they catch up. Definitely not going to catch up in an election year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of our concern. But just overall security, it's understanding where your data is going when it's going into this data model. The poor engineers at Samsung that uploaded their code to ChatGTP to see if there were any bugs in it, not realizing they just published their code to the entire world. They don't have jobs anymore. You can imagine doing that with a patient medical record. So and Adam talked about interoperability. This has been a hot topic. It's huge in California. Is being able to provide all of this data to everybody who needs it in a timely manner. So you've got a complete medical record, and then as your company's doing, being able to make sense of that complete medical record. The security side of that is how do you make sure that somebody else doesn't get all of this information and being able to do this in a secure manner. And honestly, we're a little behind the tidal wave on that. And we're playing some catch up, as you can see with the news almost every week in some breach or another in the healthcare industry.
Yeah. So we've got ideas, we've got security. What about the accuracy of this stuff?
Now, the accuracy of it, yeah, I mean, you want to make sure that we've all heard of, those of us who are familiar with AI and ChatGTP, hallucinations. These large language models were made to respond, to provide answers, and they go to great lengths to provide an answer that may or may not be real. And so the need for human oversight and to not just let these things go wild. I use ChatGTP and several other AI, enabled tools within my own organization, but there's always somebody there to check and make sure, okay, it did a good job. Don't just publish this to LinkedIn. Don't just load this out. Send this status report to our clients. It requires a certain level of human oversight, and having worked with it, a certain level of you have to know what you're doing. I mean, they say, this is going to replace jobs. No, you still need people who know what they're doing to tell the AI what they want.
I was having some conversations recently where it's, is it going to replace people? Maybe, maybe not. But I think the people that are actually embracing it and know how to deploy it in a very elegant manner, we are going to see a separation from people. Andre, you brought up this this concept that I never even heard of, which is an F score. You want to talk about that a little bit? Because I think that ties into the accuracy and what we're talking about here.
Yeah, yeah, and practically, so to give you guys some context here, Intelligent Medical Objects, the company that I work for, we provide foundational terminology for about 95% of the U.S. healthcare market. So as docs, like the ones over here too, are talking about documenting in the point of care, doctors, if you were to ask them what's the SNOMED code for hyperphosphatemia, they'd be like, what is that? Right. So IMO, as a company, we help provide bridging that gap for clinicians to speak clinician, and we take up on the coding guidelines behind the scenes. Um, in practice, though, as you think about other ambient listening or evidence-based operations to help in throughput operations, the concept of entity recognition as part of free text understanding is something that a lot of times organizations cheap out on. And that's a problem when it really comes down to it. Because if you're trying to train your models, let's say on accuracy using UMLS's Metathesaurus, in statistics, if you look at gold standard use cases, you're probably only 80% accurate in your entity recognition of information, and that'll only help for your 80% of the population, representing 20% of the cost of care. But if you're getting into that 20% of the population that represents 80% of the cost of care, you're dealing with a lot of multi-morbid, domain specific patient populations, and truly understanding the data inside of their information sets. A lot of times codes don't touch. So unless you wanted to say, hey, your rare disorder is a other specified genetic disorder that's well known, like that's something that it's a code that's out there. But to anybody that's out there, you have non-refractory Hodgkin's lymphoma. There is no code for that. And that's a problem when you're trying to understand patient populations, when you're trying to help clinicians be more efficient. If you're prompting the clinician to say, hey, this is the code that you're looking for, or you're trying to say, hey, patient, if this is how you're understanding your rare disorder as a other specified disorder, they're like, no, I know what it is. Tell me what it is in my language. So when we think about F scores from both a data quality perspective as well as from a usability perspective, we think about it as like, how are you referencing the patient's understanding, and how are you referencing the clinician speak appropriately for any kind of data operation? And that's no one's getting close to it in any kind of model that's out there.
Love it. Z, thanks for joining us. I think it seems like you guys are getting close on some of this stuff with some of the things you guys are automating. Talk to us a little bit more about what you guys are focused on.
We are getting close, and I apologize. I don't have a microphone, so I'm going to try to
Just speak loud. Just yell.
We're getting close. And the accuracy, there is a challenge there with the accuracy. However, there are specific data sets, as you were saying, out there that are publicly available. What I found is when we're using specific data sets from the organization or the healthcare network or the hospital network that we're looking for, sometimes the use cases are pretty narrow. So if you match the use case to the specific data set, I've seen above upwards of 96% accuracy. And that, in the health of patients, is not enough. We want to get to that 100% point or 99.99% point. So there are manual checks that still require to be done, and there's scoring, and there's weighting, and there's QA that needs to be done still, but it's getting a lot better, and there's a lot of promise that I've noticed.
And when you, so I'm actually see, I'm going to stay with you, and we'll kind of work our way back a little bit. Is like kind of the next bucket we were talking about is like a lot of this is actually like giving providers the ability to provide better care at scale. And when you think about the work that you guys are doing in Odesso, how does that tie together?
So one of the challenges that are happening in the marketplace right now, for example, is the scaling of primary care networks, right? So for example, CVS is now not just a pharmacy; it's a primary care facility.
Right.
Right? You go into CVS, you see your primary care physician, you get your prescription, you go to the pharmacy, you get your drugs, and you walk out. Right? It's a one-stop shop. That's happening with the Rite Aids, the Amazons, any retailer, brick and mortar or digital, is going in that direction. And so what that really means to us is scale. So these small physician or primary care networks are now being bought up by the larger ones, and so the scale really matters here. And so to be able to do for medical coding, to be able to do other areas where we have data heavy operations, becomes very important when it comes to the matter of scaling, right? And so using AI as much as we can, technology, automation, digital automation is a very good way to augment and help collaborate with the clinicians.
I love it. And then Adam, like, how do you think about this? As you know, we've talked about the provider side, but how is this work actually going to like impact patient outcomes?
Well, I mean, one, the providers can be way more informed going into a visit. So there's a monetary aspect of this as well. You're able to risk patients a lot better if you can find every valid comorbidity and diagnosis, and AI is very, very good at that. But two, if you know about these things coming into a visit, the patient's going to benefit quite a bit. So if somebody's diabetic, you might put them on a significantly different care pathway than if they weren't. And if you have the patient's full record and can go through it very quickly and service that at the point of care, over time, you're going to find more and more of these different care pathways that are administered, and it just kind of helps out everybody. The other piece is just that the doctors can spend more time doing work that they actually enjoy, which I do think makes a much more favorable experience on a personal level for a patient. If somebody doesn't have to go home and be on the EHR for 3 hours after the day, I think they're going to be a lot more happy to see you, and you're not going to feel as it's not going to feel as transactional. So just keeping doctors doing the high value work that they enjoy is huge.
I love that. And then Andre, in the email chain with all of you said ChatGPT does a very terrible job at evidence-based recommendations for care ops. Tell us more about that, because that is clearly, if you have a good care operations infrastructure, you can provide better care plans to the patient. So when you think about how all of this ties together, give us some recommendations about it.
Right, right. So two stories I'm going to tell you guys. So one was a family member of mine. She had stage one estrogen receptor positive breast cancer, progesterone positive, HER2 negative. To any clinician that's on the team here too, everybody knows that that's a patient's diagnosis. From a coding perspective behind the scenes and how evidence-based trigger methodologies for care plan operations work, they'll look at both the unstructured side as well as the codified side of the equation, and that will kick off a workflow behind the scenes. Now, in this case, if you're starting with a large academic medical center like my family member had gone through, estrogen receptor status did not come along for the ride in an interoperability statement. Progesterone status did not come along for the ride in an interoperability statement, nor did the HER2 representation of that information. So in this case, with this patient, as she went to go to get a referral for a cystic acne, she had an estrogen receptor or an estrogen topical ointment being prescribed to her. Payer approved it. The health system medication double check didn't follow through with it, and that my family member, we had to train her to literally say, ask every doctor that you go forward with now going forward, is this a estrogen treatment medication? And that's something that we shouldn't be doing as an organization. And if AI is being trained behind the scenes looking at coded representation of information, it's going to be always problematic because it's always going to be trained upon what is representative of the data set, not what is truly understanding of what's going on with the patient. And these are always going to be problems until we get better at understanding that data set.
I love that. And then Charles, security side, very important.
Yeah, I mean the security side is very important. I mean, people ask me why are we always seeing news about somebody getting hacked in the healthcare industry? Well, let's face it, we've got patient identifiable information, we've got financial information, and we've got health information. This is a gold mine. And when you look at the cybersecurity actors, this is based on some reports last year a $1.2 trillion industry.
Easy.
So we're talking the cybersecurity or the cyber criminals is bigger than some countries. They have the resources. So of course they're going to target the high value targets. And
As is going on right now, like
as
in the
is
news right
going on
now.
right now.
So,
Um, and they've actually, and we've seen that they take this personally identifiable information, and then they'll say, okay, we're shutting your systems down. You have to pay a ransom, or we to get them back. Oh, and by the way, we're now going to reach out to your patients and say, hey, Charles, we found this in your medical record. And unless you want everybody to know about it, you're going to pay a ransom too. So it's getting ugly, and so that's why we look at things like encryption, like blockchain technology, actually as ways to decentralize and secure this information so that the information's out there. It's harder to steal because it's not in one place. And at the same time, it's still accessible via the interoperability that everybody who does have the rights to it can get access to it.
yeah.
That's kind of forward looking. We're not there yet, but that's kind of the direction that we see the industry going is more towards a decentralized data solution. Our biggest hurdle to that is data is money.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to own their data so they can make money off of it.
Yeah.
And making decentralized data, I mean, we've seen it. AI really supports this. The more data, the better. But then we see all these lawsuits against open source because, oh, you made our data available to everybody.
Yeah.
So
Heather, Brian, from the clinician side, providing care at scale. Heather, you're doing some amazing work, but Brian, actually, so from the primary care side, I want to hear how you guys think about care at scale with AI, but also Brian, we'll talk about the kind of like the in the ER, ICU. But Heather, talk more about this version of you that you're creating, because I think it's especially like the niche that you focus on, which is
Yeah.
women's health
Yeah.
and things like that. How are you guys providing better care at scale with AI?
Yeah, so this is a great question. When it comes to midlife women's health, which I said it's been underrepresented, which sounds crazy, but it has been underrepresented for a really long time. You have, such a supply and demand mismatch. So there's 67 million women in the United States alone between the ages of 35 and 64. And of all the menopause doctors, there's about 2,000 certified menopause doctors.
Jeez.
So the math there doesn't really math. There's just not enough clinicians to meet the need, the number of questions, the help and support that women need. And that's just one example. I mean, you could say the same thing for several other. I mean, I can't imagine how busy the emergency room is in Las Vegas. There's just not enough clinicians. And so you have to allow clinicians to work at the top of their training, which is to provide the clinical care, answer the questions, make sure that they're not quitting their jobs and leaving and moving to Costa Rica. So you need to make sure you take burden off of them as well, that they like their job. But even if you do all that, there's still not enough doctors. There's just not enough. And on top of that, a lot of women or men, want to see an expert in their field. Nowadays, social media doctors are becoming pretty much the thing. I think everyone knows who Peter Attia is, right? So what if you could just open your phone and talk to Peter Attia? That would be pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
So essentially what we're trying to do is replicate that and allow there to be a way that people can talk to the doctor that they really want to talk to in a way that's safe and in a way that helps to support bridging this gap of supply and demand mismatch.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting thing is, I think on the surface, the assumption is that this is very impersonal. This is, something that's going to take the care away from healthcare. But the studies actually show the opposite.
Totally agree.
Studies show that patients are more open talking to a computer than they are talking face to face with their physician.
Yeah.
Because then that's a person that, and how are they going to judge me? And I want to ask this question, but I don't really want to ask this question. Or I have this thing I've always, not shared with somebody. But with a computer, they don't feel that, and so they're more open. And then the other side of that, in terms of, the EHRs are working on, mention inboxes and generating automated responses to inbox messages. And they actually found that the AI generated responses, the patients felt that they were more personal and warm
Then.
than the physicians.
Which is usually 3 words. This is
Because the
fine.
physicians was yes, you're okay. Whereas the AI model generated, hey, thank you for reaching out. I hope you're doing well today. And the patients actually appreciated the
Wild.
AI
We
generated
see this in
responses.
Like
our
the AI is like empathetic.
Yes,
yes,
more
yes.
empathetic than the
This
physicians.
I cannot agree to that more.
Yeah.
That's what we see also.
Uh, and Brian, so like yeah, I know we didn't talk about it. I was just thinking about it. It's like you were an ER doctor,
Yeah.
ICU. Like AI probably helps you with like your workflows, right? Like a patient, comes in and you can get through that stuff a lot quicker. But I know we weren't going to talk about ChatGPT, but what about people like as you think about like if I'm a patient, I come in and I've got road rash from a bike crash. I did a bunch of ChatGPT and I'm coming in kind of pre-diagnosing myself. Like how do you kind of overcome that?
Well, I think the way, so I'll shift it a little bit to what we're doing with evidence care,
Sure.
because I think one of the challenges in healthcare is, the EHRs were needed, they were mandated,
Yeah.
and they were good at what they were, which was data repositories, but they never really helped physicians take better care of patients.
Right.
And so that's where, we've created our platform to be something that integrates into the electronic health records,
Hmm.
pulls data about the patient, and then is able to surface treatment recommendations, insights, nudges, so that it's giving the physicians that cognitive support
Hmm.
that they need, so that they're still making the decision, but they have more information and better information to make those decisions off of. And decision fatigue is an issue in healthcare. All the studies show, the decisions that are made at the beginning of a shift or the end of the shift or the next day after residents been working 24 hours, there's there's fall off
Yeah.
in their accuracy. And that's where they need these tools to help surface those recommendations and insights so that they can consistently deliver the best care.
Better care integrity. It's
Yes.
amazing. Heather, what do you think about that?
I mean, that sounds absolutely on point. So I think that really, essentially, what we're sort of asking is this a good thing for clinicians to embrace?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes.
I love that. And then Charles, one thing that kind of comes to mind with your background is, if I'm a company, maybe, if I'm evidence-based, it's like I have to position in the market to be trustworthy for clinicians. I need to be trustworthy for patients. How would you recommend companies kind of dispel that belief and even like dispelling that like, kind of like hesitancy around AI for the clinicians that aren't ready to adopt it or patients that aren't ready to adopt it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, is transparency.
Yeah.
So, don't try and hide the fact that you're using an AI. It's that can backfire on you horribly. Um, and also being aware of the regulations going forward because they're not there yet, but they will be.
Yeah.
So you don't want to spend $500 million implementing something that next year is going to be illegal. Um, so that's part of it. But as far as building the trust is, eh, I see an opportunity here with AI and with big data and with interoperability that one of the biggest things that we see in the HIPAA regulation realm is patient right to access.
Yeah.
And there's fines, there's problems. This is just a very difficult area is how do patients get access to their data and how do they request changes to it?
Yeah.
Now we have the opportunity to give them that access in a readily, available way. Um, in a secure and private manner, of course. But it's actually solves one of our biggest pain points in the regulatory realm, and that's around patient right to access.
I love that. I love that. And then Andre, when we think about care integrity, you're clearly a deep, deep wealth of knowledge on this stuff. What do you think about when we think about care integrity, AI, whatever modality of AI we're talking about, whether it's LLMs, ML, NLP, IoT, care integrity, like how do you think about like cracking and like making sure that's super solid?
Yeah, I mean, all of it comes from trust. I think that's a common thread that's been identified here too, because and it's interesting. I just came back from HIMSS last week, so if I could have rebranded HIMSS, it would have been like HIMSS AI because 95% of the companies, yeah,
It's the whole thing.
it was the whole thing. But the underlying tenor of all the clinicians that were walking through were, well, how are you proving to me that this is trustworthy of what you're actually doing behind the scenes? And I think like everyone's identifying here too, there's meaningful chunks that we can address in the short term. Urgent care, immediate care could probably be an easy triage operation today, but as we go into high cost, um, long-term treatment operations, like let's say in like cardiology, neurology, uh, I'm not shoot, what's the word I'm looking for?
Oncology?
Oncology, thank you. those are going to be really, really difficult to manage over time because genomics can get thrown into the equation, different data points can get thrown
Yeah.
into the equation, and that is a knowledge base that's always going to be changing almost on a daily basis. So making sure that the models are also trained up on it, but that the organizations that are providing those models can prove that trust is always going to be a key piece. That's always going to be a moving target.
I love that. And then Adam and Z, it's kind of like a perfect segue into like, as you guys are building like amazing, amazing companies, what are you guys doing to make sure that we're holding up that integrity of care, the practice of medicine, all that stuff? And feel free to chime in on anything else too. But I think as you guys are building these really amazing kind of automation platforms, there's, as CEOs, you guys always have kind of the patient and the provider at the center of everything that we do.
No, yeah, it's huge for us. I mean, we go up to these huge hospitals and we're asking them to do a fundamentally new thing, so we got to be trustworthy. The ways that we've done that is engaging academia. So we started working with Duke University to put out a white paper on how we do benchmarked against humans and how we're able to change clinical outcomes. More and more of these papers are coming out, especially over the last like 3 months or so, and things have been looking really, really encouraging, which has made it so that tools like ours can get more and more adopted. On the product level, what we do is make sure that every single thing we generate comes with the exact source that it was made from. The nice thing for us is a tool that kind of takes the patient record and figures out what matters within it. Is the answers to the tests are in the original patient record. So you can always take the summarized output and compare it and say, hey, is this diagnosis a completely new word? The other piece of it is at any point within our product, if you see something that you think is questionable, like we give you a timeline of everything that happened in the patient's pathology history. Just click that part of the timeline, it'll go to the original pathology report, and you can make the judgment for yourself. So in a lot of ways, I wouldn't look at tools like ours and a lot of other tools that are using things like RAG as a new piece of information. It's almost like a table of contents to existing information. You look at things like Perplexity AI, it's something that's taken a lot of share from Google. It's all about being able to show all of the sources in the response, and then you can just check for yourself and not really have to go off of it and trust like an AI output. However, we are seeing extremely encouraging results, especially in like summarization, where the AIs are far outperforming medical experts. So that's been encouraging.
Amazing. And then Z.
Yeah, trust is number one always. Trust and transparency, as everyone's echoing on this stage. We're at that cusp and in collaborating with a very intelligent technology, and it's really important to be able to establish trust between humans prior to engaging with this technology. Is number one. And as you're doing with the hospital networks, we're doing with the EMRs. We're very well integrated with the EMRs and have collaborative papers out with them, and just establishing a domain expertise and demonstrating trust with that as well. As more on the automation side, there's a very simple a winning strategy in play here, right? With bringing in Chat GPT or like technologies, different models to be able to serve patient outcomes. It really boils down from a workflow perspective to accuracy. The more accurate your data, it's a win-win for everybody involved. The other is efficiency. The quicker you're able to get things done accurately and with quality, you're winning.
Yeah.
Everyone's winning. And then the third is with cost. If you're able to reduce the cost, you're winning with the same level of quality, if not higher. And if you're able to demonstrate all three of those, you're put in a pretty strong posture, whether it's clinicians you're dealing with or technologists. Um, and that's what we demonstrate, right? And that's it's measurable. If you can't uh, monitor it, you can't measure it. You instrument it every layer of the path. You do QA checks. You're totally open and transparent with the data, and then you show that you're winning with accuracy and that you're getting better accuracy than you do with a clinician sitting behind a computer going through these medical records than an AI going through it for 80% of those use cases, not the 20% complex ones. If you focus in on those specific 80% that are fairly, I'm not going to say simple, but just more of the straightforward ones that ChatGPT performs well on, you can get really, really good accuracy, better than human performance. And similar with the efficiency, the quality, there's no bot sitting there or AI algorithm sitting there getting sleepy on a Friday night.
I
That
love
does
that.
not happen.
Right, like you were
Right.
saying.
Nor do they go to sleep. They're working 24/7. They don't have to drink a coffee in the morning to show up at 8 a.m. And finally, the cost is undeniably much lower.
Mhm.
Right?
Love it.
From a compliance standpoint and just from an hour standpoint.
Yeah. And then I think we'll kind of wrap up, and then we can kind of open up to the floor if there's a couple of questions. But if we'll start with you, Z. Like, just one quick power statement of like, what are you most kind of excited about with the advent of AI coming into healthcare, whether it's ChatGPT, LLMs, neural network models, whatever it is. What are you most excited about? What should we all be like really excited about for the future of medicine?
I'm really excited about it taking flight with it. At this point, it's somewhat consumer. If you think ChatGPT, I think a little consumery, right?
Yeah,
It's a little gamified. I'm really excited about taking it from the 90s into the 99.99, like similar to what Boeing would do when they're building a jet. There's really no room for error here, and that is a novel challenge. That 4% that we're working on is all the work we've been doing in the last year of our building our software is that 4% accuracy, and I'm really excited about
awesome.
beating that curve.
I love it. And Adam, what about you guys?
I just want healthcare, being a doctor, being a nurse, to be a job that people really, really love, and they don't feel like they got duped when they go into it because of the EMR. That's it.
Love it.
Um, yeah, and I'm really excited to make sure that as we keep the patient as the center of the care operation here too, that that patient story is known and modeled appropriately forward, so that any person on the care team can actually understand what's going on, take action to it, and truly understand it. I mean, practically, as we think about, I bring it up every once in a while when I talk about advancements in technology, but we think about the Star Trek conundrum. In the future, hopefully, we might have the computer just identify what we need to do. We're far from it, but I don't know. I kind of see that's where the football's going.
Love it.
Setting aside security, privacy, all that stuff. As a patient, I am excited about seeing what's going on. Because right now I don't know necessarily what's in my medical record or what it means.
Mhm.
And so the opportunity that this presents for me as a patient to say, or my caregiver, if someone's taking care of me, to say, oh, so Charles went last week and he had high blood pressure and it doesn't look like he's been taking his meds. We need to talk to him.
Mhm.
Things like that. I see this huge opportunity as a patient
Yeah,
to improve my own healthcare.
I love it.
I love that response.
Yeah.
I actually am like thinking about we're physicians. I haven't seen a physician myself in like a really long time. So if there's some kind of technology that can help me, that would be great. I always said my mission is to help millions of women. And without this kind of technology and all of the security and all the things that you guys are doing to pull all these things together, with that, I might actually be able to achieve my dream.
I love it.
So I'm
Amazing.
excited for the future.
Yeah, I think the future of medicine is exciting. I think healthcare has gone through a rough patch
Mhm.
over the last 5 years with COVID, and I think a lot of providers are feeling sort of beat down and burned out.
Mhm.
But I'm excited as all these products um, help clinicians do their job more efficiently, more accurately, better outcomes, lower cost. You know, everybody can start to feel good again about healthcare and have trust in healthcare, and from a clinician level to the patient level, to our country.
Mhm.
Um, I'm, I think there's a bright future for healthcare.
I love that, and just kind of actually just like my sentiment is kind of a culmination of everything that you guys talked about, which is kind of this like speed of diagnosis, which is good for patients, good for providers, good for costs, good for outcomes, good for America and the world, all that sort of stuff. And like AI, as I've been working on it for 8 years, I've worked with a lot of companies. I think I worked with 30 startups last year alone, and it's really inspiring to see how, I mentioned on a mental health panel yesterday that we are all wrapping our arms around this big, hairy challenge to try to solve it. And I think the future is very, very bright, which is exciting. And I think we actually do have a couple of minutes. I don't know if there's anybody in the crowd that has questions. We didn't do questions yesterday, but AI is a fun topic. So if anybody has questions.
Yeah, I'll talk to that a little bit because one of the things that we do is project management implementations. And 8 years ago, we were implementing computer-assisted coding solutions that would do exactly that. They would go through and say, okay, here's the codes that you have, or actually, here's the diagnosis, here's the corresponding codes. And we looked at the medical record, and it's not supported in the medical record. Flag it to the nurse, flag it to the doctor. This needs to be taken care of before we submit the bill, even. The problem was, I think it cost $580 million for us to implement it at the time. So I think that's one of the advantages we see now with this expansion of AI is making those kind of solutions affordable to your non-nationwide health systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you go back to that American Medical Association report, they had about 20 different topics, and the one that on the very top is coding and billing automation and documentation automation, um, because right now everything in healthcare runs off of the documentation, and it's a huge burden. And the more that we can automate that, there's now ambient documentation. Physician goes in the room, talks to the patient, they walk out, it's all documented and coded, and that's going to allow those things to get caught faster, and make sure that gaps like that don't happen going forward. But it's a huge problem. I mean, my son broke his arm a few years ago. I'm still getting bills from the orthopedic doctor 2 years later. I'm like, I thought I paid this.
Yeah.
So that is one of those areas.
Imagine having a baby.
Yeah.
Get all those bills.
And I've spent a lot of my career in like that side of it's actually, it's kind of the revenue cycle side. And that's why I continue to say that when we think about AI in healthcare, it's like it's never going to replace everybody. We still need human touch on things, but what we're doing with AI is actually eliminating the things that don't need human touch so that somebody can go in and it's still going to be a little bit manual, but like that's when we're putting like the super high focus on, and especially on the care side, it's like practice medicine at the level that you're trained to do rather than these sort of, I don't want to call it mundane like little things, but like we're actually like enabling people to do the work that they're done for. So like the fatigue side, I think Z, you mentioned fatigue earlier, maybe it was Adam, you, it's like these people that are doing coding and billing and looking through reams and reams, I refer to it as the paper towel roll, like 70 different pages in the EHR to figure out what's the right code. We're not there yet, but I think we are getting there. But that's an omnipresent problem, especially with timely filing requirements, stuff like that. So
Yeah, an example I gave in a panel I sat on yesterday was Excel. When Excel came out, everybody thought accountants were no more. We don't need accountants anymore. What, in fact, we still have accountants. I'm sure everybody here knows. But it freed them up from the, right list, left list, black, red.
Managing a ledger.
Yeah, managing a ledger to, okay, we've got this really complex problem that I'm going to enjoy solving, and now I can spend my time doing that because Excel's handling all that other stuff. I see the same thing coming with AI.
yeah, I love it.
It's a great example.
I love it.
Yeah, one thing that I think is a step change with coding that could really help you in something like that if you're trying to make a case for why it was valid or not is if you have large language models, it's not just this discrete thing of like I read lymphoma and then it's this code. You actually get the whole story of the disease if you're doing it correctly. So you can figure out why the person came in that day, what's been seen since, or sorry, why the person came in the first time that was diagnosed, what's been seen since. The fact that we have all this connection means that you can see it across all the different places that they've gotten care in one view. So I think we're at a point where we're able to just understand more and more about a person in a more and more logical way, and that's kind of a step change that happened very recently.
Yep, love it. Any other questions? That was by the way, awesome one because everybody thinks about that stuff, especially Brian, as you mentioned, you're still getting bills. I think one of my physical therapists sent me a bill from like 5 years ago. And I'm like, look, I'm not paying this. But any other questions? If not, we'll we'll wrap up. This was, by the way, like I know we all just met, but this was I listened to some panels today. I moderated one yesterday. This was awesome. Like I enjoyed hearing everybody's perspectives. Super unique from the security side, the clinician side, tech side. Like this was probably my favorite moment of the conference so far. So thanks for everybody for staying around.
Thank you so much again, guys. Another round of applause for our panelists shedding light on AI and its connection to healthcare. Fantastic. Still so much to learn in that realm. It's time to wrap up day 2 of the Health 2.0 conference, but first, let's shine a spotlight on some remarkable individuals and organizations, all of you, for your outstanding contributions to the healthcare field. And here to help me award all of these wonderful plaques and awards, my Vanna White is going to be Tom Heemstra. And you know what? I need to grab my phone to get his bio because I want to sing his praises. So I will be right back. Hold that thought. Gotta love the cell phone. It can do so much for us. Now it's my teleprompter. Dr. Tom Heemstra is a multifaceted leader, blending his experience as a veteran, commercial airline pilot, and F 16 squadron commander with his expertise in strategic leadership. He introduces Quantum Leadership, a groundbreaking approach to revitalize failing power structures. His Mach 5 quantum leadership model emphasizes 5 pillars for transcending conventional limits, fostering sustainable profits and empowerment. As a best selling author, executive coach, and consultant, he's catalyzed remarkable turnarounds for businesses and individuals, including Fortune Top 20 status. And of course, to learn more, please be sure to visit with him during our networking cocktail hour. And Tom, please come on up to the stage. Dr. Tom, I'd love your help. Dr. Tom. After that fantastic bio, is he gambling? Did he decide to skip the rewards hour? Okay, well, we work on getting Dr. Tom up here. I'm going to ask, do we have any volunteers who would like to help? Yay, yes. Please come on up, darling. Round of applause for a volunteer. We appreciate you. And you can come up this way because I'd love you to say hi and give me your name again and your title. Thank you so much. No, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Leslie Chen. I'm the CEO and founder of Paxos Rising, and I help people break free from a toxic relationship with food and food addiction while getting fit sustainably and permanently. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Leslie. So you're going to stand right here and you'll help grabbing the plaques and they'll be making their way up. Guys, how this is going to work, I'm going to say your name. As soon as you hear your name, please step on up. And I will be singing your praises, aka saying your bio. We're going to take a nice picture with you with Leslie. And of course, we will be getting that picture to you in the coming weeks from our team. And if you need us, you know where to reach out and email as well. So without further ado, let's get these rewards, I should say awards out. Our first award. They're rewards and awards, right? I need more coffee. It's that time of the day. Our first award for Conference Visionaries goes to Tracy Oser. Going once, going twice. Okay, we will move on to our next. Thank you, Leslie. We can just put that one down or give it right back. Thank you so much. Our second award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Harpal Singh Malhotra. Dr. Harpal is the Director of Clinical and Medical Affairs at Morphic Medical. He brings close to 23 years of experience in hospital research, clinical and medical affairs, and services. He has vast and diverse experience in medical devices, pharmaceuticals, nutrition, health insurance, and so much more. And you are more than welcome to say a few words if you'd like. All of you can, and please keep them brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The journey for this podium and this ballroom tour of Augustus and Caesar Palace was not easy. I started from Hyderabad, India, to Singapore, to San Francisco, to Las Vegas. I'm just kidding. So it has been 360 of healthcare. I started as a premier institute of hospital in India. worked as a neurosurgery and emergency medicine, pediatrics, worked in a KPO, worked for health insurance in Scotland, and for medical TPA devices, biotechnology. I'm a jack of all, master of none. So nutrition and dialysis chain and Apollo clinics, diabetes clinics, and finally Morphic Medical. I would like to just take another 1 minute. I'd like to thank Almighty, my parents, especially my father who's up in heaven, my mother, my wife and daughter, family members, my brother, his family, and my colleagues, my bosses, Joseph and Mike, and my peers, teachers, mentors, everyone. Um, and also Healthcare 2.0. And last but not least, each and everyone who is sitting over here, you are the born leaders. I just heard yesterday, I go and second the same leader. It's just beginning. We have to give back to society. We have to work around, and healthcare is very important. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Tracy A. Kimball. Dr. Tracy is the founder and chief medical officer of the Wish Clinic. With this, she spearheads and supports a foundation and trust that will provide funding to educate tomorrow's wound management workforce of doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals. Dr. Kimball lives by the words, creativity and thinking outside the box are the yoke of forward progress.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here. I'm very honored to be gifted this award. It was a journey as well. I feel very blessed to be amongst such amazing people and peers in this audience. I've appreciate all of you that have come up to the booth to chat with me, and I'm learning so much at this conference and hope to be back. Thank you so much again.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Edward Anselm, MD. Moving right along, our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Elham Tabibian. Elham. Thank you for keeping those applause going. We're sending them good energy wherever they are. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Isaac Chapa. If you know them, send them a text. Say they're fired. Just kidding. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Jawahar Alvi. All right. Jawahar, affectionately known as Juhi, leads as the CEO of Hours and Bases, extending services to 7 cities and families. Additionally, she serves as a continuing education provider for IBAO with origins in Pakistan. Juhi embarked on her career in early childhood education, specializing in working with challenging children before becoming a board certified behavior analyst. Round of applause.
Hello, Vegas. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me over here. Not an easy journey. A woman of color coming from Pakistan wasn't easy. Um, I was, I've been here since 22 years, been working in the field for 22 years. No, actually 24 now. Was raised by a single mom, a very strong single mother. I was married off at 19 years of age, um, but I didn't give up studying and going back to school. So I did go back to school. After 22 years of marriage, I divorced my husband, and he took my son because that's a protege, and I have my daughter who's my pride. And I'm still going strong. We have opened up couple of clinical settings in Pakistan. We work with autism and special needs. I've done some work in the Middle East. And my vision is to spread, you know, evidence based services and practices all over the world. And that's what we work towards. Until date, I have trained almost over 3,000 therapists with evidence based training to treat autism spectrum disorder. We have a clinical setting in Chicagoland area, um, and I am at a doctorate level. Thank you so much for having me over here, and I wish to continue this journey. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Jesus D. Suarez. Jesus is the CEO and founder of Renaissance Medical Group, the first Latino owned and operated medical group in Massachusetts. With over a decade of experience, Suarez is an active member of FEMA and FEMA's Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, as well as a data collaborator with the World Health Organization. He continues to fulfill his life's work according to his business mantra and personal motto: serving is a one word revival. I like it.
In Renaissance Medical Group, we have a say. Together, we're stronger. Let's work together. Let's build together a healthy and stronger life for this generation and next generation to come. God bless all of us.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Joan M. Murphy. Joan, are you here? Oh, here she comes. All right, coming up from the back. Joan is the CEO of MedHealth Billing Consultant, LLC. With 20 plus years of experience in medical billing, Joan specializes in coding and compliance. She possesses an in depth knowledge of fraud and abuse laws and a solid understanding of regulatory and legal standards.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Health 2.0. Um, my bio sounds a little cold. I mean, I do work in compliance and abuse and fraud, and I make sure the providers are doing what they're supposed to be doing based on CMS guidelines. But it's deeper than that. When I was 9, I wanted to be a doctor. So I did go to, when I got to high school, I went to a specialized high school, had an interview, a test. I got into the nursing program, but science was not my best friend. So I had to switch over to business administration. And when I was in business administration, I had a teacher who introduced me to medical coding. So fast forward, after 26 years, I've worked with over 100 providers. And I've learned from them that you have to meet them where they are. Each provider is different. I don't group them together because they have their own unique specialty that they bring for their patients. Um, my job was to assist them and support them because they did not go to school, or you all did not go to school to be coders, to understand what CMS guidelines, what ICD-10 code has to be payable with this drug or this uh, procedure code. So I wanted to make it easier for them. And that is my passion. So if any of y'all have tired of these guidelines and these policies, and ever since the public health emergency has ended, because before that they waived everything because we wanted to care for patients, but now everything is back the way it is, and it's confusing. And I know providers do not have time because you're busy saving lives. So if I can just help anyone that needs it, just to make it a little bit easier so we can all work together for the quality of better patient care. And we are a village, and I appreciate this conference because even in my own world, when I go to these conferences for my credentials. It's just based on that. But this opens up a whole world to see how we all connected. So we are a village, and as we come together, we will be able to give better patient care. Thank you.
Our next award for Conference Visionaries Award goes to Dr. Julie Ann Harrigan. Dr. Julie is the founder and CMO of Physician EHR Solutions LLC, a prominent figure in the field of medicine. She engages in both consulting and clinical practice in large healthcare systems. Her contributions span various areas of executive healthcare leadership. Additionally, she is actively involved in various community and charitable initiatives.
I'll be brief because I really want to go get a drink at the bar. Um, so my the reason that I founded this company, and not just because I needed a company, was to be able to contribute to healthcare in a very meaningful and powerful way, and to take systems that are in silos, bring them together, standardize systems, and improve patient care. I've been able to do that in now three very large organizations, and I hope to continue with that work and inspire others to really take the reins on not only leadership, but with that vision of making a difference, especially when it comes to healthcare, breaking down those silos, improving communications, and improving our patient care experience. So, thank you very much for this award. I'm deeply honored.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Katie Cosgrove, right in the front. Katie is the founder of Grief is Good and a certified trauma support specialist. She founded this platform to discuss death and dying openly and honestly. She currently advocates for grief dreams and creating new memories with loved ones through storytelling, dreams, and rituals.
I'm so honored to receive this award. It's been a long time that I've wanted to do this work, and I think it's really important to add a holistic approach to healthcare and really combine all different modalities to increase care and healing for our clients and patients. And so, thank you so much for this award, and have a great day.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Kay Lim. Kay is the CEO and founder of Heartful Sprout, an early childhood nutrition platform empowering all families to nourish their babies and children's health. Kay has over 10 years of experience developing data and AI innovation tools in various sectors at PwC and a few startups. When she's not working, you can find her outdoors with her two kids. Lovely.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Let me actually pull up my long thank you list. I'm just kidding. I want to go get the drink really quick too. Um, So keeping this simple, I'm focusing on pediatric nutrition. So let me say this, it takes a village to raise a kid, and it takes more than a village to raise a healthy kid. And it takes way more than a village. It takes a community to build that village. And we have been saying this all day. Let's work together. We have to be on the same mission that we want a better future. We want a healthier future. Thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Kimberly DeStefano. Dr. Kimberly is the medical director of maternal fetal medicine at St. David's Healthcare HCA and Next Level Your Life. Her expertise and leadership are sought after throughout the industry, solidifying her status as a national thought leader. Never one to shy away from a challenge, she ventured into the world of entrepreneurship alongside her husband. All right.
Thanks so much.
I'm really excited. The relationships here have been really amazing. I think that's one of the most important things that I've found from this conference. And when I started 15 years ago to build my program, I had to convince the C-suite I was the right person because I was coming straight out of fellowship. But I had a vision, and I also felt like I could change medicine in a way that focuses on relationships as well. And so now I have that opportunity, and it's been great. And I really appreciate this award.
And our next Visionaries Award goes to Kinjal Patel. There she is. Kinjal is the owner and CEO of Swasthai by Kinjal LLC. Her business plan focuses on global distribution of drugs, enhancing accessibility and cost effectiveness through direct shipping. Committed to sustainability, she promotes veganism and tax reforms in real estate, aiming for holistic societal betterment. Would you like to say a few words?
Wow, finally, I will be the first one who will be giving speech first, then the award. But I am ready to go back home and catch some sleep because I was sleeping down there, back of the room. Anyway, I want to say thank you to my family, friends, colleagues, and my son and my husband who is giving me hope and pushing me forward for thick and thin. So I really do appreciate my backbones. Um, Also want to say thank you to Health 2.0 for this wonderful opportunity. And we've been in contact since October, and it has been more than 6 months, and we're still going hard and strong and unbelievable, which is excellent. And I want to say thank you to World Vegan Vision, who gave me the opportunity to give me a spot to their journey, to how to collaborate with and socialize, and making me a part of their community, and religious activities, how to spread awareness on veganism. So not only educating the people around us, but participating in every single activity of our life. It is very much needed. So thank you for everything. Thanks again.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Kyle Hodebeck. Dr. Kyle, are you in? There he comes. All right. Dr. Kyle is the Chief Medical Officer at Juna Health. Possessing over 2 decades of leadership experience, Dr. Kyle is a West Point graduate and certified physician executive who has served in over 120 countries while serving in the U.S. Army. Wow. Thank you for your service. He was selected as the U.S. Army Physician of the Year in 2017 by the Surgeon General. Round of applause.
I just want to say a quick thing about leadership. I think leadership is really for us leaders to be able to enjoy and watch others become leaders and develop themselves way beyond what they themselves thought they could ever achieve. So I've been lucky enough to do that in over 120 different countries, do it with my patients still today, with new physicians coming up every single year. You're all leaders. I challenge you all to do that in your communities. Thank you for being here. Thank you for my wife in the back, my rock. That's it. Let's get a drink.
Now, it is my pleasure to give this next award because she stepped up in our time of need to keep everything running. We so appreciate you, Leslie. Our next award for outstanding leadership, and I want to read your bio because it's a good one and you deserve it. Leslie Chen is the founder and CEO of Pegasus Rising LLC. For over 8 years, Leslie has been helping clients break through the desperate dieting cycle by combining time tested holistic health philosophies from East Asia with cutting edge edge wisdom in neuroscience. Leslie shares her wisdom in both wellness and entrepreneurship on the world's leading media and education platforms. Round of applause for Leslie. All right, moving on. Oh my gosh, of course. Yes, I'm so sorry. Absolutely. Yes.
Right. So I love it. I don't like plans, to be honest. I like a little change and surprises, and that's what I was getting. Thank you. All right. So I just want to say, first of all, I want to thank the platform and my friends, family, and clients, people who have worked with me, my partners. Now, I help people break free from this toxic relationship with food and food addiction so that they can get not only freedom, but also health. And I want to help more people. Like in 2024, I want to help more people. My mission is helping millions, and I've been doing this for 9 years. Okay. If you are an individual who is struggling with this very problem that I solve, raise your hand afterwards and I can help you. If you are a medical practitioner who is looking into auxiliary and complementary solution to help your patients dealing with their chronic weight and eating problem, I'm here to help you. If you're an employer who is looking into better the life quality, the productivity, and also the overall workforce health, I'm here to help you because we all know, like in the US alone, there is $400 billion being lost every year because of this very issue. So we're going to work together to make the world better. Thank you. I just almost left.
Hey, nope, you're doing a great job. We're all helping each other, right? That's what this is about, healthcare, helping each other, right? Absolutely. You guys are all perfect demonstrations of that. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Leah Mix. Leah, there she is. Leah is the CEO and MFT of Delphi. Leah has over 2 decades of experience in direct clinical services and national healthcare system innovation and leadership. Additionally, she is a licensed marriage and family therapist with specializations in multicultural populations and psychedelic therapies and research. Would you like to say a few words?
Good to see you all here. And as I accept this award, I just want to start by thanking you all. Um, your all the healthcare professionals in this room, your dedication to mental and physical health, to the well-being of patients and providers, and to bringing new effective treatments into the marketplace. That's really what we're here for. So thank you. And I want to express deep appreciation to the Department of Health and Human Services, to the many researchers, doctors, elders, and Indigenous people whose work is bringing a paradigm shift in mental illness and brain disease treatment. Truly, with the first medicine that is going to be approved by the FDA, the first psychedelic medicine that will be approved by the FDA this year, this is the beginning of mass healing, and it is a testament to what we can do together. When I started my consulting firm, Delphi, it is on the principle of equitable access to these transformative psychedelic therapies. They are grounded in robust scientific research, in millennia of traditional practice, and an ongoing safety evaluation. So this is not just a milestone in healthcare, it is a beacon of hope for millions. Millions who are your family and your friends, because we are truly all affected by the epidemic of mental illness. So at last, there is a bright light of hope on the horizon. So finally, as you might expect from someone who's accepting a leadership award from Health 2.0, I'm going to ask you all to stand with me today for health equity. Let us do what we can. I ask each of you to do what you can to help ensure equitable access to healthcare for the greater good of all. Thank you so much.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Livia Mitchell. She also stepped up to the plate today and volunteered and helped us out. So sending lots of extra love. Livia Mitchell, MSHN, IPDD, DTM3 is the healthcare speaker and consultant at Live Speaks. During her 25 years, her dedication to serving others led her to become a healthcare recruiter, holistic practitioner, speaker, trainer, coach, and consultant. When Livia is not consulting and advocating, she serves as a district leader at Toastmasters International in Central Texas.
I was 3 years old when my best friend lost her mother to epilepsy. I was the one that found the body. From that time, I knew that I did not want you or anyone to be alone. That is where my passion started. My career has been a collective big basket of fruit. And I ask you, as leaders of healthcare in this room, to remember the time that you found that passion. Because I know for a fact that if you remember, then all the days when we don't know why were we here, all those days when we wonder if we are on a mission, remember the first day you decided to make the decision to be the healer that you are. Thank you so much for Healthcare 2.0. I cannot say enough how honored I am to be here with all of you. I've met all of you and you're my family. It is a great honor, and I want you to know that I will remember all of you for the rest of my days, just as I remember all of my patients, all of my mentors, all of my friends, and all of my loved ones. I would like to thank my mother, who is in college now in her later years in law school. She is my inspiration to be a better person. She has been with me since the first day I was born, as we know, but she was with me when I took care of that person when I was 3 years old. So I want to thank her also. I want to thank some of my older friends who is actually taping right now because he was here from a different world, but it shows that we are all united in healthcare and education and so on and so forth. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I love you. You have been a blessing to me. Please be a blessing to others in healthcare.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Marcel Conrad. Marcel is the Chief Financial Officer at Medexus Pharmaceuticals, Inc., and he has demonstrated success in a wide range of business environments, from global Fortune 100 to medium and small size entities. He has a broad finance, audit, and accounting background, including Big Four, corporate finance, due diligence, pre and post acquisition, financial planning, financial integration, and structuring and funding.
All right, I'll keep it short. That's a tough act to follow, but I just want to say thank you for the organizers, Health 2.0, for this wonderful event. I've been in healthcare for over 20 years, and great location. There's a lot of work that's going on in the background. So I just want to say thank you for everything they do for this event. Thanks a lot.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Martin Ma. Martin is the director of Mass Sustainable Wellness Services Limited. Currently, he serves as an elected registrant and board member of directors for the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists of BC. Martin's expertise isn't confined solely to healthcare. He also boasts studies and work experiences in mechanical engineering, computer aided design, environmental engineering, and the financial industry. Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone. Just want to say I'm truly feel uh, blossom from what where I can be here is like I have receiving lots of courage from my colleagues and my friends and families, and this is the truly a big step for me. I was serving my career was pretty much like just individual petitioners. Then I move on to the serving all the for the association for the colleges, and that's a big step because I'm from serving patients and now we service the physicians and petitioners. And then I was elected to be a board of the director for the regulations. Um, so this is where I can study to learn how to do the strategy planning and do the implementation of regulations and hopefully I would be able to keep growth on my roles and thanks for everyone's support. Thank you.
And our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Michelle R. Graydon, PhD. Dr. Michelle is the clinical neuropsychologist at Psychotherapy for the Soul. With 25 years of experience, she has guided individuals through the complexities of psychiatric issues and fostered holistic well being. Her expertise extends to treating a diverse array of conditions, including anxiety, depression, PTSD, panic disorder, OCD, and so much more. Would you like to say a few words?
Uh, Mainly, I just like to thank Healthcare 2.0 for even having a panel discussion that is talking about cutting edge healing therapies being entered into medical treatment and the medical model. Because for so long they were very separate, and now with a lot of data and research that's coming out on the effects of meditation and the effects of med- excuse me, manifesting, affirming, and all of these other modalities, sound healing, Reiki, that have helped a lot of patients with cancers. I have several patients I've treated that were going through all of their treatments, and their mindset is everything. So it's nice that now we have the collaboration between mindfulness based stress reduction, meditation, and healing modalities as alternatives to medication and other avenues that we always went with the medical model. So thank you 2.0.
Our next award for Visionaries, our Visionaries Award, goes to Michelle DeStefano. Michelle is the CEO and founder of SOAR Career Coaching for Professional Women. With over 30 plus years of experience and dedication to the healthcare field, she has inspired individuals and teams to thrive at their highest potential. She utilizes her expertise to guide other nursing leaders in their pursuit of excellence.
Good evening. I really want to thank Health 2.0 for acknowledging my work over the last couple of years. I had always cast a vision for myself personally and professionally. And when I exited my chief nursing officer role almost 5 years ago, my vision was to create empowering leaders, not just in one organization and not just in one city, but across organizations and across the states. And so 5 years later, I founded SOAR Executive Coaching for Healthcare Leaders. And I wanted to dedicate this award to all of my clients who dared to lead, who soared with me in my facilitation. They've gone on to lead their teams to greatness, to their own advancement, and even some to their own career pivots. Thank you once again.
Careful going down those stairs, especially if you got high heels on. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to MJ Vigil. MJ. Our next award, also for outstanding leadership, goes to Rosimar Sudeth. Here she comes. Rosimar is the Senior VP of Clinical Services at Bend Health. Her richly diverse career spans medical social work, crisis response, and health tech. Rosimar's commitment to mental health healthcare and advocacy for equitable access and culturally responsive practices underscores her dedication to fostering positive change within the healthcare industry.
Hey, well, it's an honor to receive this award, and it's also inspiring to be here in this room amongst all of you. I am humbled to serve as a vessel for behavioral change, whether that be on the micro level, helping a teen caught up in the juvenile justice system work through generational trauma and realize that they can start changing their narrative, or on the macro level, in my current role, leading a nationwide network of clinicians and contributing to Ben's mission of bending the healthcare system to work better for us all. So, this is what keeps me motivated and drives me every single day. Thank you.
All right, guys, getting down to our last handful of award recipients. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Dr. Valencia A. Baldwin. Dr. Valencia is the CEO and founder of The Nurses Take the Lead. Her distinguished career spans 3 decades across the continental United States and Hawaii, covering many experiences and challenges. Dr. Baldwin's journey is a testament to professional growth and a rich tapestry of life changing lessons.
Thank you. I'm honored to be in a room with so many fantastic and talented individuals. My platform, I like to consider myself the modern day Florence Nightingale with a bit of a twist, in that I am always advocating and promoting compassion and integrity in leadership. With over 30 years in healthcare as a registered nurse, I myself have experienced toxic environments, toxic cultures. We have to understand, when we talk about the healthcare system being broken, we have to at some point take time to acknowledge if we are broken as well. Are we contributing to the brokenness? And I think we don't speak about this enough, that we are expected that once we have met the criteria to be a provider on whatever level, that we are somehow whole. And that just is not the case. So, as leaders, I'd like to challenge and champion everyone to really show up as the best version of yourselves, because healthcare is quite challenging. It's taboo to talk about it, but if we've been in the field for a while, I'm sure we all know of leaders that have run good individuals out of the workplace or into other jobs. And we just have an overarching responsibility to really take care of each other, just as we would take care of our patients take care of residents in long-term care. We cannot give more to others than we are willing to give to each other because we are internal customers to each other in the workforce. And I'd really like to see that that becomes a prerequisite for leaders that are really promoting and wanting change in the workplace because sometimes we are our own worst enemy and we make it very difficult to accept differences of opinions, different cultures, different backgrounds. We make it really very challenging. And this point really hit home for me last year when I was helping a facility in Hawaii on the Big Island. And everybody kind of knows about it, but again, we don't talk about it. But it was so extreme that one of the nurses that worked at a facility that worked there for many, many years, because of the workplace bullying that went on, actually had young children, and she really committed suicide behind the treatment in the workplace. So, nurses take the lead. I'm just a huge advocate that we show up whole, we do the work on ourselves, we make sure that we know what our triggers are so that we just do no harm in our everyday lives, either with our families or with the patients that we take care of. So, I'm quite honored to just have this opportunity just to share that message. Thank you very much.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Valentino Matlock. Ooh, you've got a whole bunch of fans out there. Valentino Matlock, MSCDP, is the head of marketing at Montclair Senior Living and Memory Care. His years of management, marketing, and business development experience make him a valuable addition to the company. He has always felt connected to the healthcare industry and finds working with clients and their families in their time of need highly rewarding.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for H2O for believing in me and letting me have this award. I would like to dedicate this to a former boss that died during COVID for suicide. So that's what kind of brought me here to kind of help with, helping with the signs of suicide prevention. But Montclair Senior Living and Memory Care, we're located in Morton Grove, Illinois. So we we will be opening up in May. So we're excited and thank you again.
Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Frank Vieira. All right, round of applause for Frank. Frank is the Director of Financial Resources, Information Services, and Technical Services at Shriners Hospital for Children Canada. With expertise in logistics, materials, human resources, and finance, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership qualities. By developing effective processes, Frank has successfully enhanced service quality in a client focused environment. There you go. Yes.
I have a 14-year-old daughter. Thanks.
Be sure to tag me. Our next award for outstanding organization is for Protecta Skincare Inc. And here to receive that award, Professor Dr. Robert H. Schistel. I hope I said that right. Professor, at its helm, the mission of Protecta Skincare is to protect people's skin with its unique formula from bad environmental toxins. Protecta Skincare Inc. goal is to make everyone beautiful and cure all skin diseases.
Of course, I thank the organizers so much for this award. So this is for my company, Protector Skincare Inc. And we have lots of beauty queens, and it cures all skin diseases, whatever you have. But I also want to talk to you about what else I have. I have 16 patents and 6 companies in the space of healthcare. And it's my mission in life to make all creatures in the world healthy, beautiful, and sane. And I can cure almost all other diseases as well. And that, if you don't know what I mean, um, I can cure diabetes, I can cure COPD, asthma, I can cure autism, I can cure um, Alzheimer and dementia, um, ADHD, arthritis. It gets rid of even the flu is better. Um, it gets rid of COVID, long COVID, and it protects from COVID. And I think you got the idea. Anybody who wants to know about my clinical trials, I'm happy to send information. I just need your name, number, and email address. Thank you. And I of course, I thank all my patients whom I was fortunate enough to save from certain diseases and almost certain deaths. And also I thank all my future patients who I will be able to save in this world. Thank you so much.
I'm definitely going to come see you sooner than later with all that. Our next award for outstanding leadership goes to Adam Steinley. Adam. Okay, our last award for today's session, last but definitely not least, our Young Leadership Award goes to Shrishti Satish. Shristi is the founder and chief executive of the mental health company I Hear You. Her idea is to provide a space to advocate for the side of teen mental health that is not quite spoken about. She aspires for I Hear You to expand even more so that teenage mental health is talked about by actual teenagers sharing their experiences, feelings, and emotions. Incredible.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to thank Health 2.0 for giving me this award and also my parents and my close friends and family. And my inspiration for making this organization was in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw another pandemic, which was mental health, ravaging the youth and teen of our world. And I Hear You is a culmination of the voices of hundreds and thousands of other teenagers who have said the side of mental health that society doesn't really speak about. And I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
And one more giant applause for all of our award recipients. Thank you so much. It is time to wrap up day 2 of the Health 2.0 conference. And again, we want to give a big shout out. Oh, let's give a big shout out to Leslie, our Vanna White, for stepping in and stepping up. Appreciate you. A big heartfelt thank you again to you guys, our incredible audience, for your engagement and enthusiasm these last couple of days. You could have been gambling, you could have been next door having a drink, but you stayed here to support others and your new friends and your team. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. Want to give again big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Flow Patterns, and bronze sponsor, Zenise Health and Fitness, for their invaluable support. And please be sure to stop by all of our wonderful exhibitors and vendor booths, see what they got going on. A lot of great information out there. And before we wrap up, I need to let you know that we would love to see you again at our next Health 2.0 conference happening in Dubai and back here in Vegas next year. And if you'd like information on that, please stop by our booth inside of the food aisle. And with that, we will meet you next door for cocktails and networking. Have a wonderful evening, guys. It has been a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. Stay safe.